Good morning. Dear ministers, U.S. ambassadors, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and participants, it's an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 8th Southeast Europe Energy Forum, a premier energy event organized annually by the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics in cooperation with the U.S. Embassy and with the strategic partnerships from the Atlantic Council and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. We thank them all for their partnership and their efforts that led this forum to become a major institutional event over the years that serve as a platform to address challenges, discuss policies, and explore the tremendous potential within our region. The energy sector is undergoing a profound transformation. With the pressing challenges of climate change, energy security, and economic growth, Southeast Europe finds itself at a pivotal moment. The region is rich in both conventional and renewable energy resources, making it uniquely positioned to lead the way toward a sustainable energy future. Our shared goals of energy diversification, decarbonization, and technological innovation require collaboration. This forum brings together policymakers, industry leaders, investors, and experts from across Southeast Europe and beyond, creating a space for meaningful dialogue and strategic partnerships. I would like to extend our gratitude to all our speakers who are with us today, and they will share their knowledge and expertise on the topics of the forum. I want to thank all our sponsors for their commitment to support our forum. Our platinum sponsor, the E, our gold sponsors, DESFA, UNIS, Gastrade, Hellenic Energy, IPTO, and National Bank of Greece. Our silver sponsors, EcoElas, HEDNO, HEREMA, National Energy, and Principia. Also, our communication sponsors, Energy Press, GR Times, Macedonia, Macedonia.gr, Mono News, World Energy News, and our magazine, The Business Partners. I want to thank my colleague, Angeliki Dikeulia, for her excellent work in handling with great success the organization of the forum all these years. Also, my other colleagues from the office here in Thessaloniki, Nikos, Fani, and Maria, and from the one in Athens, Angela, George, Marilena, and Zefi, who have worked with us for the success of this forum. Finally, we thank you all for being here with us today, and we look forward to the insightful discussions and collaborations that will unfold during this event. We have an exciting program today, though a bit lengthy, as it covers many interesting topics. Therefore, before I conclude my welcome remarks, I kindly ask all speakers and moderators to stay within their allocated times. I now invite the President of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Nicholas Bakatselos, to the podium for his introductory remarks. Thank you.
Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, welcome to this year's Southeast Europe Energy Forum, organized by the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce in collaboration with the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics, the U.S. Embassy to Greece, the Atlantic Council, and the Global Energy Institute of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I would like to thank our strategic partners for their invaluable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history, where the decisions we take today about energy will echo across generations. The Southeast Mediterranean region, with its unique blend of traditional energy resources and emerging renewable potentials, is at the heart of this global transition. As we gather here, the world is undergoing a profound shift in how we produce, consume, and think about energy. The shift is not just about moving from fossil fuels to renewables. It is about reimagining our entire approach to energy, which includes integrating security, sustainability, and resilience into the very fabric of our economies. In Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean, the stakes are particularly high. Our region is blessed with abundant natural resources, strategic geopolitical positioning, and a rapidly evolving energy infrastructure. However, with these advantages come challenges that require bold, innovative, and collaborative solutions. The energy transition is not a distant concept. It's happening now, and it demands that we balance our current needs with our long-term responsibilities. This means not only investing in renewable energy, but also ensuring that traditional energy sources, such as hydrocarbons, are managed in a way that supports both economic growth and environmental stewardship. The path to a sustainable future will require us to harness the full spectrum of available energy technologies, from green hydrogen to carbon capture and beyond. To add to this, the geopolitical landscape has added a new layer of complexity to our energy discussions. Energy security, once a matter of resource availability, is now intricately linked with global stability, economic resilience, and the climate crisis. In this context, the Eastern Mediterranean has emerged as a critical player, a region that can either exemplify the benefits of cooperation or illustrate the dangers of conflict and fragmentation. But I believe in the power of working together. This region has the potential to become a beacon of collaboration, where countries work together to secure energy supplies, stabilize markets, and accelerate the transition to low-carbon economy. The partnership we forge here can set the precedent for the world, demonstrating that energy security and environmental sustainability are not mutually exclusive, but mutually reinforcing goals. In this, the role of policy cannot be overstated. The frameworks we establish, from local regulators to international agreements, will determine the pace and success of the energy transition. So, as we explore new opportunities like electricity interconnections and the integration of energy storage, we must also remain vigilant in addressing the social and economic impacts of this transition. It is imperative that we ensure a just transition, one that leaves no community behind and fosters inclusive growth. Dear friends, as we embark on this journey, we must remain focused on the ultimate goal: a secure, sustainable, and prosperous future for all. The Southeast Mediterranean, uniquely positioned at the crossroads of continents, holds a crucial role in shaping this future. It is up to us, the leaders, thinkers, and innovators gathered here today, to chart the path forward. Let this conference not merely be a series of discussions, but a catalyst for action, a forum where ideas are transformed into strategies, and strategies into tangible outcomes that will benefit both our region and the world. Thank you all for being here and making this conference possible. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the important work we will accomplish here together. Thank you so much. I invite Spyros Papaithimiou, come on, Spyros. Spyros Papaithimiou, the president of
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, dear friends. It's a great honor to welcome you again to our symposium, the Southeast European Energy Forum 2024, the 8th version of our forum, an event which is proudly co-organized by the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics. As the geopolitical landscape evolves, we must rethink our approach to energy security. Traditional notions of energy independence and security are being reshaped by new realities, including the increasing role of renewable energy sources, the decentralization of energy production, and the need for infrastructure that can withstand various threats, such as cyber attacks or even natural disasters. Under normal circumstances, consumers would have already been benefiting from lower energy costs, as renewable energy is by far the cheapest energy production technologies. However, the pandemic and the recent energy crisis have hindered this, driving up fossil fuel prices and increasing the overall cost of the energy transition. This forum presents an invaluable opportunity to engage in deep discussions and share insights on the critical issues shaping our energy future. Our agenda to date is robust, addressing a wide range of topics that are vital to the global energy transition. In recent years, we have witnessed remarkable progress in renewable energy adoption and technological innovations. The transition to cleaner energy sources is not just a necessity, but an opportunity to redefine our energy systems. Last year, we saw renewable energy sources surpassing 30% of global electricity production, with solar power continuing to lead as the fastest growing energy source for nearly 2 decades now. Yet, this rapid expansion brings new challenges, such as the need for advanced storage solutions and grid modernization to accommodate increased renewable integration. Greece, in particular, has been making significant strides in this direction, aiming to become a pivotal energy hub in Europe. From groundbreaking energy storage projects to substantial grid upgrades and promising developments in offshore wind farms in the Aegean Sea, our country is positioning itself as at the forefront of the energy transition in Southeast Europe. As part of this ambitious effort, the revised National Energy Climate Plan targets an astonishing 58.6% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, with a central focus on further greening the electricity generation. By the end of the decade, renewables are expected to meet 77% of the electricity needs, accompanied by the concurrent development of energy storage systems. As we will discuss in the sessions ahead, these efforts require robust market restructuring, innovative policing frameworks, and sustained investments to thrive. At the forum, we anticipate a dynamic and forward-thinking discussion on key energy issues, beginning with strategies for mobilizing energy investments in Southeast Europe to boost capital flow for sustainable infrastructure. We will then address the evolving new energy security paradigm, focusing on adapting traditional security models to modern challenges and renewable energy opportunities. The panel about green fuel paradigm shift will explore the integration of alternative fuels into energy systems, while the insights from United States policies will offer valuable perspectives on collaborative approaches to energy security. Regional cooperation will be a focal point in discussions about the energy cooperation in Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean, aiming to enhance EU's energy security through strategic partnerships. Additionally, we will chart the optimal energy mix future in the East Med and examine how improved electricity interconnection in Southeast Europe can facilitate a green transition. Together, these sessions are expected to generate actionable solutions, innovative strategies, and strengthened collaborations to drive a secure, sustainable energy future. Later in the day, we will have the opportunity to gain insights from United States energy policy and investments in our session of Empowering Energy Security and Transition, insights from the US on energy policy and investments. The transatlantic relationship plays a crucial role in shaping our energy policies of the future, emphasizing the importance of collaboration and shared strategies in addressing global energy challenges. A notable highlight of today's agenda is the panel of Navigating East Mediterranean Energy Dynamics, the Challenges of Energy Security and the Energy Transition, coordinated by the Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy under the auspices of the Greece presidency of the East Mediterranean Gas Forum. This panel will provide valuable insights into how Greece, through its leadership in the EMGF, is addressing the challenges of energy security and the transition in the East Mediterranean. Their expertise and strategic vision will be crucial in navigating the complexities of this dynamic region. Dear friends, as we engage in these discussions, let us remember that the path to a sustainable energy future is fraught with challenges. The energy transition demands innovation, resilience, and a commitment to collaboration. We must be ready to rethink our approaches, adapt new technologies, and build strong partnerships across borders. Thank you for being here today. I look forward to fruitful discussions that will follow and collaborations. I invite Professor Kostas Andriosopoulos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kostas Andriosopoulos, the chairman of the Energy Committee of the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. It is a great pleasure to welcome you here, also at the 8th Southeast Europe Energy Forum. I would like to greatly thank both the chairman and the leadership of AmCham and, of course, the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics for the collaboration over all of these years to make this forum and establish it as an institutional forum that takes place during these days of the Trade Forum of Thessaloniki in September. We gather here to delve into the critical topics shaping the future of energy, not only in Greece and Southeast Europe, but also far beyond our borders. From the pressing issues of energy security to the essential green transition, the discussions we engage in today will be pivotal as we navigate the challenges and seize the opportunities of our dynamic energy landscape. We have the chance throughout the day to hear from top industry leaders, from policymakers addressing all of these themes around renewable energy investments, energy cooperation, decarbonization challenges, and innovation strategies for a low-carbon future. All of these topics are at the core of our efforts to ensure a secure, sustainable, and prosperous energy future for our region. Energy security remains at the top priority of not only the Southeastern European nations, but of whole of Europe, where geopolitical dynamics play a significant role in shaping the energy landscape. Strengthening cross-border infrastructure and diversifying our energy sources are critical steps in ensuring our stable, affordable, and sustainable energy. By embracing renewable energy and fostering regional cooperation, this region can contribute significantly to the European Union goals for reducing carbon emissions and achieving, of course, energy independence. Greece, in particular, plays a pivotal role in these efforts. As a key energy hub, our country is at the heart of regional interconnections, renewable energy trade, supporting the EU's broader objectives of energy diversification and security in the strategically important region of Southeast Europe. The transition to renewable energy is not just an environmental necessity, it presents an extraordinary opportunity for growth and innovation. However, we must ensure that this shift is balanced with the need of economic growth and energy reliability. Natural gas continues to serve as a crucial transition fuel for Southeast Europe, helping to stabilize our energy supplies as we build our renewable energy capacity. Our region is uniquely vulnerable to the effects of climate change as well. We have seen a lot of wildfires to extreme weather events that we must not only mitigate the climate impacts, but also invest in resilient infrastructure and climate-responsive energy systems in order for us to safeguard our region's future. In conclusion, today's discussions are critical as we chart a sustainable and resilient energy future for Southeast Europe. The energy transition presents both challenges and tremendous opportunities for innovation, investment, and regional cooperation. I encourage each one of you to actively participate in these important discussions and conversations throughout the day, and I look forward to witnessing the ideas shared here transform into meaningful actions. I would like to thank you for your participation and for your engagement during our conference. Now, we will have a small change in our program. We will move on with the keynote address of Mr. Pyatt, Jeffrey Pyatt, a long-standing friend and ally of our country, who is the Undersecretary of State at the Department of Energy, or the State Department of the U.S. We can play the video with his input, I think, if we are ready now, and then we will follow up with Mr. Mylonasis' intervention in our conference.
Kalimera, and greetings to all of my friends in Thessaloniki, Nikos, Elias at AmCham, all of our partners also at the Hellenic Association for Energy. It's a huge honor to join you again today, and my only regret is that I can't do so in person. Because Thessaloniki is one of those cities that's going to always have a very special place in my heart. I'm particularly delighted this year to see so many of my colleagues from across the U.S. government participating. This U.S. government presence is a testament to the relevance of this conference, Greece's growing regional role, especially in the Western Balkans, and the value that we place on our bilateral alliance with Greece. It's really hard to believe that it's been 7 years since the first Southeast Europe Energy Forum in 2017. Greece has come a very long way in that period, particularly in the field of energy, both domestically and as a regional leader. During my time as ambassador in Athens, the energy landscape of Greece and Southeast Europe was utterly transformed. And the region continues to be a central theme of my leadership in the State Department's Energy Bureau. With Greece at the crossroads of 3 continents, and with Russia's war against Ukraine pushing the center of European energy south and east, the region is poised to play an increasingly essential role in promoting energy security and the energy transition, 2 concepts which go hand in hand with each other. Greece's expanding LNG import and regasification capacity remain critical to promoting and enhancing European energy security. I'm incredibly excited to see that the Alexandroupoli FSRU finally will be fully operational later this year, before Europe faces another winter. The country's rapidly expanding domestic renewables deployment, a model that is frequently lauded by my colleagues in Brussels, already meets half of Greece's electricity needs and will continue to provide affordable, secure energy for Greek citizens. Renewables also underpin Greece's ambition to be a clean energy exporter to the Western Balkans and Central Europe, bringing jobs to Greece and cleaner and cheaper energy to the wider region. Offshore wind, which Commissioner Simpson recently called a rising star in European clean energy, holds tremendous potential in Greece. The Aegean's bountiful and consistent winds of the Meltemi will help Greece become a key producer within the EU. Greece also has all the ingredients needed to be a key offshore wind manufacturing center and part of the secure, diversified global clean energy supply chain, which we are working so hard to build together with our like-minded partners. Beyond renewables, Greece is positioning itself as a center for regional clean energy connectivity through projects like the Great Sea Interconnector, a priority that I've discussed recently with the Cypriot Foreign Minister and Cypriot Energy Minister, the Green Aegean Interconnector, and the proposals to interconnect Egypt and Greece via subsea electricity interconnection projects. Greece, of course, is also one of the founding members of the 3+1 group, alongside Israel and the Republic of Cyprus. As the +1 in this group, the United States strongly supports the collaboration among these neighbors, including especially in the energy sector. Greece is also one of the founders of the EastMed Gas Forum, based in Cairo, which has taken seriously the need to decarbonize the gas industry to ensure it is sustainable going forward. As the region's energy success continues, the expectations and responsibilities of each country and each energy actor will grow. While we can celebrate and laud the progress debate and the positive regional vision for Greece courageously put forward by the Greek government, significant work remains to achieve our shared energy goals. Many of the interconnectivity projects designed and promoted for the region still sit on the drawing board. Sustained political support and an unwavering commitment to achieve the true energy security which is in our grasp will be required to get these projects to completion. Projects like the Greece-North Macedonia Interconnector have come too far to falter now, particularly as Russia's absolute and irredeemable unreliability as an energy supplier has laid bare the need for route and supply diversification. The north-south vertical corridor from Greece holds tremendous promise as a cost-efficient way to diversify not only gas supplies, but also natural gas and transportation logistics routes, while further weaving Ukraine into Europe's energy systems and away from the Russian Federation. We cannot afford to let artificially cheap Russian gas undermine these types of energy diversification projects. We all know that the true price of Putin's gas is far, far higher than the sticker cost. Security comes with a cost, a lesson made clear in 21 and 22 that many are regrettably still learning today. With this same lesson in mind, we must work together to ensure that Putin's LNG remains locked in the Arctic rather than funding his war machine in Ukraine. This shared desire starts with reaffirming the EU's goal to decouple from all Russian fossil fuels by 2027. A key part of this is refusing to turn a blind eye to Russia's attempt to cobble together an environmental time bomb of a shadow fleet comprised of aging, uninsured oil tankers, and now some LNG carriers designed specifically to circumvent sanctions regimes. A fleet of older ships bought secondhand on the open market that undertake hazardous ship-to-ship transfers or transit all too close to European coastlines, and whose cargo helps fund the missiles targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure. As the United States, we are firmly committed to preventing the growth of Russia's export capabilities, including restricting expansion of its fleet capacity, and will continue to use the tools at our disposal to do so. I have complete confidence that if we work together to pursue and finish the connectivity projects that support and facilitate this regional energy collaboration, while simultaneously rejecting the poison chalice of cheap Russian energy, Southeast Europe's energy abundance will help to foster a secure, affordable, and sustainable energy system for the whole region and beyond. I wish you a great conference and look forward to seeing you all again in person very soon. Evharisto Poli.
Continuing from Minister Payat's statements, we understand that infrastructure is vital and extremely important in order for the interconnection of the broader region and the diversification of energy supplies of our region and to achieve, as we said, independence of our energy systems. This requires funding, and this is the topic of our next panel. How can we mobilize energy investments in Southeast Europe? And we have the honor to have with us today Mr. Pavlos Mylonas, the CEO of National Bank of Greece.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers, CHAE and the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, for the one more time invited me to speak to what has become a landmark conference, the top energy conference in Greece by far. And so I would like to congratulate both Costa and Nico for their great work. Now, as I said, I've come every year to speak, and it's always been easy to come up with remarks because things change so rapidly from year to year. Many positive developments and also many scary surprises in terms of how we see the climate changing. So let me begin first, before I go to financing, a little bit on where I see things standing. First, what's very positive is that the level of public attention has been elevated unfortunately, by the frequency and ferocity of environmental disasters. Too numerous to enumerate, and certainly we in Greece have had more than our fair share. Thessaly, Rhodes, Evros, and several fires in Attiki. These help focus the mind of everyone, including politicians and hopefully all us private individuals and enterprises as well. Now, we've had some short-term wins on energy security. The switch away from Russian gas from 20% of EU energy consumption in 2020 is down to 8% currently. And already now, 2.5 months before winter, we have already achieved 90% storage capacity. So the short term looks quite positive there. Also, on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, renewable capacity globally has increased very rapidly, and it was up 50% just in 2023, so very good news. However, the world is behind schedule in meeting its stated goal of the Paris Agreement of limiting the increase in the world temperature to only 1.5% above pre-industrial levels. And in this regard, the EU has responded by raising its transition targets with the REPowerEU initiative. Key changes are that by 2030, 45% of energy consumption from renewables must come from renewables, raising the target from 40%, and the current level is now 25%, so quite an ambitious target. The EU has also raised the target for energy savings to be 12% of total energy consumption by 2030, up from 9%. Now, these climate goals create what I call a difficult trilemma. We need to simultaneously, A, decarbonize. This requires huge investments, and it raises the question, who bears the burden, especially when countries have already high levels of debt coming out of COVID. The second target is energy security. This also requires much spending and raises the question of who bears the burden. And the third goal or challenge is affordability. In market economies, prices are the key mechanism for incentivizing change. And the question again is, who will bear the burden, especially when you look at more vulnerable parts of society. Just some sobering numbers, CO2 permits cost in 2020, 25 euros per ton, in 2021, 53 euros per ton, and in 2023, 85 euros per ton. That number is only going to go up, and someone will bear the burden. Now let me turn to Greece. The situation in Greece is of interest to us because we are mostly Greeks, but it's also a country that's ahead of the curve and provides many lessons for those who follow. We in Greece have made great strides in renewables. Currently, wind and solar capacity of 12 gigawatts covers almost one half of electricity production versus the ratio in Europe, the similar ratio in Europe being 27%, so double. Greece is also a key player in EU energy security. The LNG terminals supply not only Greece, but also our neighbors, provide them access to alternatives to Russian gas, but also to alternatives to dirtier fossil fuels. We at NBG are very proud of the Alexandroupolis LNG terminal, where we provided difficult financial structuring as well as significant financing. We should expect many more positive developments coming out of Greece in the near future. The government's national climate and energy plan is ambitious, more so than most similar plans in the EU countries, with a target of 77% of electricity consumption produced by renewables by 2030 and a phase out of fossil fuels by 2028. Meeting these targets will require an approximate doubling of wind and solar capacity by 2030. However, the current pipeline for renewables, mostly comprising photovoltaic projects, suggests that it's doable. The high potential for offshore wind farms would ease further the meeting of these targets. That's the good news. Now let me turn to bad news. The rapid growth of renewables has revealed bottlenecks to efficient transition. This is mostly due to the stochasticness that is created by renewables. What do I mean by this term? Quite simply, the sun doesn't shine at night, and the wind doesn't always blow. This leads to negative prices sometimes on the grid, especially at midday, or the non-purchase of renewable energy. This requires two solutions. One is grid expansion and interconnectivity, so that renewables can be used to the greatest extent possible when they are available. The recent jump in prices in Greece and in Eastern Europe arising from Ukraine suddenly turning to be a next demander of energy versus a supplier is a case in point of why we need better interconnectivity. Eastern Europe faced higher prices, Western Europe did not. The other requirement is storage. Here we have had significant technological advancements. There'll be more, but infrastructure needs to be in place to store renewable energy when it's produced more than it's demanded. This is either batteries or pumped hydro to the extent that it's available. It is very, very important, let me underline this, to solve this price uncertainty. It will hold back investments in renewables and be an important obstacle to banks providing financing. It creates uncertainty to cash flows, and when there's uncertainty to cash flows, that makes investments less bankable. There are also discussions in Europe, early discussions, on how to accommodate stochasticness in the pricing mechanism. The marginal pricing model has its limits. It needs to take into adjustments. It needs to take into adjustments on this stochasticness created by renewables. Now, the other important constraint to transition is how to expand electrification of the energy mix to transportation. It is quite clear how we're going to do it in terms of producing energy for production. It's not so clear how we'll do it for transportation. This requires electric cars, electric trucks, maybe electric boats, and then there's the very difficult question of how to expand it to the home, to replace heating. This is a burden. This will be a burden on someone's budget, and the question is who. It takes a lot of money to switch everyone's housing to more efficient green energy, and the question then is who does it. Now let me turn to financing. Needs and sources. The new national plan, energy plan for Greece, is estimated to cost 94 billion by 2030. Our GDP in Greece is just over 200, so that gives you the order of magnitude. About half is targeted for transportation, which you mentioned as one of the most difficult issues. Electric vehicles and fleet renewal. 40% is energy production, grid expansion, and storage, and 15% is for household transition, as this has been delayed a bit in view of its very significant costs. Now, the financial sector is expected to finance about a third. That's about 30 billion over 6 years. Do the math, that's about 5 billion per year. This is about a fourfold increase versus what we currently, as Greek banks, provide for energy financing per year. So it's a major step up. Now, the good news is that Greek banks have the capital, they have the liquidity to provide such funding. However, as I mentioned earlier, financing requires a stable institutional framework with a clear view of possible constraints on project returns stretching out decades. That's the lifetime of these energy projects. We need a clear view going out decades. We also need minimum uncertainty and volatility on energy prices. This goes back to the point on infrastructure, on grid expansion, storage, and of course the price mechanism. Another requirement for the provision of financing is strong project finance structuring teams, which becomes even more important in view of the new uncertainties in these projects, such as the period of zero prices or cutoffs to purchases from the grid. You can imagine what sort of discussions we have in credit committees when these issues arise. But all problems have solutions, and at NBG, we pride ourselves in our ability to do so and find solutions, and I think the market acknowledges our lead in this area. To give you one example of NBG's innovative capabilities, we have recently launched a new product which aims to make more projects bankable in the world of market-set energy prices, which has replaced the world of fixed tariffs. This product offers fixed rates based on forward markets going out even to 10 years, provided either to consumers of energy or to producers of energy. This is very important as is mentioned earlier, it will reduce the uncertainty of project cash flows and make them bankable. To conclude, there are clearly many challenges to achieving the desired energy transition. However, these challenges also provide opportunities. As a country, to become a net exporter of energy, for enterprises to be part of this transition story, and for banks, of course, to provide the financing. At NBG, we already are a leader in energy business financing, and we like to call ourselves the country's energy bank, η Τράπεζα Ενέργειας. And we plan to put a lot of focus on this area in the future. And with that, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much.
We thank Mr. Pavlos Mylonas, the CEO of National Bank of Greece, for his very insightful remarks regarding the financing of the energy project. It's a pleasure now to welcome to the podium the CEO of Public Power Corporation, Mr. George Stasis, a very friend. Please, for his keynote address here. Thank you.
What a pleasure. Okay. Just a second. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for having us here in Thessaloniki, just before the opening of the 88th Thessaloniki International Fair. We're now almost 3 years since the Russian invasion, and with another geopolitical crisis in the Middle East. Any discussion about energy security is more crucial than ever for Europe and particularly for our region. In parallel to this geopolitical crisis, there is another crisis unfolding, a climate and energy crisis. The last few years, we are experiencing extreme heat waves and water stress, not only in Greece, but across the whole southeast region. This is the new normal and challenges our security of supply in a different way. It stretches power generation assets and physically disrupts our grid operations. And eventually, it puts pressure on affordability. Very often, I hear people saying that the recent geopolitical and energy crisis has changed European priorities, that there is a shift of emphasis from energy transition to the energy security. I tend to disagree. It's not one or another. On the contrary, there are both of them are the two sides of the same coin. It's about how we are securing energy for our industries and households while ensuring a planet we can all live on peacefully. The recent crisis bent our energy systems, but they didn't break them. The lights are still on and gas storage facilities are full. This security, though, came at a high cost, and there is a hardship associated with high prices, especially considering that affordability is really crucial for the region we are living in. And it is also a driver for change. It reminded us the importance of resilience and the burden of over-dependence. The exponential growth of fuel-free clean energy technologies over the past 15 years is key to a climate-safe world. At the same time, homegrown renewables are increasing the energy security of our countries. There are limitations, though, to how much we can keep on going on those renewables and what is the full potential. And this is where the flexibility comes into play. Our energy systems must be flexible to be stable, reliable, and affordable. Flexibility comes from both power assets, like batteries, hydros, and gas facilities, and also from resilient grid infrastructure, both inside the country, but also in the borders, in the interconnections between the countries. In our part of the world, the Southeast Europe, we have energy systems with a great range of conditions. One can say we have almost everything in our neighborhood, from a less gas import dependent Romania to a much more dependent Bulgaria. From countries with major energy transformations, such as Greece, to more inertial ones in the Western Balkans. And finally, from stable political systems in the European Union to dangerous hybrid war conditions, such as in Ukraine. At the same time, the global shift to clean energy brings new complexities to security of supply. A whole new set of factors, such as the availability and management of critical raw materials, manufacturing capacity of clean technologies, and availability of supply chain, is now emerging as the main priorities. Moreover, in this complex situation, a regulatory alignment between our countries is of paramount importance, as it will remove prices divergence and unlock future growth. In parallel, the new climate reality of heat waves and droughts require us to consider the planning of our systems and infrastructure. For example, planning of systems built to cope for high heating requirements will now need to design also systems to cope with very high cooling demands during much higher heat waves in the summer periods. Within this complex and volatile environment, in PPC, by being an integrated utility and a leader in clean energy development, critical infrastructure and energy services in Southeast Europe, we are doing more than just keeping the lights on. We are powering people's daily lives while driving the energy transition in Southeast Europe. We know how to develop clean and flexible capacity fast. We know how to expand and modernize power grids, and finally, how to meet customers' needs in the new climate, forming conditions at an affordable price. We also know the importance of partners and generally what it takes for a power system to transition while being secure. This is our mission and the main driver behind all our decisions. Decisions such as our investments in Alexandroupoli, for example, an area that is becoming of paramount importance for the energy security of Europe. and our investments and acquisitions in the wider region that made us the largest power group in Southeast Europe, with a diversified portfolio of assets and services. To be successful while building a safe energy system in our region, strong partnerships are needed, and the cooperation between Southern Europe and the United States is a critical one. In this new era, it's not a call for protectionism. It's a call for forming new partnerships. At PPC, we are committed to being a force of stability while driving energy transition forward. To achieve that, the contribution of our partners, including the transatlantic ones, must expand, and more synergies are ahead than behind us in this new energy world. I'm looking forward to the discussions following today. I thank you very, very much.
We thank Mr. Georgios Stasis, CEO of PPC, for his very insightful remarks regarding the energy sector in the coming years and what PPC also is planning to do. We have a very interesting fire chat conversation right now, following on the same topic, actually. So it's a pleasure to welcome Mr. Joseph Marcotte, Director of Energy Security and Climate Change Program for the Center of Strategic International Studies. He will chat with Elena Giannakopoulou, Group Chief Strategy Officer of the Public Power Corporation. Please, both of you. Could you take in the middle, maybe?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jos, for being here today.
Oh my gosh, thank you for having me.
Hope you're enjoying it. So we will, for the next few minutes, we will talk about a study that the CSIS committed on the energy security in Europe,
Right.
with the lens of someone on the other side of the Atlantic.
Yes, of course.
So as Mr. Stasis said, the recent energy crisis, it has been just a difficult period. It has been really a moment in history. It changed our perspective here in Europe. Systems were challenged, but electrons kept flowing, gas kept flowing, lights stayed on. What are maybe the most important messages emerging from your study and your analysis? And do you see the definition of energy security in Europe really changing? We think we do, but what do you think?
Well, thank you so much for having me. Maybe by way of introduction, in case you don't know, I work at a research organization in Washington, D.C., Center for Strategic and International Studies. We're the world's preeminent national security and foreign policy think tank. And our job is to help the U.S. government think through the big leadership challenges that it faces. And for a long time, we've had an energy security program, which I would say focused on the incumbent definition of energy security, right? Smooth access to global oil markets and other natural resources. When we undertook this study, which we're very grateful for the support of PPC for, by the way, it was our goal to work with my team, who are energy experts, and our European program, who are focused on NATO relations, EU security, and a positive relationship between the US and the European Union more generally, to answer that exact question, right? So you go to these energy conferences and like all these eminent guys go, this really showed that the energy security conversation is back on the map, you know? And in the US, there was a lot of triumphant feelings about the role that particularly US LNG had played in helping maintain physical energy security in Europe in the 2021, 2022, 2023. We wanted to really assess, you know, that piece of the story, and I think argue and tell the whole story for our colleagues in the United States, that it wasn't just US LNG, which did play a critical role, but also the deployment of renewables, the deployment of demand response and efficiency measures, and that as energy security comes back on the map, it's coming back in a very different way. And I think we did we found that that is actually true, that the relative contributions of these different things are almost kind of equal when you look across Europe, though of course that varies country by country. And that as we think about this next stage of managing an energy transition, managing a more geopolitically fraught world, there are real lessons that come from the experience of Europe for the last 2 years for how we can build a more resilient energy system going forward.
That's good. In the past, when we were talking about security of supply in Europe, most of the times we were thinking, do we have enough megawatts, enough gigawatts on the ground of thermal capacity to
Right.
meet like peak demand during winter? That was our definition 3 years ago. But talking about resilience, maybe how things are evolving, we see it in our portfolio at PPC, right?
Yeah.
Resilience is very important, and there are quite a few ways to source this resilience. Complementarity of sources is one of them. For example, we have PV plants here in Greece that they complement very well with our wind generation in Romania. And of course, there are all these different technologies that play a role, that played a role during the crisis, and they will continue, like gas delivering value, not volume though, right?
Yeah, it's puzzling. You know, I was listening to Mr. Milonas, and he was talking about the stochasticity, right? The uncertainty of the system. And when we think about the security challenge, we have to think about those same things. And we look to like, what are the system attributes that actually help us build resilience or build security as there's a lot of uncertainty in what the energy system is going to look like, or in the day-to-day variation of generation. And it's strong markets. This is what the EU actually provides, right? So it's not, if you need to balance your solar farms with your wind, and those are geographically disparate, you need a strong market structure that allows for that balancing to happen and for it to be affordable. Some of it's going to be new technologies, right? We were talking about batteries last night at dinner, which are playing an enormous resilience role in California and Texas and other states. But what does the supply chain for those batteries look like? Our political leadership in the United States is more and more worried about where we're sourcing these goods, both for cybersecurity reasons as well as for economic security reasons. If we have 1,000 gigawatts of battery potentially being built in the United States over the next 10 years, it's just not acceptable to our political leadership to not have that come from a pretty diverse supply chain. Right now, it's almost entirely dominated by China. And so as we look at making these transitions, we need to think about the attributes. And I think, pretty strongly, the lessons of the last 2 years tell us strong markets, maybe you need to change the rules of them a little bit, are key. And then resilient supply chains are sort of the next step in building this new definition of energy security.
Interesting. What we saw in our markets during the crisis is that actually we have the right mechanism here in Europe. So markets are responding to the messages they get.
Prices work.
Prices work, right? Thankfully they do. But what we need, and we have a lot of regulation around Europe. We are really good at establishing regulation. The challenge we see also as someone that is in the market is as an integrated utility, so we are across the different stages of the market, is coordination.
Right.
And coordination goes both on the physical assets, what was mentioned earlier on about having the infrastructure, green and cheap electricity flowing around Europe, but also coordination in terms of investments. Because otherwise you're risking of over-investing and overbuilding in your effort to have enough backup capacity. So that's the one thing. And the other thing is, if we coordinate in Europe, as we tried to do, to a degree successfully during the crisis, we have a lot of power because economies of scale, right? Negotiation power. There is a critical mass that you need if you coordinate to leverage what is emerging from the size of Europe. And the other thing, of course, you need market stability. So I think that the market mechanisms work. They delivered, as I said. When gas prices went up, they went up. When gas prices went down, the prices came down. But we need, and I will put my developer and investor hat as PPC, we need a market that is stable, not predictable, that is stable and ensures us to deliver both what is needed for clean energy transition, but also what is needed for security of supply.
And when you look at those mechanisms coordination, what are the most important ones that you think we need to be developing, right? So some of it is just going to happen at conferences like this. Some of it happens at the government or the EU level. Some of it happens at the transatlantic level.
All of them. All of them. All of them. I mean, we have a new commission in the forming.
Right.
You have elections in the US.
Right.
So I think all of them in the next few months are critical, especially because the energy transition across Europe is happening very, very fast. And we don't want, as you pointed out very correctly, to switch from over-dependency on fossil fuels from a
Right.
certain source to over-dependency in terms of where we source our equipment and our critical raw materials.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this is an area where I think transatlantic cooperation is going to be really important, right? At the moment, what we see is countries around the world, and the U.S. is kind of principal in this, really wanting to say, okay, we want this supply chain here, right? We're scared of these tightly controlled supply chains. We want to compete with China. You know, the motivation varies depending on where you are. We want to be part of this clean energy transition. We want to be, capture value as part of it by manufacturing. Of course, it's ridiculous. We don't need to have this autarkic system where every country has, enough battery manufacturing capacity to meet their own needs. So absolutely, market coordination and government coordination becomes important. The key, I think, is figuring out where do you allow for enough diversity that you get innovation and you get enough competition that prices go down, versus how do you avoid sort of a top-down situation where coordination stops that kind of innovation. And there, I think, when I look at the transatlantic, as just to pick one example, we really do need to be smart if we're going to think about the role that gas is playing as an energy security backstop for the next few decades, but transitioning to hydrogen as the next tool for sort of an energy security backstop. We need to be thoughtful about what is clean hydrogen in the United States, what is clean hydrogen in Europe, what is clean hydrogen in Japan, in Africa, in the Middle East, because one of the lessons from the last few years is a relatively globalized and robust LNG market allowed for physical energy security. Yes, it cost, but it allowed for physical energy security because cargoes could be diverted, traders were able to meet the needs of importers, and we need to build a system that is going to have similar resilience going forward. You can then take that same lesson and project it fractally into, I'm sure, the politics of the Eastern Med or of Southeast Europe as you're thinking about the energy system, as you're thinking about the transmission system that's going to help meet needs. But we need to make sure that we're keeping the same characteristics.
That's fair. So when we are looking at it overall, yes, the definition of security of supply is changing as the system is evolving with, let's say, coordination, diversification, and flexibility being at the core of it.
Yeah. I sort of bucket in three ways, right? That we're changing into, and policymakers now when they say energy security, they mean lots of different things. They might mean physical security, right? An energy that is available when it is needed. They might mean economic security, which means both that prices are acceptable and sustainable. I think one of the challenges of the last 2 years is the amount of spending that had to happen was completely unsustainable. And so we need to be more resilient. We need to build a system that's going to be more resilient to price spikes. But then also, is sort of, like maybe you would say politically resilient, right? You don't want to have an energy system where there isn't value being captured by
I would
Europe.
say dynamic regulation, to
Sure.
put it a bit more. A system where regulation is dynamic and is following
And
the
then-
evolution.
And then lastly, we need a system that is geopolitically resilient, right? Nobody really knows where we are going. But the intuitions that most of us have built over the last 20 or 30 years of increasing globalization and increasing liberalization are under severe question now. And so making sure that we build a system where like-minded countries, connecting countries, and antagonists can all play a part in maintaining a secure global energy system, as well as responding to climate change, is critically important. And when you say energy security, you might be referring to any one of those at this time, because there's so much change happening at once.
So let's say that security of supply is now developing in two axes. You can look at the system and all these things that we talked about there, diversity in terms of technologies, geographies, connectivity, all these things. And then
Right.
there is the macro, which has to do with the new definition that includes the climate change, the geopolitical tensions, the cybersecurity, as of course digitalization is progressing.
Yeah, right.
Am
What do we do?
am I missing anything?
Yeah, actually, well, I don't know if you're missing one, but there's one that I think is really important, and as we're going about this study, we're learning more and more about. And that is just physical security of infrastructure, right? So if you kind of like, you have in your mind where generally we're going to a more electrified system, bigger, larger markets provide a lot of resilience. That's a lesson from the last 2 years. It's no surprise for anybody, especially in the power industry. But if we're talking about building undersea power lines, which Europe is going to rely on, that run under the Mediterranean, or run from the UK to Norway, the politics of that actually get a little bit interesting.
Complicated.
They're complicated,
Say.
right, because the lack of the ability to store a lot of electricity means you need to develop different intuitions from what we have from oil and gas, and that is pretty critical and vulnerable infrastructure, right? Relatively easy with a submarine or a nefarious actor to cut those lines. And then there's a lot, it introduces a lot of dependence on both sides, right? Whereas previously you had exporters and importers by and large. Now you've got a system that has to constantly be in balance. And so companies are going to have to figure out, how do we build a lot of trust in this larger system, which will deliver efficiency benefits, it'll deliver carbon benefits, it will reduce costs, it will provide resilience. But I think we need to build a lot of trust in that system. That's been one of the things, as we had a conference in Washington earlier this year, as we've been talking to policymakers on both sides of the Atlantic, when they really think about making long-term strategic decisions about energy, the physical security of the system. Now I think you can also kind of bin cybersecurity in there too, are top of mind.
Okay. Good. I think we gave enough insights from your analysis on the energy security to the audience, and thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for
Sharing
having me,
your
and it's been such a delight to be here in Thessaloniki and at this conference today.
Thank you very much.
We need to.
Microphone here? Okay. We thank Mr. Joseph Merkut and Ms. Elena Giannakopoulou for this very interesting conversation we had. We're continuing another fireside chat, between Deputy Minister of Energy, Ms. Alexandra Zdoukou, in conversation with Kostas Andriusopoulos. Please, can you join us here? The topic is Greece at COP29 at Azerbaijan in November.
Good morning, everyone.
So it's a great honor to have Minister Zdoukou with us today. The discussion, as we have heard a lot about climate change, climate crisis, and all of this, mitigation that is needed in order for us to address the issue. We are discussing now about COP28 and the presence, last COP, the presence of Greek government and the Greek Energy Ministry of Energy and Environment at COP28 in Dubai. And of course, what COP29 has to is keeping for us in Azerbaijan, Baku, this year, in November. But before we start, we do have a video to play of a summary of the presence of the Greek government's presence at COP28 in Dubai, where we had a number of events. There have been a lot of
That's a surprise.
discussions.
You found the
Yes,
video.
we
Okay.
got a video. I think it's ready to play, if I may say.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here at the Greek Pavilion.
Did you like it?
A very nice video.
I didn't remember that, but
For all of those that they were not, with a mission in Dubai, it's a very nice way of showing the presence, the big presence, not only from the Greek government, but also from a lot of other foreign state policymakers and industry
pictures
leaders.
are always much better than saying words, right?
So what are the key takeaways from the presence of Greece's government in COP28?
Now that I saw the video, I think my first feeling is that I feel proud. I feel proud of Greece's presence last year in COP. It was the first time actually that Greece organized such an event by having its own pavilion there. I think we were very productive in Dubai. We managed to cover a lot of different priorities during those 2 weeks. And I keep 3-4 takeaways. I think first of all, what is the scope when you go at COP? The first is for a country to showcase a progress, right? The progress of your country on the energy sector, and what is your vision on Greece's carbon-free future. And I think we had a quite good narrative to talk about that. Secondly, we signed some important agreements there, like to mention, for example, the agreement with Masdar, which undertook to provide a significant funding for Greece up to 15 million dollars for transforming Poros Island, which is the next GR Eco Island, into smart and green. I also find important the fact that we managed to build partnerships with other energy players across the region. Last but not least, I think what is important when you see a country having a presence at COP is that we try to establish Greece as a leader in climate action and the energy transition. So for me, what I keep as the most important is that we prove that we are a trustworthy partner for anyone that shares our ambitious goals. So that's the most important in terms of having Greek presence there. Now, coming to the essence and what was discussed during COP, I think the most of us to remember was this Dubai Compromise, as they say, specifically the wording that was adopted in the conclusions of COP about gradually reducing global dependence on fossil fuels. And it was called a compromise, I think, because it was exactly that. It was not as good as we were hoping, but I think it was not as bad, so as to consider it as a failure. Maybe, although this approach, let's say, left some people disappointed about this compromise, I think we need to understand that it affects actually the realities of today. And what is the reality of today? That renewable, of course, energy is increasing, but fossil fuels, and we heard that before, still play a significant role in the global energy mix. Apart from that compromise, what we also did last year in COP was the first global stock take. So every 5 years in COP, this is repeated, yes, every 5 years, we need to say where we are today and what we have achieved. And I think that the key takeaway again from this global stock take was that, yes, indeed, we recognize that there is a progress, obviously, but our actions must be accelerated if we want to meet this 1.5 target. That shows that there is a real urgency on that. I think that on a positive note, I would say I found it encouraging that leaders that visited COP and talked about that made some agreements, for instance, to triple renewable energy target or to double energy efficiency target. Also dealing with methane emissions, that was another case. So for me, what is important is that it's not only commitments, Kostas, it's something beyond that, it's actions. I feel that every time we meet at COP, leaders, technocrats, policymakers, the industry, it was very important also that there we saw a lot of commitments on behalf of oil and gas companies. So every year we recognize that more action is needed, and I see a tangible action every year. I see so many players from the industry in this room, and if you ask them, what have you done a year before, up to now, or how was your company 4 years ago and how is now, there is a real progress. But of course, the pathway is difficult and it's challenging.
We need to take bigger steps, I would imagine, and something that a lot of people are contemplating is whether, you know, the messages are good that we are going from an oil state, from Dubai to another oil state, with Azerbaijan, to have to host COP29. But the government is preparing a lot about the presence of our next presence in Azerbaijan, in Baku. What are the plans now for Greece's presence there? What are we preparing, and what will be the key narrative and messages that we would like to pass this year?
Okay, but first, COP29 is 11 of November until 2022. In the meantime, we have to deliver as ministry around 200 ministerial decisions, legislations, and a lot of projects, which is the reality. But I think, yes, what you mentioned, the fact that, again, COP29 is taking place in an oil-producing country. I think this is important in my eyes because, again, the oil and gas sector and interests related to that sector, they need to be part of this tremendous transition. And we need to see the long-term goal, obviously, which is net zero, but this remains a necessity for our planet and for humanity. But I would say until we reach that goal, we need to keep the lights on. And the fossil fuels will continue, obviously, to be, part for the next period. So I think we need to show how the oil and gas industry will transform into something new gradually, while ensuring at the same time that we continue to have access to the energy sources. And of course, we need to sustain growth. Again, Greece, for the coming COP, we want to have a strong presence there. We will have again a Greek pavilion. We invite all of you. You know what I really enjoyed last year with COP was that for the very first time I saw an alignment, I saw a very nice team between the state and the private stakeholders. So everyone from the key players in Greece, they were there, they showcased what they are doing, their projects, and this is very important because it's not just words coming from the mouth of the government with our vision, with our policies, but we have in the seats in the room the major players that show that this can become something tangible. I think that we will concentrate in this upcoming COP on some key messages. First, to showcase what is Greece's progress in the energy transition. I don't need to mention here that we are listed among Europe's top performers in renewables, and I think this says a lot. So we want to emphasize during COP our progress on that. And it's very important to mention that Greece, coming out of this 10-year financial crisis, we have managed in 5 years to double our renewables, and this is an important milestone. And at the same time, of course, our economy has one of the highest growth rates. So we will focus on that. Second, we want to emphasize our role as a prominent, I would say, energy hub in our region, Southeastern Europe, Eastern Mediterranean. This goes beyond energy, of course. I think it's a tremendous shift in perception for Greece's geopolitical role in the region, and we need to highlight this more. I very much believe in partnerships and international agreements. We have reached so far numerous countries. I see here my friends, and I think that this increases a lot the international stature and importance of Greece. So I think more or less, yes, we have a lot of work, there are a lot of projects, there are more to come, and I really invite all of the stakeholders here to join this national effort.
Thank you very much for this discussion. I know we have a lot to say also in the afternoon with another big panel with very promising discussions that we're expecting from the industry. Thank you very much for your participation here at our conference.
It's good when it's short, right?
Yes. We'll be moving right ahead now with our next discussion, which follows on the topic of COP and climate change and the green energy transition and how we are addressing that. It's about innovating for a low-carbon future, CO2 capture and solar power. We have two esteemed speakers with us, Mr. Stylianos Kyriakou from Hellenic Energy and Mr. Aristotelis Handavas from Principia. Please, if you can both come to the podium. So, I think we're doing well on time, so we can start our discussion. We have experienced a lot of ambitious, we have been reading a lot of ambitious climate goals from the European Union, mostly striving to achieve significant decarbonization targets in the coming years. In this context, the roles for both traditional energy sectors, for example, such as refineries or renewable energy from solar power and wind are very critical for this transition. So we couldn't have best speakers with us from Mr. Stelios Kyriakou, who's the manager of the Elefsina refinery for Hellenic Energy. I will start with you, Mr. Kyriakou. What is Hellenic Energy strategy and vision in this regard from the targets of EU and with the fact that a refinery, by definition, is a carbon-intensive industry?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a real pleasure being able to share our thoughts, the Hellenic Energy thoughts about this very important topic. Yes, indeed, it is a common ground that energy transition is critical towards an environmental sustainable economy. Yet there is an underlying challenge, and the challenge is related to how to balance the necessity and the urgency of this transition with the ability to have access to a secure access to affordable products. In this context, in Hellenic Energy, we have already launched a holistic transition program. It's called Vision 2025, with a mid-term target of reducing the carbon footprint by 50% until 2030. Part of it is going to be realized with renewables, almost 20%, let's say, out of this 50. And part of it is going to be realized, most of it, with investments in the industrial sector. That these investments are going actually to be integrated in the industrial sector. And let me give you some examples. We are actively working in 4 categories. The first is going to be towards energy efficiency. So we are upgrading equipment in order to achieve better efficiency. We are enhancing our heat integration in order to have better performance. We are daily monitoring and optimizing the energy mixture that we are using in order to arrive to the best economic fuel that also implies fuels with lower carbon intensity. And in this context, we also have a new weapon in our armory, which are the digital tools. So the digitalization of this industry sector is giving us the ability, to do to take very fast decisions and monitor real time and optimize our operation. So this is the first category. The second category are renewable fuels. So we have a program, and we are very rapidly studying how to build, to co-process biofeedstock in order to produce renewable diesel, HVO, and how to produce sustainable aviation fuel utilizing hydrogenation technology, using hydroprocessing technology of biofeedstock. These are actually high capex operations, high capex investments, yet they are low risk because we apply technologies that are already known to our industry. The only risk, potential risk in these activities is the scarcity of the biofeedstock.
Demand is there, that's for sure.
The demand is there, the demand is there, exactly. It is very well described in the RED 3, so the market is quite mature and actually is waiting for the product to be delivered. And also these investments, they have another side, which is the how to optimize the blending activity, because these new products need to be blended in a very accurate way in order to deliver the best quality product to the consumer. Now, the next category, which I'm going to discuss anyway in more detail, is the carbon capture. This is very critical in our industry because in our industry we have operations that they have inherent production of CO2. And when I say inherent, for example, is in the Elefsina industrial installation, we produce hydrogen. The hydrogen is a very critical stream for our industry. Actually, if you don't have it, you have to shut down the whole installation. So in order to produce this hydrogen, you have a hydrocarbon. You take the hydrogen out of the hydrocarbon, and you have a leftover of the carbon in the form of CO2. So you understand that you cannot avoid this CO2 unless you actually stop. In these cases, there is the carbon capture technology that fits better in order to reduce this carbon footprint. How it works? This technology is like an add-on. You just combine it with your unit. It absorbs the CO2 and allows you to continue operate without interruption and produce your hydrogen. At the end of the day, you transport this CO2 with an end destination of a sequestration to appropriate geological formations. We have to understand a little the numbers. In the Elefsina industrial installation, this CO2 associated with this carbon capture is almost 40% of the CO2 of the installation. We're talking big numbers. So there is the opportunity, one single investment, to have a big benefit. That's why it's so important for us. Now, the next category, which we are just in the phase of studies, because we want to prepare ourselves for the future, are the green hydrogen and the e-fuels. What are the e-fuels? The e-fuels are actually products produced with a combination of renewable hydrogen, green hydrogen, and another component, either CO2 from a carbon capture to produce methanol and e-jet, or with nitrogen to produce ammonia. We have done all these studies. We know what are the pros and the cons. These are actually investments with high capex, high complexity, and there is still innovation part in those because the TRL are still medium to low.
And the visibility about the demand, maybe, or the logistics as well, or the transportation.
Okay, there is, exactly, I fully agree with you. There is high stress in terms of infrastructure and in terms of the whole value chain, which we can discuss further. Yes.
No. Thank you very much for these intro remarks. I will now pass to Mr. Handalas, CEO of Principia Energy. What are the challenges that you see, also looking from the solar power industry's point of view, that we understand it's now proven to be the cheapest and easiest way to deploy solutions to meet the decarbonization goals that we have been discussing? At least part of it, because in some cases in the industry, as we saw just right now, it's not that easy to do just by plugging in green electricity in the mix. Massive investments are required to accelerate this progress. Are we on the right path, and what are the challenges that the solar industry is facing today from your point of view, with the hat as well of the chairman of Solar Power Europe from Brussels?
Yes, first of all, thank you again for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. Let me also remind you what's Principia, because it's a new brand. Principia is the newly formed joint venture between Enel and Macquarie Group here in Greece, one of the biggest investments in the renewable sector in the country, which is also a kind of a vote of confidence on behalf of foreign funds to the Greek economy. As you mentioned, we are in a kind of a transition phase of the energy transition. So in my point of view, we are like graduating from the elementary school now, going to the middle school. And in my point of view, through these years, we've seen a lot of progress. We've seen the solar industry scaling up, being the dominant player now towards the cleaner generation that we are imagining. We expect to have 750 gigawatts of solar in Europe by the end of 2030. On the other hand, we also find out the challenges of the technology, the stochastic nature, the supply chain. All these things are issues that the European Union is trying to tackle. In my point of view, what is important now is that we need to advance faster in policy decisions. The policymakers, the governments, and centrally the European Union now have the responsibility to help the industry and the renewables go faster, because sometimes, as we all understand, fossil fuels are here, fossil fuels will remain here, will help the transition, but sometimes this is distracting the efforts from going faster. Because what we need to do is we need to understand and realize that the real target is 100% renewables energy mix. So the sooner we go there, the better for the economies, the better for the environment and for ourselves. To do this, as it was discussed also earlier, it's very important to tackle all the challenges in grid. We need to challenge the supply chain challenges. We've seen huge innovation efforts. Enel owns a manufacturing facility in Italy called 3Sun, and 1 week ago we achieved a 29.8% efficiency in solar panels, which is like miraculous comparing to the efficiency levels that we had 10 years ago. Europe needs to help such initiatives. Europe needs to help the manufacturers make a resilient supply chain based in Europe. In my point of view, the last thing that I want to mention is that something that we also notice here in Greece, a big effort towards accelerating storage infrastructure. I think that most of us understand that renewables must be paired with storage from now on. We have reached in most of the countries the number of the standalone renewables that we need. So now we need to make sure that we go faster towards creating the storage infrastructure that we need and also upgrading the grids where needed. I think these are the main challenges, and on these, the policymakers need to act.
I fully agree with your statements, and as we have seen before from the remarks of Mr. Mylonas, the investments needed on this are massive. We're talking about almost more than 90 billion euro for our region, which is extreme. So this is one of the risks, if I may say, that how do we do that without disrupting the status quo, disrupting the day-to-day operations. I will move back to Mr. Kyriakou. What is the philosophy that you believe that of the individual projects that are needed in order to meet the vision of establishing an industrial application paradigm, like giving us a concrete example from the group, from Hellenic Energy Group?
Well, as we said, mainly we are focusing on those 4 categories. The main idea behind it is how to optimize the benefit of all those. And what I mean, there is not one single industrial installation that is identical to the other. So the challenge here is how to well position all those infrastructure and all those investments around our system in order to get the best out of it. For example, we have industrial installation that have surplus of hydrogen, which now they downgrade, they don't need. We have another industrial installation that has surplus of heat energy, which we don't need and we downgrade. So the challenge is how to map and position all those investments to get the best outcome. Yet there are a lot of challenges related with the value chains, and we need to further highlight this, especially in relation to the value chain of the carbon value chain. The big driver in this value chain is coming from the avoided cost of the CO2. So, due to the ambiguity of the future projection of the CO2 price, we cannot build a solid investment plan. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that we need to understand that in our industry, those investments cannot be modularized, meaning you cannot just build something now for 10%, and if it goes well next year to build another for another 10%, etc., etc. You need to pre-invest. You need to build in big scales. So this requires from the industry to pre-invest in large amounts. So in order to be able to do this, we need further support, both in terms of CapEx and in terms of OpEx. Okay, and this will have a more sustainable investment plan.
Looking at the forecast for CO2 prices, I don't think that they look that they would be on a downward sloping, let's say, position. But indeed, we do have, let's say, a lot of uncertainties looking ahead, but we have seen them going up a lot. It relates as well with policy decisions in terms of what are the allowances to be given to start with, and then play on the market and see and trade and see where the prices will go. But we do have a view that CO2 prices will remain at relatively high levels of 60, 70, 80 or plus, much more than that. A lot of projections even talk about €200 per ton of CO2 in the coming years. So this is a very important element. In this respect in mind, because CO2 is also something that we should measure along the supply chain, the logistics as well of the supply chain. We have seen in recent years solar market being flooded by equipment from China. May that be the solar panels, but not only that. In batteries as well, even bigger, let's say, dependency on the imports from China. What needs to be done in terms of EU manufacturing now to increase the capacity, avoid a strong dependence on third countries outside the EU, primarily China, as I just mentioned, which could derail the entire energy transition that we're talking about, because there is a lot of discussion on whether, okay, the cheap equipment should be allowed to come into Europe so that we can invest with lower capex in the energy transition, but at the same time we don't achieve the CO2 reduction in terms of the whole supply chain. We don't support our EU manufacturing, industrial jobs, job creation, and our economies. So there are always pros and cons, but what is the position of Solar Power Europe and your company's view on the coming years?
We need decisions. This is the as you mentioned, there is this dilemma that if we go local, we go expensive for the first years. So the energy transition is going slower. If we want to go fast, we need to go to China because they sell cheap equipment. But in that case, we don't have a secure supply chain. So this is the decision we need to make. In my point of view, Europe has been struggling to make these decisions the last 2-3 years, that the situation has become more critical. We think that maybe with a new synthesis, they will try to make the decisions, but we cannot have everything. It cannot happen without a cost. If we want a strong local industry, and this happens also in wind industry, where Europe is still dominant, but Chinese are starting, let's say, ramping up their production, I think it's very important to understand and realize that this should come at a cost. Europe must subsidize these manufacturing facilities. Europe must subsidize even the OpEx of these manufacturing facilities. Europe must change some of the regulations so that there is a kind of a direct subsidy to industries that are helping the energy transition. There can be mistakes, but sometimes in order to avoid the mistake and maybe avoid having one bankrupt manufacturer or one crap manufacturer, we struggle to create an industry for the rest. So I think we need decisions and, of course, actions at a cost.
I leave the audience with these takeaways. I would like to thank both of our panel members here for the invaluable and insightful discussion that we had. Now we have lunch, which is a brief lunch, if I may say, at least for our standards, but we do have a tight program ahead of us. So please join me in thanking both our speakers.
We are back again. And we are continuing the program with a very, very interesting panel conversation. We have the honor and the privilege to host the ambassadors from regional countries. The title of the panel is Empowering Energy Security and Transition, Insights from U.S. on Energy Policy and Investments. With us is the ambassador, U.S. Ambassador in Greece, Mr. George Tsounis, Mrs. Angela Aguilar, Ambassador of U.S. Embassy in North Macedonia, Mr. Christopher Hill, Ambassador of U.S. Embassy in Serbia, Mrs. Julie D. Fisher, Ambassador of U.S. Embassy in Cyprus, and Mrs. Mary Eileen David, Mission Director of USAID Kosovo. Co-moderator of this panel is the Chair of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Nicholas Bakatselos. I would kindly ask all the panelists to join us here.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back from lunch. It's always tough to get the crowd back, but we have a star panel here. So I'd like to welcome you to this discussion on empowering energy security and transition, insights from the U.S. on energy policy and investment. Today, we have with us an esteemed group of U.S. ambassadors and representatives who are at the forefront of energy policy and international cooperation. So we have with us Mr. George Tsounis, Ambassador of the U.S. to Greece. Welcome, Ambassador. Ambassador Angela Aguilar, Ambassador of the U.S. to North Macedonia. Welcome, Ambassador. It's great to have you with us. Ambassador Hill, Ambassador of the U.S. to Serbia. Welcome back, Ambassador. And Ambassador Julie Fisher, Ambassador of the U.S. to Cyprus. And, of course, Mary Eileen David, Mission Director of USAID in Kosovo. Welcome, welcome. So, your insights are crucial as we navigate the complex landscape of energy security and the ongoing transition towards greener energy solutions. I thank you all on behalf of AmCham and myself personally for being here with us. It's an honor. So I've compiled a few questions that I'd like to start and ask each and every one of you. My first question is, in light of recent developments in the Middle East and the ongoing war in Ukraine, what are your views on the trajectory of Europe's energy efficiency and independence? If the geopolitical situation worsens, how do you believe the U.S. should respond? So, Ambassador Tsounis, could we start with you, please?
Well, let's start with the premise that energy security is national security, and it is in everyone's best interest that their energy, from everything from keeping the lights on and the heat on and operating rooms functioning, that they have a reliable energy source. I think Europe has made a series of mistakes over decades where they relied on a sole provider for energy and a provider that ultimately used it for extortive purposes. We've learned that lesson well, and there is infrastructure that's being put in place so each country can manage their energy security, which again is national security. This is a transition, though, because the priorities here are not only energy security, but it's decarbonization, it's transitioning, it's providing multiple energy sources. My good friend, the Bulgarian energy minister, is here, and we work very, very closely. Ian, the TSO CEO from Romania, is also here. I spent a lot of time with Ian because they are essential in building the vertical corridor, which is Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine. Each country brings something to the table, but fundamentally, it is in everyone's best interest that they cooperate on this to provide alternatives, the transition, and to decarbonize. Now, the war in Ukraine and the challenges that we have in Gaza have the potential to signal to oil traders that we can have a spike in pricing. That provides a lot of challenge because it disproportionately impacts the most vulnerable in our society. Those challenges, combined with supply chain challenges, the fact that goods and services that go on ships, which is 90% of the global economy, can have to go around the Horn of Africa, which adds 10 days and tremendous costs, augments what is already an inflationary environment. So we're hitting the most vulnerable at the supermarket and at the gas pump and, electricity. You had a situation in Europe over the last couple of years where the average homeowner who was spending 150 euros a month for electricity, that went up sixfold. Think of a family that had to go from 150 euros to 900 euros. That's a challenge. So, we have to come up with a comprehensive plan that addresses energy security, but also keeping cost low. Now, that's a transition. One of the challenges came from the earthquake in Japan, where they did away with nuclear. Germany did the same thing. It provided the war in Ukraine. It took a year to de-link electricity prices from LNG as they shot up multiple fold. They were 7 times what they were in the U.S. So I think we have to be more agile. We have to be quicker about it because it's not only a national security issue. It's not only deleveraging Gazprom and getting Russia off of Europe's neck because they are using it to destabilize governments in the region, but it's also essential in economics. You're not going to have data centers or manufacturing if you can't provide reliable and affordable electricity.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Aguilar?
Thank you. What a great question, and thank you for including me, and it's a delight to be here. Thank you. And I want to thank you also specifically for the partnership that we have seen over the course of the past couple of years between AmCham here and AmCham in North Macedonia. I think we see that through these sorts of partnerships in business and particularly in energy, that this is where the collaboration that is so critical comes. As Ambassador Tsounis said, the energy security is national security. And I was struck by our conversation we had earlier today about the global implications of security on all of us, and really the urgency of, excuse me, the current imperative and the current opportunities for this. The greatest example on which my friend, the Minister for Energy, is here with us today, and delighted by the work that we have been able to do together, and Ambassador Tsounis and I talking about the interconnector. It's just one example of one of those opportunities that we have within the region that will have a significant impact not only on the energy security of the Balkans, but throughout Europe. And these are the types of opportunities that, quite frankly, I don't think we can afford to lose. And so I look forward to continuing that conversation, and I believe that those sorts of conversations not only make us all more secure, but also make us more prosperous and independent.
Thank you, and thank you for mentioning the AmCham of North Macedonia. We're great friends, and I think, as you said, this shows the trajectory of how things could go in the future. Ambassador Hill, it's over to you now, please.
Well, thank you very much, and let me join others in saying what a pleasure it is to be back here at this great forum, which I remember when I was here 2 years ago, and we felt we were dealing on a kind of precipice of a lot of different issues soon to happen. But I think what has happened in Ukraine and the fact that this has turned into a long war should remind us all of the point that the 2 previous panelists have already made, which is energy policy is national security policy. What has happened in Ukraine is, I think, a wake-up call for us all, whether in just raw security policy, but also food and certainly energy as well. So with respect to Serbia, Serbia made some fateful mistakes early on. First of all, there's been an underinvestment in energy, a over-reliance on coal, and then, of course, the decision that was made some years ago, by the way, before the current government, because a lot of things in Serbia are just completely politicized. This was even before the current government, the decision to sell to Russia the main oil refinery. So these are issues that need to be addressed and need to be addressed with some urgency. Serbia's need for natural gas the natural gas supply has been 100% from Russia. And with coal, of their total energy needs being 44%, of their total electricity needs, coal being some 33%, it's time to phase out coal. And so Serbia has a massive job ahead of it, but I'm pleased to say that good things are happening. First of all, I have been very much a believer in the need for much greater regional cooperation, and show me energy policy and I'll show you regional cooperation. And we are already seeing that. This Bulgarian connector is going to play a major role as Serbia looks for additional or diverse supplies of natural gas. There are ongoing talks with Romania that could bring some natural gas developed in Romania into Serbia. These are major changes. We estimate in the next 3 to 5 years, if Serbia wants to buy Russian natural gas, it will be a function of the price of it, not a function of being desperate for it. So I think we're going to see a big change. In addition, the issue of renewables. You know, for many people, they looked at renewables and just thought this is some pipe dream for the future. Actually, the change in energy prices, the change in the improvement in technology makes renewables really quite an important element of any energy mix. There are ongoing and talks are probably about finishing up now in Serbia with an American producer of solar power, and that's going to add a gigawatt to the entire system. There's also talks of advanced talks really about working with Romania on more hydropower, this time in the form of pump storage. I think the most important thing about our energy future is to understand that it's never going to be just one thing. There are a lot of technologies that are competing with each other and may coexist with each other in the long run. But I think it's very clear to all of us that we all have stories to tell. For example, in the U.S. right now, you can have most electric companies divided by the states, so there are 50 electric companies, probably more. They have this, you buy solar panels for your house. You can use it for your house. If you produce more, it goes back to the electricity company, and you get a credit. Well, that is going on in a lot of different places, and so we all have to share our experiences. But I do hope, in Serbia's case, there's one other element of all this, which is a country that has had its issues in the past, continues to have its issues, but increasingly is pointing westward. And a big part of that reason is for the cooperation in energy supplies and the need to address those and solve them in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Hill. I think you touched upon two things that I'd like to dig in deeper later on: renewables and the lessons learned from the U.S. that could apply to the region. Thank you, Ambassador Fisher.
There we go. Better? Okay. Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be with my colleagues on this panel and to talk about this subject. And in particular to do it with AmCham, which has just been such an important partner for me. Every Every place I've ever served since becoming a diplomat in the 90s, AmCham has been there and has been an absolutely essential partner for helping us navigate relationships together to the benefit of American companies, American affiliated companies. So this is perfect. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your kind words.
Yes, yes. So, look, the premise of your question was sort of, what if it gets worse? Well, you know, here we are 2.5 years into Russia's incredibly brutal war against Ukraine. It is worse. It's not what if it gets worse. It is worse. And so what are we going to do? We're going to keep at what we have been trying to do since the United States of America started warning about this war, right? And that involves, as my colleagues have said, right, it involves ensuring that we recognize what the Kremlin's playbook is, looking at how the Kremlin has weaponized energy or depriving countries of energy resources. And so it means doing more, first and foremost, in renewables. We all know that. We all understand that. But it also means that as we look at various energy projects and we look at what is going on, and I will speak specifically to the Cyprus case here, that these projects are not simply local projects or national projects, particularly when we're talking about member states of the European Union or NATO allies, for example, right, the transatlantic family. We have to be thinking much bigger about how it is that we counter the Kremlin in these ways. And so, you know, for us, I think we see that this high global demand for natural gas has empowered and enriched Russia, right, and actors like Russia. So there is an urgency, an absolute urgency for Western nations that possess these resources to get them to market as soon as possible. So progress on renewables and natural gas together is overdue. And now is the time to make economically viable choices that will enhance, in the case of the country where I am working, that will enhance Cyprus's energy security and that of the Eastern Mediterranean and Europe for decades to come. And now is the time for Cyprus to emerge from some of those past patterns that have prevented overdue progress. American companies that are in this sector have made their commitments clear with long-term investments that will power the Eastern Med for generations. This includes not only financial investments, but also the sharing of expertise and experience, ensuring the region is equipped with the infrastructure and technology to meet future energy demand sustainably and to be able to counter that pressure coming from the Kremlin. In return, I say to the president of AmCham, but I will say that in return, I believe American companies rely on genuine, sustained partnership with host governments that are built on trust, transparency, and tenacity when it comes to achieving goals together. Our biggest companies provide unwavering stability and predictability, and they are looking for the same thing in return. In the Eastern Med, U.S. partnerships are driving the development of traditional energy resources and the shift toward low-carbon economies, aligning with global climate goals and enhancing the role in the global energy market. And so with Cyprus in that key position that it's always been in, at the crossroads of Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa, and with the transatlantic shift away from Russian energy, cutting off that financing for Russia's brutal war in Ukraine, Cyprus is poised to play an essential role in promoting this energy security and the energy transition if it makes the choice to do so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. David?
Let me also add my thanks to you for having me here today and to be able to join such an esteemed panel and to be here in Greece, who is a good partner with USAID in Kosovo and Kosovo as well. So thank you so much. One of the ways that the U.S. has responded is through USAID in launching the U.S.-Europe Energy Bridge as a way to bring together European and Eurasian energy sector stakeholders, namely the Western Balkans, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, with financing and technological and operational expertise necessary to address significant critical infrastructure investments and management needs. The energy bridge through bilateral and regional projects acts as a counterbalance to the efforts of malign influence in the region and builds on decades of USAID's efforts to improve regional energy security while advancing U.S. national security, commercial interests, and aiming to empower our allies to break free from the energy and financial dependence of other sources. So support for this initiative is focused on three main pillars. Structuring energy markets to align with the common European model and increasing trade with Europe and allied countries, diversifying energy resources and enabling investment, as I mentioned, and strengthening energy and critical infrastructure resilience to respond to emergencies.
Thank you. Thank you all. I think all of you spoke of regional cooperation and the importance that energy could play in this opening up cooperation between countries. So I'd like to move slightly away from that and perhaps talk about something that we've all felt, particularly this summer, climate change. So with the world facing unprecedented climate challenges, how well do you think the countries you represent are responding to these issues? What steps, including new energy and environmental policies, will be most effective in achieving significantly reduced or net zero emissions? And how is the US contributing to these efforts? Climate change remains the most critical challenge, I think, of our time. And I would appreciate if you could discuss how your the countries you represent are addressing these challenges and the role that the US is playing.
Thank you, Nico. Climate change may be the most significant challenge we're going to face. If we're going to limit the temperature of the world from climbing at no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, we're going to have to make $30 trillion worth of investments over the next 7 years. That's an average of $4.5 billion a year. We're currently making $1.8 trillion a year. So we have a ways to go, but it is achievable. Now, let me give you the reality of it. The money exists in the United States and in Europe, particularly in Northern Europe, but they're 22% of the global population. We're also going to have to figure out how we bridge the gap in investments in sub-Saharan Africa, in some of the truly most vulnerable countries in Indo-Pacific. India and China are $1.4 billion each, and they're significant coal burners. So we're going to have to figure out a way to help everyone expedite the transition, because it is a transition. We can't just snap our fingers and say we're all going to be carbon neutral. There are consequences when you do this transition that we're going to have to ameliorate. There are millions of people that work in these industries in the United States. You look at Kozani, over this particular decade, as Greece is coming out of the lignite business, there'll be 50,000 people in that region that work in that industry. We're going to have to figure out, so we can avoid an economic cataclysm, how to retrain everyone that works in the lignite industry and put them to work. That's very important, because there's a human consequence here as well. So we have to have a very comprehensive plan in how we decarbonize. Now, when I say a transition, I think the challenge is, I would like, and I have a dream, that everything would be a renewable. But we still need something, and this is the most important phrase I'm going to say today, base load. Even in Greece, where you have over 300 days of sunshine, the sun doesn't always shine. Now, last year, Greece had 57% of its electricity come from renewables. Number 3 in Europe, top 10 in the world. By 2028, it will be 80%. It will be a net exporter. We're working on, with Cyprus, the Great Sea Interconnector. There are proposals going forward to interconnect Egypt, Africa, with Greece. Greece is interconnecting its islands. DEFSA is working with Bulgaria to take the the Greek-Bulgarian interconnector from 3 gigawatts to 4.5 gigawatts and expanding the second one. And we have to figure out a way to do the Greek-North Macedonian interconnector. If we don't, and this is the insanity of it, right now, you know, it is Russian lignite. To have this interconnector, it will reduce carbon by 60 to 65%. It will reduce nitrogen by 80 to 85%. We cannot let the enemy of the perfect be the substantial improvement as we transition. But one of the challenges to this $30 billion price tag is going to be, how do we get the entirety of the world investing, changing habits and investing, and doing so as quickly as possible? Because, folks, you know, my father taught me about the ancient Greek art of rhetoric, ethos, logos, pathos. But, you know, there's intrinsic scientific data. Climate crisis is real. It may be the greatest existential threat to our planet. It is creating food scarcity. It doesn't rain a lot in a lot of places. I mean, Greece is starting to grow mangoes. It's becoming a tropical environment. It did not snow this year. You know, these are long-term challenges, but it seems that the 100-year storm is happening every 18 months. And we've seen the devastating impacts, not just in Greece. 48% of the forest around Alexandroupoli burned last year. We saw the floods in Thessaly. We saw the devastating fires in the Athens suburbs this year. And I'm grateful to my friends at USAID, who last year provided $100,000 to the Hellenic Red Cross, and this year $140,000 to ease human suffering, as there is a human cost, you know, to this as well. But, you know, you have forests that are burning, not just in Greece, but everywhere. Last year, one of the wealthiest places in the world, in Maui, people died. And you know, this crisis has to be addressed. We cannot put our head in the sand and pretend it is going to go away. So in addition to the investments, we have to change habits. So U.S. technology usually leads the way. But we're going to have to, in Greece, for instance, as Greece is a tremendous investor in renewables. There's 120 gigawatts of approved renewable plans, projects that are approved in Greece, more than the electrical grid can handle. We need to expand the electrical grid. High tension to Italy, and storage, batteries. Now, these are tremendous economic opportunities that will create jobs. So let's come up with a plan that in a place like Kozani, or in a place like West Virginia, or a place like Eastern Kentucky, we can transition how we heat our houses, but do so with respect to working people who are in these industries, and that's how they put food on the table. We need to do both, and we need to do both with a sense of urgency.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Engler, what's the situation in North Macedonia?
Well, let me begin by saying that I just got back last week from a family vacation to Alaska. So I love this question. I've never been there before. You all know it's notoriously cold and covered in snow. Not as much, I'm very sorry to say. A speedboat captain took us out to a glacier that had lost 3 miles in the last 2 years. It was startling to take a helicopter ride over some of the tallest mountains in the United States with no snow on them. As I was leaving Skopje for this very wonderful holiday, huge swaths, kilometers and kilometers of North Macedonia were on fire, as you know, because they were mirrored right here in Greece. And the devastation that we have seen simply cannot be denied. But the very critical point here, I think, is what Ambassador Sunis said, is, while it is undeniable, it is also not an automatic fix. And while we can recognize, again, the imperative of clean energy, it isn't as though we can flip that switch and immediately move to clean energy. If we could, that would be fabulous. And if any of you have that idea, let us know and we'll get on it. But it is something that takes time, and we have clearly seen that in North Macedonia, where Ambassador Sunis and I advocated for quite a long time for the interconnector, which is for carbon-based LNG, but is a heck of a lot cleaner than lignite. And so it is something that in some countries in the world that don't have the kind of statistics that you can point to here in Greece, in order to get to that point is going to have to take A, recognition, and then B, serious investment from serious people who recognize that the need is there and that we must take action, and again, with a real sense of urgency.
Thank you. Ambassador Hill.
Well, first of all, I just second everything that has already been said. I don't have a lot to add in that regard. I would like to say that with respect to Serbia's electricity production, we're talking about 3% as from renewables. So there's a tremendous opportunity there. As I mentioned, we have a new solar plant going in, which will contribute some. A lot of wind projects. But I guess the question is, I think there's a lot of opportunities for the business community in the renewables business. And I think the issue is, does the government have the right regulatory framework? Are they able to accept these things? Are they able to push with pilot projects? And the answer is, we find a government very, very interested in doing this. You know, as you know, Serbia has probably Europe's biggest and maybe best lithium reserves. And this has been quite a political issue in Serbia, enormous, and it's mixed up with everything. Shocking to think about this, it's been mixed up with politics as well. But I think it's going to be a situation where ultimately I think it will prevail, and I think it'll help in Europe's green economy. And another thing, we've learned a lot of bitter lessons from Ukraine and earlier from COVID. But we've learned that it's best to have your raw materials as close to you as possible, and we see this too. Serbia is also producing an electric car as we speak. It's a Stellantis electric car. But right now, that car, you'd have to describe it as running on lithium, on coal, because that's 60% of the electricity production is lithium. So it doesn't really do much good to have an electric car unless you have the green infrastructure to go with it. In terms of what we do in the U.S., and I do thank AID, because AID has done a lot of good work on this, especially in the issue of pilot projects. I mean, you go out to some secondary city in Serbia. I was out in a place called Čačak, and you basically have a project where you're putting in insulating. Now, insulating is a technology that's hardly new. But what you can do is you can show what happens to your heating costs when you use that. And then AID has also been behind a project to create a district heating and cooling plant using biomass. So the technologies are getting there. The regulatory framework is getting there. I think regulatory framework is probably the most important thing at this point. And I think we should, people have a right to get out in the streets and protest lithium or whatever they want, but we need to embrace the fact that we need to take action, and we need to look for not only more renewables, but things that make sense and things that will be acceptable to the public. And I'm pleased to say our technology, our assistance, our whole body language to the Serbs is show some audacity on this, go forward on this, because there's no going back on this issue. We all have to do what we need to do.
Nikola Tesla was Serbian, so we all expect more from.
Tesla is a name brand now, but you're right. In Serbia, it's usually a statue of a gentleman thinking very hard.
Ambassador Fisher, please.
Thanks very much. You know, when thinking about renewables and thinking about Cyprus, right, it is a place that is really blessed with so many incredible natural resources that can contribute to renewable energy. I think I heard you say, George, that you don't have enough sunshine in Greece, but we do in Cyprus. And look, there's an incredible community of investors, of businesses in green energy in Cyprus. And I think, you know, if Cyprus is going to make that turn, they're going to make that turn away from how they have been producing energy, which is one of the most polluting forms of energy production, the burning of mazout. What we really need to see in Cyprus, and what we would like to help be a partner on, is the kind of leadership that is going to help bring some of these projects across the line, like the Great Sea Interconnector, like advancing the technology around storage for the renewables, because, right, that's going to be a key part of this. You know, doing more to enable the green energy transition in Cyprus is absolutely critical. And, you know, it is not such a large piece of the European project, but, you know, Cyprus has the opportunity to really show some leadership in this way. And again, whether it's wind, whether it's sea, whether it's solar, there is an abundance of renewable opportunities in Cyprus that are ready to be seized. And so we're hoping to see some of these projects advance.
Thank you. Ms. Devitt?
Yes, thank you. So the U.S. government has contributed to the efforts to reduce net zero emissions in Kosovo in a number of ways. I mean, for years, USAID has long supported Kosovo to adopt EU-aligned energy sector policies and regulations, creating an open, transparent, and climate-friendly business environment. A good example of the U.S. government's assistance through USAID was Kosovo's success in awarding the first solar auction contract for a 100-megawatt solar facility. The success of this auction demonstrates that Kosovo presents real opportunities for international developers and investors to invest in Kosovo's energy sector. It was followed by the signing of an agreement for an inaugural 150-megawatt wind auction involving the Ministry of Economy, represented by Minister Rizvanoli, and International Finance Corporation, with significant support from USAID, the Embassy, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, in March of this year. So USAID is working across all government agencies to achieve the efforts of Western Balkans countries, but Kosovo in particular, in achieving 35% of its power from renewable sources by 2030.
Thank you. I think we all agree that the countries that you represent and the countries in Southeastern Europe are at different levels of renewables, as Ambassador Tunis said. But I think there are opportunities for companies perhaps to spearhead cooperation between the different countries through investment. I think Ambassador Hill touched upon it earlier when he was mentioning things that were happening in the US and could be replicated in our part of the world. So for the last question that I have, I'd like to ask you, are there any lessons that the US can give Europe on the ongoing energy transition based on your experience? Ambassador Tunis?
We're not an island, and we shouldn't. I'm going to deviate a little bit. I want to thank my friends. We're all friends. Ambassador Hill is a 5-time ambassador, was very instrumental in the Dayton Accords. And we went to diplomatic training school together, and he's a mentor and a brother. Ambassador Aguilar has said that we have fought and we will continue to fight for an interconnector to North Macedonia because it will help the people of North Macedonia. And that is the work that we're supposed to do. Ambassador Fisher, we went to Anavisi together. Need I say more? Need I say more? But I want to thank USAID, and I'm going to tell you why I'm proud of my country, because I don't think we talk about it enough. People ask, and what has the United States done for anyone else? USAID is a $29 billion agency. The taxpayers of the United States fund $29 billion a year to help people. So how is that impactful? The Moldovan energy minister is here today. The average person in Moldova, 90% of their paycheck goes to their electricity bill. USAID provides hundreds of millions of dollars a year to subsidize those so people can put food on the table. We work closely. I mean, we have here the TSO, CSOs, transmission service operators, and the energy ministers. Greece, my great friend from Bulgaria, who in October of 2022, we got together, we saw the Greek government together because Russia shut off the spigot in Bulgaria, and Prime Minister Mitsotakis provided slots in Evithusa and provided 35% of the energy to make sure Bulgaria got through the winter and didn't freeze to death, as was Russia's intentions. We worked together, and there are so many ways where Bulgaria helps Greece, and we all help Ukraine get through this, and Moldova. Romania was absolutely essential in helping Moldova set up its own energy trading entity, which is important today. So the lesson is we need to work together. We need to cooperate. If you look at the vertical corridor, which is essential in making sure that peoples get an energy source that is secure, as well as decarbonizing, Greece has capabilities, so does Bulgaria, so does Romania, etc. Ukraine has tremendous storage that's necessary. So as we move forward, we have to make sure that we never put ourselves in a position where we sole source energy to a country that uses it in a manner to exploit people, in an extortive manner, as a geostrategic tool, that we have our own independent and reliable energy sources, that we move towards decarbonization in an intelligent way as quickly as possible. Folks, we have some serious challenges here. The minister will tell you the coal mines that are in Bulgaria, and they're very, very significant. As we're transitioning away from coal in Bulgaria, there are massive holes in the ground that are going to have to be dealt with because they're an environmental hazard. We're going to have to deal with that because it's not just Bulgaria's problem or Kozani's problem or Eastern Kentucky's problem or West Virginia's problem. We are interconnected in this world, and challenges that exist affect all of us. So what I would like to say, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, as I am 4.5 months from going home, we need to drown out those that want to divide us, messages of hatred and division, and talk about things in terms of unity and kindness, interconnection, working together, helping each other, making sure that we all have opportunities. Kindness and love and decency and standing up for each other, because we are interconnected. And we have some very challenging times ahead of us because we have some very, very hateful rhetoric. I'm incredibly proud to have lived in Greece these last 2.5 years because I was blessed to be able to be the U.S. ambassador in the country that operates on principles and values. And that's what I want from all of us. Those of us that are here are blessed. We have had opportunities. We've had opportunities to grow up in a country that does not have community violence, that has safety. We're able to get great educations and be able to become the best versions of ourselves, to climb the ladders of success. But there's 117 million displaced persons in this world. They're not coming to destroy our society and take our jobs and all of that nonsense, yet we demonize them. I am the child of 2 immigrants. I married a woman who's a child of 2 immigrants. I was born in, my father was a waiter. My dad was an orphan. My parents knew war, they knew poverty, they knew starvation. Yet they were able to come to the United States and be accepted and have opportunity. Shouldn't every child have that opportunity? Do we not have to care about the children that are coming from the Sahel and Somalia and other places that are fleeing war and community violence and poverty? In Europe and the United States, we have challenging demographics. In Greece, we have a shortage of everything: tourism workers, There's 160,000 less construction workers in Greece than there was in 2007. And we're misunderstood when it comes to migration patterns. 80% of the people that wash up on the shores in Greece have skills that can immediately get to work and be productive. So don't we approach this issue with, let's intelligently incorporate them into society, get them a job, a place to live, put their kids in school, let them practice their own religion and their own culture, but also learn English and Greek and give them an education. And I will tell you firsthand, families of immigrants are grateful and entrepreneurial. They've built the United States. It's the single greatest economic experiment in the history of the world. Isn't this our ethos? We speak about philotimo, but let's make sure that we practice it. And everything that I have just said is not only the right thing to do for someone who got into an inflatable, has her 2-year-old on her shoulder, her 4-year-old in her hand, risking their lives to come to a place of freedom and opportunity. But giving everyone that opportunity is not only benefits those that are seeking to come to Europe, but it's the right thing to do for Europe. We need to start thinking of things with the brain of a banker but a heart of a social worker. Everything that I have said is in Europe's best interest, is in the United States' best interest. And we need to start understanding that we are completely interconnected. This is a world of 8.5 billion people. There are 10 million people that are displaced in Somalia. There are 9 million refugees in Egypt. We need to get ahead of this and understand there's some challenges, and we need a new thinking about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Aguilar.
It's not really fair to have to follow that. But I want to thank my friend, George Tsounis, for that very impassioned and very eloquent testimony, essentially. And I couldn't agree with him more. I'm not a good one to ask about the American model. I'm the daughter of a diplomat. I'm a diplomat. I've spent the majority of my life outside of my own country. And the lessons that I have taken echo, first of all, many of those that Ambassador Tsounis has shared. But they've also brought 2 other critically to me important lessons about the United States. And the first is the charitable nature of Americans. We are the most charitable citizens in the world, personally, privately, beyond what comes out of taxpayer dollars. because there is a sense that we take care of our neighbors, and that goes beyond politics, as it should. But the other balancing act, and I love George's reference of having the mind of a baker and the heart of a social worker, is entrepreneurship. And the two of those, I think, critically go hand in hand. Because, and you all here today are perfect examples of that, that we attack these challenges before us that we all face, whether it's climate change, whether it's energy security and independence, whether it's green energy, by having people like you, businesses that are willing to look at new solutions, to think creatively about those challenges, not to accept the status quo, and to say we have to get together, think about it, do this differently, and then make the investment that's going to make that happen. So I thank you all for embodying that.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador Hill.
Well, thank you very much. And now those are two speeches that I really cannot follow with with a matching amount of grace and compassion. But except to say, George, you've learned a lot since our ambassador seminar. I mean, you know, we were working on which fork to pick up for the salad course, and you know, and instead you've understood the essence of our country. But I suspect that happened a long time ago. But thank you, George, for all you've said, and maybe more importantly, for all you've done in this country, because I think you have brought Greece and America much closer together. So thank you for that. You know, I guess the original question, does anyone recall the original question? But I think it had to do, I
think they want oatmeal raisin cookie recipes.
Yeah.
I think that was it.
I think it had to do with how do we share our experience with the world, and certainly, as the spirit of these two answers suggests, we have a very open heart. I must say, in Belgrade, if I have a Greek business person wanting to see me, the first thing I say is not go see the Greek embassy. I listen to what the person has to say and see whether there's something we can do together. I feel very strongly about working with like-minded people. And as George said in his talk, I think this issue of climate change affects us all. It doesn't stop at any borders, as some of these wildfires have attested. So I think if we can work together on them, first of all, it's always good to work together, and secondly, maybe we can come up with more answers. I've mentioned a couple of things we've been doing in Serbia in terms of some of the technologies. And by the way, it's not just technologies. Technologies don't necessarily happen in government. What it is dealing with regulation, dealing with a regulatory experience, and realizing that we'll have issues that impede new players in the market, and by definition, you're going to have new players in the market to deal with some of these new problems and new technologies. So I think what AID has been successful in doing is, first of all, taking a look at each country's how they are organized for expanding the scope for energy saving, and then to try to make some suggestions. And by the way, I emphasize, it never helps when an American comes and says, do this. It helps when someone says, what do you think we should do? And then you can say whatever you want, but you have to wait for the question before you start lecturing on the answer. But I think in Serbia's case, we've had our problems with Serbia over the years, to be sure, but we got no problem now in terms of them coming up to us and saying, can you help in these issues? I mean, this pump storage idea is rather dramatic. I mean, you're taking water from a river, you're pumping it up to some river in the middle of the mountains, and you're bringing it down at certain times in order to expand the energy supply. So we're doing that, and I think on solar we do a lot, but other countries do a lot on solar as well. And again, I think we're going to need all hands on deck to resolve these issues. But I just want to let you all know that our door in the American Embassy in Belgrade is open. We love working with Greek business people. One of the reasons is you have a pretty good relationship with the Serbs. I mean, it goes back, but more importantly, it's just a good business relationship. You know how to deal with them when they're in your country, and you know how they deal with you when you're in their country. I mean, it's pretty good and pretty positive, and anything we can do to help, we would love to help.
Thank you, Ambassador Hill. Ambassador Fisher?
So if I remember the original question, it was
Lessons
teaching lessons to Europe, and I have 2 tours in Brussels, and what I learned in those 2 tours is Europe doesn't want lessons from the United States of America in general. And I think, you know, what I also have learned out of 2 tours in Brussels is that the incredibly hard work that we do every single day, from like the junior diplomat level, the junior military officer at SHAPE, to the ambassadorial level, to leaders in G7 or at NATO, right? Like the hard work that is all of that represents, where we come together and we build consensus on problem solving, where we share ideas, where we find a way to agree. This is where our power lies, is in building together. And you know, for the United States of America, partnership with our allies, partnership with our friends and like-minded countries, this has been what we have been doing for decades, and that's not changing, right? And so our adversaries think this is our weakness, that we're slow, that it takes time, that you know, you have to wait for meetings in Brussels or in Washington or for the G7 to convene, but they're wrong, because that is fundamentally the source of our strength. And so I think, you know, the key is not for either side of the Atlantic to be lecturing the other, but to thinking about how we do more together to solve problems big and small.
Thank you. Ms. Devitt?
I just wanted to say thank you for the recognition of the work that USAID has accomplished. However, we all know that could not be done without a whole of government approach. And that is something that I'm proud of, so thank you for that. Just to say, you know, we have long, USAID, US government through USAID has long supported Kosovo and other countries in the region to align their energy sector policies and regulations in accordance with EU norms to better integrate these small markets into the EU energy market. And we will, in turn, we will continue to do that and make attractive to international investors, private sector, and local entities the opportunity to invest in the clean energy transition and provide support to all citizens, including the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we have time for more questions. I think also that it's obvious that there are challenges that all our countries are facing, and that they are not only related to energy nor climate change. There are a multitude of challenges, and I think it's also obvious that what Ambassador Fisher said, I think what all of you said, that through collaboration, through partnership, I think we will be able to solve them to the extent that we can much better. This was a star panel. I said that at the beginning. I sincerely thank you for taking the time to participate in our panel, and I thank you for the great work that you do for the US in the countries that you represent. Thank you so much.
Well, we thank all the U.S. ambassadors participating in the previous panel discussion. And we are moving ahead with the next panel conversation, this time between ministers in the region. Title, Energy Cooperation in the Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean Region, a turning point for the EU's energy security. So I will appreciate if the if the ministers come to the panel here and take their seats. Moderator is Ms. Valbona Genelli, non-resident senior fellow from the Atlantic Council. Valbona, you want to introduce him? So, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valbona Zanelli. I'm with the Atlantic Council of the United States. And it's a great pleasure to moderate this session with the ministers of energy from the region. It's really difficult to follow that star panel of the U.S. ambassadors talking about the need for energy security in the region. I think the main takeaway is that energy security is a national security from that panel, and we believe that for European Union, this has been shown also during the crisis in the last 2 years, that one of the main pillars of the security architecture in Europe, the energy security, exactly was shaken during after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So when we talk about energy security, it's mainly resilience. Is resilience physical? Is economic? Is geopolitical? But it's also infrastructure and human, even more, especially in the region of Southeastern Europe. So I'm joined here by another star panel. We're waiting for the Minister of Energy and Environment of Greece, Theodore Skilanakis. He's going to join us later. He's a little bit late. Mr. Vladimir Malinov, the Minister of Energy from Bulgaria. Ms. Artane Rizvanoli, Minister of Economy of Kosovo. Ms. Sanya Bozinovska, the Minister of Energy, Mining and Mineral Resources, North Macedonia. And we have virtually online Mr. Sebastian Iona Burduia, the Minister of Energy of Romania. So as we discussed all this morning, the issues of geopolitics of energy are strongly influenced by the war in Ukraine, the crisis in the Middle East, as well as the deepening polarization across the world. Increasing fragmentation also reflected in energy markets, making the objectives of energy transition and resilience quite difficult. So I'd like to start with the question, which is actually the title of the panel. So why do you think that regional energy cooperation in Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean is a turning point for U.S. Energy security? What does the region bring to the EU? And I'd like to start with you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for, first of all, I would like to use this opportunity that actually it's my 4th time in a row that I'm participating in this great event. And I would like to thank to the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for inviting me, because this is actually one of my best places or forums where I really could speak freely. And as you correctly mentioned, before going to your question, it's really a high privilege to speak after the ambassadors panel, but also it's a big disadvantage because I'm still hearing the echo of the words of my friend George Tsounis and his very emotional, passionate, and human words, which, let's say, they touched us very, very deeply.
But in this panel, we're going to get exactly on what we are going to do to get to energy security.
We have done a lot, and we have a lot just in front of us. But I would make a reference to one another initiative which Greece also joined last year, and this is the initiative of the Free Seas, initiative which was very well developed with the support and origination of the US government. But nowadays, or today, I will have a look on another Free Seas, actually the letter C, which means maybe 3 major words which could identify and much more deeper describe what we need in the region. And this is collaboration, cooperation, and coordination. This is the new C's, and all that comes that only collectively, all the countries in the region, and we have good examples, which I will share with the audience later, on a bilateral basis, on a trilateral basis, which the countries of the region we have already started. But if all the countries in our region, we combine together and only collectively our voice could be much more stronger, our position could be stronger, and our voice should be much more better heard, not just in Brussels, but also in Washington. So this is, when we are talking about energy, we should forget that each of the countries could work separately. When we are talking about clean energy, we should work together. When we are talking about climate change, so it's not by single country. We are living in a very, very limited area where lignite coal in Bulgaria has a great impact and reflection in the region, or whatever, even much more broadly. That's the reason, once again, coming to the seas, climate change, clean energy, and that's a word which we should, at least one word to be remembered from my humble, let's say, speech today, is that is connectivity also. Connectivity, creating corridors, bringing energy from northern Africa for the whole regions, working together in a comprehensive and very result-oriented, pragmatic way to achieve our goals. So, and of course, when we're talking about energy, we should not forget, maybe as it was mentioned, that energy security is national security, but our vulnerability in these neighboring conflicts, I will not just name them conflicts, but war, terrible war, which is, okay, Romania is neighboring, directly bordering Ukraine, but from Bulgaria we are 200 kilometers away. So maybe physically we are protected, but cyber security is also we should take care about when we're talking about energy security as an important issue.
Well, thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for mentioning an important initiative, the 3Seas initiative that includes 13 countries, more than 100 million inhabitants in Europe, that really creates those connections, closer connections, north, south, east, west, and also creating those corridors regarding energy infrastructure and digitalization. And I completely agree with your point that, especially in this region, it's also about cooperation, because the region or countries separately are not big enough to attract the interest of serious investors. So that's why regional cooperation is key for the future. Thank you. So, Ms. Rizvanoli, so your perspective, why is that a game changer? Why Southeastern Europe can support energy resilience and diversification in Europe?
I think the answer to that question has been very clearly demonstrated to us throughout the last crisis, actually. Just like the pandemic before that, the energy crisis and the war in Ukraine, which aggravated, with the aggression against Ukraine, which aggravated the energy crisis, has shown us that neither of us is safe and resilient unless all of us are, and unless all of us are cooperating. What this means is that for energy security, we will need, again, this is a lesson that the crisis has also shown us, is that for energy security, we need to rely more on local sources, and that will mean a lot more on renewables than we have been. And we need to be able to trade electricity freely and to have the kind of infrastructure that allows for this. This makes cooperation and interconnectivity important and necessary in several ways. So if you're going to have more renewables, which is that is going to be needed at a technical level, but also it's also extremely important in terms of strengthening cooperation between like-minded countries and between countries with countries that we share values with, so that we don't repeat the same mistakes that Europe has made, which was mentioned earlier. When it comes to regional integration, there are, I think, two key building blocks here. One is infrastructure, of course, interconnectivity. Here, Kosovo, I'm happy to say, in terms of interconnectivity of electricity grids, stands among the top countries in Europe. With net transfer capacities of 1.3 and 1.2 gigawatts for import and export, compared to installed capacities, that is an interconnective ratio of 78%, which is one of the top in Europe. For illustration, the EU requirement was 10% for 2020 and 15% for 2030. So we have well exceeded this a long time ago. Nevertheless, we are still investing in new interconnectivity capacities in 400 kV lines with Albania that will further enable the deepening of our electricity market cooperation. Infrastructure alone is not sufficient, of course. We need reliable generating capacities on all sides, on both sides of the border. And of course, we need to have the markets that are liquid and transparent to be able to optimize the use of resources across the region. In this respect, this year has been key for Kosovo's electricity market in many ways, and one key milestone which we have achieved with the support of USAID here was to launch the Albanian Power Exchange jointly with Albania as of the 1st of February in 2024. We have an operational day-ahead market. We're coupled with Albania. And the next steps for which memoranda have already been signed with among TSOs and regulators are to couple the markets with North Macedonia and Greece. And at the same time, we are working to launch the day-ahead market in the next year, which will also help with the needed flexibility and balancing market, again, to enable and promote all the development of the renewables that we are planning both in Kosovo and other countries in the region. Of course, when we talk about regional integration, it's inevitably a political topic. As much as we would like to sometimes detach energy or economy from politics, it is just not possible. So on the one hand, for instance, in the case of Kosovo, while we are part of all regional integration initiatives, within the Berlin process, within the energy community, we are faced with a reality where at the same time as we speak, for the last 4 years, Serbia has not allowed the allocation of capacities, transmission capacities in the borders between Kosovo and... That was quite an entrance. Minister, welcome.
Sorry, but we had a delay of the initial flight, and everything has gone.
We're glad you're here with us.
You're just in time. This is just the first question. Serbia also takes every opportunity to block Kosovo's participation in regional market integration initiatives. And this is creating issues for market integration, not just for Kosovo, but of course for the whole region. And the losses that we have, the net welfare losses, just from the blockade of these capacities is around 20 million euros annually for citizens of the region, including those of Serbia. We are working on regional integration. It is not always a very smooth topic and way forward, but this is where the support of our partners is incredibly important.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for giving us a comprehensive view also where Kosovo is. Maybe we'll like to dig deeper later on and look at what kind of investments you're focused on for the future. And I'd like to thank Minister Skylakakis for Skylakanis. Thank you for
you are close, but not quite. So I think you pronounced my name in Latin.
Well, thank you for being with us today, Minister. We started this panel with the title of the session, which is why regional energy cooperation in Southeastern Europe and Eastern Mediterranean can be a turning point for EU's energy security. And so I'd like to get your perspective. And at first, thanking also for organizing this great event, bringing together not only policymakers, U.S. ambassadors in the region, but also the private investors that at the end, they are key for future developments in this field.
Well, let's start by saying that energy security is achieved through two means. One is
having the energy, and the second is having the energy in reasonable prices. Because if energy security means buying energy at extraordinary prices, then this is not energy security. This is the first thing that we must realize. The second is that the fact that EU to function needs a level energy field for EU to function as a whole economic space, as a united economic space, according to the treaties that we all have signed. We need a level energy field. This we have not achieved. This is partly for historic reasons. For example, the EU always had a very good gas connection, albeit coming from Russia. It did not have good electricity connections. So energy security means creating a level playing field within the EU and having enough electricity connections so that prices are relatively uniform, and at the same time having enough supply of energy coming from its own resources. Now, this means mainly renewable energy, because renewable energy, though it's stochastic, it's a lot more certain than any other kind of energy that is imported. Second level there is having gas supplies that are coming from EU countries. This can be part of the solution, not a big part in my mind. And thirdly, you need the ability to get gas or green molecules in general, when green molecules start replacing gas, and transfer from the international markets to the European countries. There, Greece has played a pivotal role by creating the Alexandroupolis terminal, LNG terminal, which will be operational by the commercially operational by the 1st of October. So this is something new and good. We have paid that through subsidies from the Greek taxpayer. So we have given our fair share, and more than our fair share, to the energy security of the region in terms of LNG capacity. And we are also accelerating our renewable resources. We now have 60% of our electricity grid, about 60% covered by renewable resources. And this is going to go up very much. And this competitive renewable energy is part of the energy security of the region, since we can export it, at least sometimes, as other countries' resources are also part of the energy security. We are one of, I think, within the 10 countries in the world that go as fast in renewable resources as Greece. And finally, energy security and energy prices are extremely important for economic development. And we need, and part of our energy security is independence from imports. We need our own energy. Thus, what we are doing in terms of renewable energy is extremely important also for our geopolitical independence, or independence from geopolitical factors, and this is something that we offer also to the EU energy security. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. The interesting part of this panel is that some of the countries are EU members, so are supported directly also from funding from the EU, and others are in the road to EU, to become EU members in the future. So I'd like now to turn to Ms. Sanya Bozinovska, the Minister of Energy, Mining and Mineral Resources of North Macedonia, to bring your perspective on my question.
So thank you very much for the invitation. North Macedonia finally has a ministry. It's first time that we have ministry from June this year. So we are now working at the energy law and law for renewables. And energy security is very important. I'm sure you're aware in June this year, 21st of June, there was a blackout in the region, meaning in Croatia, Bosnia, Albania, and Montenegro, there was no electricity. So we were all concerned, and there is also a working group with the TSOs in the region, just trying to find out what happened, what was the reason, and we hope that we will cooperate more on a regional level so we can be well prepared. Regarding the energy security, our country has mostly production on coal, and we are working on energy transition at the moment. So far in the last 3 years, there were 700 megawatts of solar power plants built, meaning we need now to make some investments in our transmission, the lines, and we are working now. We need to make the transmission line with Albania. We are still not connected. And before you heard the ambassadors, we are working with the gas connector with Greece. We really want to connect, and we will do our best to find a solution in order the gas connector to be connected. And we really think that even though we are a small country, we need to cooperate more on a regional level and to have the energy security not a question, and just to work more. So I think we will, me as a minister, I think I will visit the neighboring countries and to make some working groups in order to cooperate more on a regional level, because we have the same goal.
Well, thank you, Minister Bozinovska, for pointing out to the importance of regional cooperation. We should have online Minister Burduia, the Minister of Energy of Romania. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you well. Hope you can hear me.
Great. Thank you, Minister, for being with us virtually. So we'd like to get your feedback on really what we're discussing in the panel. So the importance of regional cooperation in Southeastern Europe and how that impacts energy security in Europe, but more broadly also in the transatlantic community.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. Greetings to all those present and to my dear friends, the ministers. Believe me, there's no better place to be in right now than Thessaloniki. Certainly a lot better than here, but we have a couple of elections coming up, so I had to stay in town. I do believe that we need a common response to the energy trilemma. We need secure energy, we need affordable energy, we need green energy. And it is our strong viewpoint that this is the right order of priority. Romania has closed down some of its coal-based capacities, most of them actually, over the past few years. And now we are having some challenges in ensuring security of supply because indeed we were, depending on baseload production. Our plan is simple. We are investing a lot in green energy through the use of EU funds. We have around 18 billion euros grant funding available, and we've financed about 10,000 megawatts solar and wind, which should come online in the next 3 to 4 years. Battery storage and hydro pump storage. But medium to long term, our answer to the trilemma is nuclear. We're strong proponents of that. We've had a nuclear program since the 1970s. And oddly for our region, we didn't turn to the Soviet Union for this nuclear program. We turned to Canada. And indeed, now we're developing it with our Canadian partners, but also with the US, and also investing quite a bit in small modular reactors, which we believe are part of the solution for the future. And we're glad to work with NuScale, a US company that's been licensed. I think it's the only SMR technology that was licensed to date by the Nuclear Research Commission in the US. And so through these combination of measures, we believe we can ensure secure, affordable, and green energy. I also think we need to work as one team in the region. In fact, if you look at the energy map, prices in the recent period, you will see that we are all paying quite a lot more than countries in Western and Central Europe. I don't think that's okay. I don't think the EU is operating as a single energy market. And of course, we're happy to respond to aid requests from our neighbors, foremost Ukraine. That does create an additional pressure on prices. And along with other issues that have happened in the grid, in the interconnections with Central and Western Europe, we see that we unfortunately have to pay a lot more. I do welcome a recent initiative by Greece. Thank you, Mr. Minister, to bring this point to Brussels' attention. I think we do need to stand together and resolve it as soon as possible. I also think we need to define amongst ourselves, if we are to act as one team, certain red lines that we will not cross. In one encounter with a neighboring energy minister in Europe, he told me, look, we need to take politics out of the energy sector, and we're going to basically continue imports from Russia. And I said, well, we can take politics out of energy, but we can't take geopolitics out of energy. And I do believe that. I don't think that this is the time to compromise with countries that have used energy as a weapon of blackmail and to expand their influence and authoritarian tendencies. So, you know, I think the war in Ukraine has created opportunities. It has created pressure on Europe to reduce dependency on Russian gas. I think these are all good things, and we're very strong proponents of the vertical corridor and other initiatives where Romania and other countries can indeed benefit from alternative sources through Greece, maybe through Turkey and other countries. Obviously, Bulgaria is there in the transit line. And last but not least, I guess a message and a plea would be to be very bold. I'm biased, I am from the region, but I believe we have some of the brightest minds in energy. I believe we have some of the highest potential for energy production, especially renewables, but not only. I said nuclear. We do have gas, and we're going to exploit gas in the Black Sea. Romania will by 2027, which will make us the #1 gas producer in Europe. We're already covering consumption with the gas we already have onshore and nearshore. But we are also looking into bigger and bolder projects. And I do want to highlight the fact that just a few days ago, we met in Bucharest with the ministers from Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Hungary, along with Bulgaria as well. And we worked on the Green Corridor project. This will be a direct current line from the Caucasus to Europe. It will be the world-breaking longest cable underwater, under the Black Sea, over 1,100 kilometers. And we've just managed to form the project company, the joint venture here in Bucharest, where it will be headquartered. And I do believe that within a year, we may have the feasibility study done and get to work. And so, you know, once again, my message is let's stay united, let's be bold, and let us indeed serve the best interest of our people, and that is placing their security first, standards of living and competitiveness of the private sector, and of course, a cleaner, greener planet.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. And I'd like to take it from your point where you mentioned that really the Russian war in Ukraine can be also seen as a geopolitical moment, geopolitical opportunity for the European Union and energy diversification. So we know that, you know, the aim of the European Commission is to move away from Russian energy sources by 2030, reduce demand as much as it can. But energy diversification in real time has real costs for the European Union. And actually, based on studies, it should be at least 220 billion a year for energy resilience and diversification in the European Union. And of course, we know that that move to renewables and diversification, decarbonization, looks different for every country, and access to financing clean technologies also is highly unequal. So maybe I'll start with you, Minister. So where do you see Greece in the future in this, equation also? Because we know that we need financing for clean energy.
Well, let me first say that I would like very much to welcome my colleagues' statements, my Romanian colleagues' statements on what happens in the electricity market, which is directly related to your question. And I will repeat that the treaties call for a united economic sphere, a united economic entity, and for that to happen, we need energy prices to be relatively uniform. This needs time, I understand. We had different interconnections historically. We can compromise, but we cannot stand idle when there is a difference of, say, 500 euros between one country and the next country in Central Europe, or when extraordinary prices happen without any change in terms of cost. The system has to be looked into. Now, in terms of how we see financing for renewables. Look, there are countries that have difficulty into financing in general. And the difference between working with fossil fuels and working with renewables is that renewables are an upfront investment. So you can pay year by year 100 million, say, for oil, but if you pay a lot less for this energy in terms of renewables or for gas, if you pay a lot less, you have to pay up front. That means that a big part of the world cannot finance renewable energy. And this is an essential problem in the planet's climate strategy. Now, within Europe, this is a lot less important because most countries within Europe are able to finance renewables, plus the fact that we have the CO2 rights, that we pay for the CO2 we produce here in Europe when we produce electricity, means that electricity prices coming from renewables are always in a big time cheaper than natural gas or even coal. In our case, for example, for lignite. So within Europe, I believe we don't need any more subsidies for renewables. In Greece, I'm introducing a law whereby I'm asking for people to start investing in storage without subsidies. And I believe this is going to succeed. And this is very important because if we can go without subsidies towards the green transition, then one big problem that the green transition has will go away. And the big problem of the green transition is fighting over subsidies. People, when they see subsidies in the real world, are very happy. Not the ones that are paying, the ones that are getting them. And having subsidies does not mean that you move faster. Many times it means that you move slower towards the green transition.
Well, thank you, Minister. I'd like to follow up with Minister Malinov. So it was discussed also in the previous panel. So let's really clarify this question. Is green energy ready for prime time in Europe? Because we discussed that this is, of course, can enhance energy security, but a couple of years ago in the West, we were faced with a couple of anticipated and stressful seasons, low wind, deep cloud cover, that led actually to low levels for wind and solar energy. And so the Minister Bourdieu also mentioned nuclear energy. So my question is, can green energy really replace entirely carbon-based energy?
Thank you very much for the question, but before answering to that, we maybe should answer another question. What's the real target? But the real target is to have competitive economies of our country. Not to have just the green energy because of the green energy, but to keep the competitiveness of our economies and to have an affordable prices of our households and for the population. So due to that fact, maybe for the upcoming decades, of course, we should increase the portion of the green energy, but we should keep and rely on also on the fossil fuels as additional fuel, and also, as Sebastian mentioned, nuclear, which is something which is very well sustainable and predictable as a source of energy. But going back to the major question of our region, because everybody of us, every country, we could show a very good examples on a bilateral, even trilateral cooperation or common projects. One, when we are talking about the sector of natural gas, as my colleague, Minister Skilakakis mentioned, Alexandroupolis is a very good example of a bilateral cooperation and contribution of Greece to the energy security in the region. Also, the vertical gas corridor, which is a project of some countries in the region. When it comes to the electricity, of course, the green corridors, which Sebastian mentioned together with Azerbaijan, but we should not forget that also the Greki project, which potentially will bring green energy from Egypt, Northern Africa, up to our region. Also with the States, with the United States, we have on a bilateral basis very good cooperation, especially in the case of Bulgaria. We raised that on a strategic level when it comes to the nuclear energy. But you see that every country could give an example on a bilateral, even trilateral basis, which we had for the renewable energy example, the declaration which we signed together with Greece and Romania on exploring the opportunities of the offshore wind in Aegean and Black Sea. But maybe it's the proper time to answer the question of financing that we need to work together and really to have a regional project, of course, and we to raise our regional cooperation on a much more strategic level with the United States. So this will be the solution, and I do believe that one project which is showing much more importance, and because we now in the region, we could not allow having European Union on two velocities, because current electricity prices in our region are showing that there's a big discrepancies between the prices in Central Europe and that there is some bottlenecks. I'm not blaming, but maybe they're artificially created just to keep the low-cost energy produced there outside of our region. But if we combine us, working as a region together, not on a country-by-country or tripartite agreements, raise that on a strategic level with the United States, and this should be the project of creating the necessary electricity grid well connected for all the region, and put additional efforts on creating our own energy in the region. That will be answering the main question: keep competitiveness of our economy and keep affordable, sustainable prices for the households.
Yeah, thank you, Minister, for pointing out that really investment in renewables has to do also with investment in electricity grids, which is very important. So it's double for some countries. But let's get to the core of the questions. What are the challenges for crowding in more private investment in the region? Because it looks like we have all the financing now, and we're just, starting all those projects. So are there challenges out there to crowding serious investors to go more deeper into, renewables? And
have you seen a private investor who is looking on the investment on a purely on a spot basis. No. The private investor would like to see the security which will bring much more to a greater market. Because each of our markets as a single market is a little bit isolated, not so attractive because of the size. So we should get the benefit from the economy of scale, which means combining the markets together. And then we should pick one common market, which will be much more attractive for the private investors.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. Now, I'd like to ask Minister Rizvanoli and Bozinovska coming, from the Balkans, and just bring us out to, show some numbers too. So we know that in the Western Balkans, 4 out of 6 countries actually rely on coal dominance. 60% of electricity comes from coal in the region, from locally mined lignite. Many of those investments are old, more than on average, 40 years old, and actually create a lot of polluting problems in the region. But even more actually create hurdles and challenges for the EU integration process, because some of the standards and conditions also to join the EU have to do, with the green economy. And so out of, only 1,000 megawatts are created in the Western Balkans by wind and less than 1,000 by solar. More than 9,000, they are all coming from, hydropower and then coal dominance. So what are the investments, practically, they're looking at in order to decarbonize the energy sector in the region?
Thanks for the question. In Kosovo, we have adopted a very ambitious energy strategy just last year, which aims to build new 1.4 gigawatts of new capacities in renewables, mostly wind and solar. We have already started out with completing a very successful solar auction, highly competitive and transparent procedure that ended with a contract with price of 48.88 euros per megawatt hour, which was clearly a result of this good governance and competitiveness and transparency of the process. I think one of those textbook examples of how consumers benefit when there is good governance and where there is a professionally prepared and transparent process. We are aiming to launch our first wind auction for 100 megawatts, up to 200 megawatts, depending on the number of projects and prices. But in mid-October, this will be a PPP project in which we intend to co-invest, therefore reducing the risk for private investors. And we hope that it will be just as successful. Then we're working on a pipeline of other wind and solar projects for the future in order to achieve these targets. Now, on the other hand, we are investing also in storage. In parallel with this, in agreement we signed with the Millennium Challenge Corporation, US agency, 2 years ago. The tender will be launched for the procurement of at least 170 megawatts for 2 hours, so that's 340 megawatt hour reserves, in order to add some flexibility to the system, because we are lacking flexibility, particularly in Kosovo. This is a challenge. Now, the previous speakers have, and you have raised some very important questions that are related to these investments. One was financing, and whether we have the financing or not. I think here we have to clearly distinguish between more developed countries of the EU and with a longer track record of subsidies, etc., that have reached a certain level, and for those of us that are lower income countries compared to the EU, that are still perceived by investors as high risk countries or higher risk countries than the EU, which means that we have to compete for this capital, which means that prices are going to be higher. But also another key challenge for us is that, yes, private investors will come to invest at certain prices with 15-year PPAs for renewables. But if we pass on the whole cost to our consumers, this whole upfront cost to our consumers immediately, it will have a significant socioeconomic impact in our countries, particularly in countries such as Kosovo, where energy poverty was as high as 40% a few years ago. In other countries such as North Macedonia, Bosnia, it's also quite high, though not as high. So this is one issue that we are dealing with, that we are trying to balance this affordability and for end consumers and the energy transition. The other thing that, of course, we are all aware of is as we embark on this ambitious energy transition, all of us, with different challenges, we are all facing issues of reliance on either raw materials or clean technologies from specific countries, mainly China. What are we going to do about it? And this is primarily a question for the EU, because us, especially non-member countries and small countries, have little that we can do about it. But what are we going to do in the case of EVs or wind turbines, and to ensure that European companies remain competitive or do nothing about it? The US, on the other hand, has been quite agile and strong-minded on this. And the other thing is access to raw materials, of course. Now, in the previous panel, the US ambassador to Serbia said that keeping access to raw materials closer to home is important, and yes, I do agree with that. However, I have to also point out that it's very important also to ensure that this does not come at the cost of strengthening and appeasing further authoritarian regimes just because they are closer to home and have access to critical materials. How do we balance, again, these different objectives? And how we make sure that we don't rely on unreliable partners, be them closer or, to home or further away, just in different technologies and in different ways, repeating the same mistakes that we have made with gas in the past.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. And we should not forget that energy security is not something that we keep abstract. At the end of the day, it's human security, it's the lives of people. So that's why it's so important. That's why I would like to ask Minister Božinovska, you're responsible also for not only for energy, but mining and mineral resources. So what is your perspective? What do you see as challenges in the region for North Macedonia, but more for the regional cooperation?
Thank you. So challenges for North Macedonia, for the moment, the thermal power plant is from 1984. And it's really old. And last year in Dubai, we signed the agreement at COP28 for the green transition. And it really costs a lot of money. So we are relying on the EU also support. And it's not only the money. We have 3,500 workers in the mining. So even though we want transition green, yes, but it needs to be justified, and we need to requalify the miners. So we need to think about them. We can't just say from a year from now or 2 years we are closing the power plants and that's it. So we need time, and also we need to think about baseload energy, because the renewables are, for example, we need most of the energy in the winter. And renewables, the sun is shining in the summer, and also we need baseload energy. And we do have projects, but since it's a big investment, we need to make some PPP. And then regarding the foreign investors, I have to say, in my country, the thing is that we don't still have PPAs. So that's another issue, and even in the region, that we need longer-term PPAs. And as we have here 2 EU countries and 2 non-EU countries, we have to think about the model, and we are doing this now at the moment with EBRD, maybe a contract for difference or something else in order to stimulate the investments. And regarding the mining, we do have proposals from UK and similar, but as you can see in Serbia with Rio Tinto is really a big issue. And we really want to be justified also for the local community, the NGOs, and then the foreign investment. So we need to make a kind of compromise in order to have also direct investors, but also we need to think of the local community also.
Of course. So have you do you have calculations how much that will cost the phasing out? Because it's a matter, as you explained, of human security and economic security for people.
Phasing out, it was around 3 billion.
Okay.
It's calculation, and this is really a lot of money even for EU countries. So we have a plan, and we just found a steering committee. Some of the ministers are involved. We have from EBRD, and then we just started the process. So we need to evaluate. It will take some time, but we started. So we are on the way.
I'd like to go also back to the question of regional cooperation, because I believe that one of the main challenges for private investors, as the minister from Bulgaria mentioned, is that especially in the Western Balkans, there's this lack of regional cooperation, but also inconsistent rules. It's a different things, EU countries that obey to the rules and standards of the European Union, but then we have the Western Balkans that are in the process.
That example is the CBAM, for example. It needs to start for the Western Balkans on 1st of January 2026. I have to say none of the countries prepared. We need to be coupled with Greece, and we didn't start with that, and it will be 18 months. So we really need to make it faster, but some things, for example, EU had much more time, let's say 20 years, to make this CBAM, and it will have a real impact also on the economy. So it's not that EU comes and they will say, okay, from 1st of January, there is a CBAM, and you have to pay this tax. So we just need to cooperate more and to have a mutual standing towards EU.
Yeah, those are hard decisions for countries that actually are lacking economic convergence with the European Union. So strategic communication is also very important. Minister Burdouia, I would like to turn to you if you're still with us virtually, because you mentioned something important regarding investment. So my question for you, and then I'll continue with the panel with the same question, is that how important is the role of the United States for sustainable energy diversification and security? And so how do you see, the future of transatlantic cooperation when it comes to energy?
Well, I think it's absolutely critical, and I can give you very specific examples. So first, on innovation, U.S. is still the #1 innovator in the world, and we've seen it with at least two very key topics for us. The first is nuclear energy. I already mentioned the SMR project we're developing, which is currently scheduled for 2029. That would make it among the first in the world, and very likely the first in Europe. And second, on geothermal energy, Bucharest has a huge district heating system, and we're working with a U.S. startup, a U.S. company, on a feasibility study for bringing geothermal energy in our district heating. So, source of innovation, and I think for the entire region, that's absolutely critical. Then source of financing. I mean, a lot of these funds could come from the U.S. We've already received commitments from U.S. Exim Bank, from the Development Finance Corporation. They're very interested in the region, especially in nuclear programs. So I think that can apply to other countries as well. The third is expertise. We've worked directly with the Department of State on putting together legislation on offshore wind. We now have a law that was adopted just a few months ago, and we hope to develop offshore wind in the Black Sea by 2032, and we keep working with the State Department and its experts. Also on cyber, we recognize that cyber is a new space for warfare, and our energy companies are obviously targets. We've seen that in Ukraine very directly. And so we already have a partnership between Aramgas, the national gas producer, and a cybersecurity provider in the US, and they're helping them very much cover their bases in the cyberspace. And last but not least, and perhaps most importantly, I think it's the pull that the U.S. can bring to the region in terms of diplomacy, in terms of pushing for strategic initiatives like the Vertical Corridor, in terms of helping us all be more secure. And I mentioned reducing dependency on Russian gas earlier. I am reminded of a little story I'll share when I was in Chisinau in the Republic of Moldova. And I'm going to get a little personal, I hope that's okay, but I was sharing a glass of wine with my friend Victor Parlikov, Minister of Energy in Moldova, and complimenting how good Moldovan wine is. And he told me this story that Moldovan wine became very good when Russia banned it essentially before they were exporting a lot of wine to Russia, and it wasn't very high quality. When Russians banned it, they had to become very good at what they did, and the wine became of extremely high quality, and it's among the best in the region. And so I think similarly in energy, now with the war in Ukraine, we can no longer turn to cheaper Russian gas. We have to be innovative. We have to be secure. We have to stand united. And I believe the future looks bright for the region.
Well,
So
thank you,
thank you
Minister.
once again. I'm going to have to run, and I apologize, but thank you for the honor and opportunity.
Well, thank you, Minister, for being with us. And now I'd like to turn to the Minister of Energy and Environment of Greece. Greece came out in the conversation throughout the day, also in terms of bilateral relations, but also regional, support, North Macedonia, Kosovo, Bulgaria. It came out at different times. So what do you think is the role of Greece, not only for energy security, but also regional reconciliation?
Well, historically, though we had sometimes differences, we are always trying to be positive in our relationships with our neighbors. We believe that in energy this is easier because the interests of the region are diverging. I will give you as an example my colleague, Minister from Bulgaria, and also my colleague, Minister from Romania, talked about the electricity price problem that we have these days. We are going to work together on that, as you have just listened. It was a real-time conversation between ministers. Because our interests are common, because our region is so fragmented that it needs cooperation. And we are the oldest member in the region, in the European Union. And essentially, what is the European Union? Is the decision of states to work through compromise and win-win solutions rather than fighting and lose-lose arguments. And we had the opportunity in quite a bitter way to realize also during the Greek crisis, and we have changed totally in between, that cooperation is the only way to move forward within a united Europe. And this is something that is embedded now in the Greek political culture in terms of our European policy. And I believe that this will be the way that, irrespective of governments, the Greek political system and the Greek society will look when it decides to cooperate with our neighbors. We will always have that perspective of cooperation and win-win. Now, that doesn't mean that countries don't have interests. That doesn't mean that when we mean win-win, we mean win-win, not win-lose. But I think there's so much space for win-win and cooperation in our region that there's no way to fail on that.
Absolutely, and I think it's a matter of competitiveness. It was mentioned the European Union. The EU published its first European economic security strategy, and energy diversification is a very crucial part of that. So before we close the panel, we only have less than 2 minutes left. If you have any final takeaways from the session today, very briefly.
Because my colleague was trying to behave in a way that not answering straight what Greece is for the region, then I will answer much more straight. Greece could be a gateway for the whole region when it comes to the question of diversification, giving access to liquefied natural gas for the whole region, giving access to renewable energy coming outside of Europe, from the East Med, from Northern Africa. And it's a practical example from our daily life. when you have an issue, sometimes you could not reach your relatives, but you always could reach your neighbor and ask for a quick support. So this is what we should focus on and work on a neighboring mode much more deeply.
Well, thank you, Minister. Any final comments?
It has happened in Wardos. Yes.
Very briefly, please.
Don't forget that.
I think all has been said.
Let's
Cooperation is not exactly. Cooperation is a necessity, and particularly at times of crisis, and we seem to be in a constant time of crisis, unfortunately, and this geopolitical situation doesn't seem to be getting any easier, unfortunately, in the recent years and months. And this just means that we just need to get to work, and there is not look back behind, and there is no other way. Therefore, that kind of makes things easier.
Minister Bojanowska?
Since everything was said, just to cooperate more and to work more maybe on the market coupling, and every country to work on its own infrastructure and the grid.
Well, thank you very much. Wonderful panel. My 4 takeaways are from what the minister said: more coordination in the European Union. It's a matter of economic competitiveness and national security. The need for transatlantic cooperation, and the need for more innovation. And with that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
We thank the ministers and the moderator for this very interesting conversation just took place before. I think Mr. Skylakakis will remain at the panel. Thank you very much. Yes, we won't have a break. We'll continue with our next panel. I would like to ask, besides the minister Skylakakis, who will remain, Mr. Marios Panagidis, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy, Commerce of Industry in Cyprus, and Mr. Ozama Babares, Secretary General of East Mediterranean Gas Forum. The panel is Charting the Energy Mix Future in the East Med. Moderator, Professor Theodoros Sakiris, Coordinator for International Energy Policy, Office of the Minister for Environment. So I would appreciate, please, the panelists to take their seats here at the panel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Director General, ambassadors. This is the first of 2 panels of an EMGF event, the East Med Gas Forum Organization, which is part of today's AmCham event. The East Med Gas Forum Organization was established in 2020 as a, excuse me, could you please take your seats? Excuse me, okay. It's established in 2020 as a gas forum organization with the purpose of trying to find optimization of how to monetize the region's reserves and benefit not only from a financial point of view, all members, but also from a geopolitical point of view, to go back to the theme of prosperity via energy and cooperation that was dominating the previous panel. Back at the time, many people, especially in Europe, who were single-minded on accelerating the energy transition, were wondering what would be the role. Why should you have an East Med Gas, especially organization? After the Russian-Ukrainian war, those who had a more long-term perspective other than a 4-year term or a yearly understanding of the news or developments understood how significant the role of gas is as a bridge for the energy transition and what its overall importance. But of course, the energy transition is here. The climate crisis is here. the need of the industry to try to find a balance of how to continue to adapt to the realities of climate change and offer a reliable and resilient solution to energy systems that are tested by the effects of climate change, particularly in our region every year, remains. So part of the discussion in this panel would be focusing on not only what's the importance of the region for European energy security as it stands today in the immediate framework, but also in the medium to long-term framework. How could it possibly maybe itself perform in this regard? Well, let's start with Minister Skylakakis, who's also the representative of the hosting country of the Greek presidency. Your Excellency, the East Med region has always played a key role in energy security of Europe as a major transit area and more recently as an exporter of natural gas. Do you see this role continuing in the future, and how can the region help the EU meet its REPowerEU objectives, and in particular the elimination of Russian energy imports?
Well, our dependence on Russian gas was something that had a lot to do with the ability to have access to the global markets. We now, in Greece at least, have the ability to access the global markets for more than 100% of our gas needs. That now that Alexandroupolis and Evrythoussa are both present. And we are also exploring the possibility to have our own gas reserves, which is something, of course, that is not easy to predict because these investments are very unpredictable till a certain moment in time. In general, we have played a positive role in all the efforts for energy security that have emerged after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. And part of this is through the gas sector, and part of this is through renewable electricity resources. We have always to remember that for the investments in gas to be long-term, and thus, especially in the gas infrastructure, and thus be able to be financed, we need to be ready to transport not only gas molecules, but also green molecules through this infrastructure. And it will be a major mistake for the security of the region and for Europe in general, for energy security, if we try to build two parallel networks, one for gas that is a transit energy source and one for green molecules. We have to merge these two for the effort to be financially viable. This is a very, very crucial discussion, and it has to be let's say, sanitized from ideology. Sometimes those that are promoting the green transition are getting carried away by ideology, while this is too serious an issue to be discussed only in ideological terms. It must be discussed first and foremost through practical terms. What is realistic, what societies can pay for, and how we get the job done. As Mao Zedong said, white cat, black cat, I don't mind as long as it catches the mice.
Thank you. Okay, that would be a very good argument for the repurposing of gas infrastructure in next European Council. Mr. Panagidis, it's probably the same question the Russian-Ukrainian war has re-energized, refocused the European Union on the importance of gas. Is it something that just happened for a few years, or do you see it as a more long-term parameter or trend? In your opinion, what will be the role of natural gas in the energy mix of Europe and the East Mediterranean region, taking into account the fact that it has a very committed climate strategy?
Thank you, Professor Tsakiris, for the invitation, and thank you for that question, too. Europe is reshaping its energy strategy to secure supply and affordability in light of geopolitical changes, as you said, the war in Ukraine and the current situation in the Middle East. The Repowering EU plan highlights cooperation with trusted partners to increase gas supplies, showing that natural gas remains vital even amid decarbonization goals. While COP28 pushes for reducing fossil fuels, natural gas, with its lower carbon footprint, is more complex to phase out compared to coal and oil. Natural gas accounts for 20% of global energy use, powering electricity, industry, and heating, making it integral to the economy. In our opinion, there are 6 ways natural gas can drive decarbonization. First, replacing coal, which is responsible for 43% of global energy-related emissions. Second, acting as a flexible backup for renewables like wind and solar. Third, supporting the production of cleaner alternatives such as ammonia and methanol. Fourth, reducing greenhouse gas emissions further when combined with carbon capture and storage technologies, especially in hard-to-decarbonization industries. Also serving as a bridge to hydrogen, with blue hydrogen produced from natural gas, expected to play a significant role before green hydrogen can be fully scaled. And lastly, improving air quality by being used as a cleaner transportation fuel. Given these factors, natural gas will remain a crucial part of the global energy transition, supporting the growth of renewables and helping reduce emission in key sectors.
Thank you. Secretary General, Dr. Mubarak, the discussion has indeed begun, and it affects the EMGF, its long-term role and its standing in long term. And it started even within the EMGF. We know that this is an important issue. How does a gas organization, what was founded about gas, perceive the role of natural gas in the broader energy mix of the region and Europe?
Thank you, Professor Tsakiris. First, let me thank the organizers. It's really a pleasure for me to be here and among this panelists with the Minister Stavrakakis and Minister Panayides. And I think as the Minister and Mr. Panayides said, gas role is important, not just because of the war between Russia and Ukraine, but gas has a significant role to achieve the security of supply and also to achieve the energy transition and the targets of the climate action. So now I think gas is accountable for around 24–25% of the energy mix globally. This is different from one region to another, and renewables is gaining more ground. A lot of investments has been done in the past few years, but in spite of these huge investments, still renewable share is not that much. We need more investments in renewables, but we still need also to have more investments in gas so that we can make the balance. As Mr. Panayides was saying, gas can not just complement renewables as the intermittency challenge with the renewables, but also it is the cleanest fossil fuels available. And I believe with the available and existing technologies, we still can make gas even cleaner. And we can advance even more technologies and advance the existing also technologies to advance in this regard. And I think this is one of the main missions and main objectives of the EMGF. How can we supply more gas, but at the same time in a more responsible and in a cleaner way, so that we achieve, I don't think that they are contradicting. Some people think so sometimes, but I think they are complementing each other. I mean the energy security and also the energy transition and the climate action. And I believe gas can achieve a lot and can play a significant role in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Minister Skylakakis, I think that there's a consensus around the table and around reality that natural gas is very important, not just as a bridge fuel, but for all the reasons that you yourself mentioned and the other speakers. But in the longer term, as climate pressure increases and builds up, the region of the Eastern Mediterranean as itself, what do you think that they can offer to Europe in order to help Europe meet its overall strategic objective in the next decades to come?
Well, natural gas is important and will continue to be important as a transition gas. But as time lapses, we are going to have more storage with various different technologies. We are going to have more interconnections, and we're going to have more renewables. Thus, what we need to understand is that the movement towards green molecules is not going to at some time in the future be negated. Green molecules will come, and they must travel through the gas infrastructure in the future. For me, this transition is the most difficult issue, and our wider region, at least from our perspective, can both offer some reserves in terms of natural gas, which in the long run will go more outside Europe rather than inside Europe, because of the cost of the CO2 which is going to rise and the cost of storage which is going to drop. And it can also offer, at least from the Greek perspective, a lot more new resources that can enter. For example, we have a big program of offshore wind. So we must, to be safe, we must walk and invest in different alleys and be able to respond to an always changing in these few years past geopolitical situation, which I can assure you will be totally different in 5 years from now from what it is today. Thus, I have said also in a previous panel, when we look into investments, when people tell me the word strategic, I get goosebumps. I prefer to have investments that are financially viable, environmentally sustainable, and economically make sense and are win-win investments. Then I can hear the word strategic.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Panagiottis, Cyprus has significant reserves of natural gas, and the region itself is really playing this role. But if we follow on what Mr. Skylakakis has said, are there any other resources in the region that could be exploited to help Europe meet this decarbonization expected? I mean, it has abundant solar and wind potential, and do you think that it could ever become a net exporter of electricity? And within this, as part of your answer, what do you think would be the role of Cyprus in this regard?
The Eastern Mediterranean region is highly vulnerable to climate change, but also rich in renewable energy, as you said, the resources, particularly solar and wind. Regional cooperation is essential to harness these resources and develop a unified strategy. Transforming the region into a green energy hub requires significant investment in renewable energy infrastructure, including transmission and storage. It would also generate economic growth and job opportunities. Cyprus, as an EU member and strategically located in the region, is in a unique position to lead this transition. With long-standing energy partnerships in the region, Cyprus can act as a bridge between the European Union and non-European Union countries, facilitating the transfer of renewable energy, gas, and potentially hydrogen. Cyprus is central to the European Union's goal of creating an alternative energy corridor, diversifying Europe's energy sources and improving security. Its role will be crucial in advancing offshore renewable energy technologies such as solar and wind, which offer several benefits like optimized land use and reduced visual impact. As part of its 2024 Med9 presidency, Cyprus is prioritizing the transformation of the Mediterranean into a green energy corridor, promoting closer energy cooperation with neighboring countries and driving the energy transition forward. We believe Cyprus' strategic position and European Union membership give it a pivotal role in shaping the region's future energy landscape, particularly in the transition towards renewable energy and the establishment of a green energy corridor.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Secretary General, what does the role policy generally plays in regulation in guiding the region's shift towards a more balanced and sustainable energy mix? And how do you think that it can be optimized for better outcomes?
Yeah, thank you for this question. So, the EMGF has been working on a decarbonization strategy for the region. And we launched this decarbonization first in COP27, and also we launched the second phase in COP28. And I think we tried in this initiative to identify what are the roles of the EMGF. And we found 5 main roles. The first role is harmonization of policies and regulations. And this stresses the importance of policies and regulations. Your question about how can this support not just decarbonization, but also the balance within the energy mix. And since then, we have been trying to work closely with our member countries, with the GIAC members and the operators in the region. How can we develop a more coordinated policies within the region? Because I believe policies are important because most of the projects that we're talking about are not isolated in one country. Most of them are cross-border projects, whether they are development of the resources or the decarbonization projects. And early this year, we finalized a framework for harmonized policies and regulations, including the different elements that are required, again, not just for the development of the resources, but also for the decarbonization, including the MMRV, the measurement and monitoring, and also things like the methane emissions abatement and others, which I believe quite important to attract investments into these projects, to accelerate the pace of the projects and their implementation.
Thank you. Let's go in reverse line this time. Again, Secretary General, you mentioned about the decarbonization strategy of the EMGF, which is very specific, very technical in one specific aspect. Although it could be important because it could substantiate and also provide proof of abatement when you talk about gas exports. But more generally, as it was mentioned by both Mr. Permanent Secretary and Minister Skylakakis, the region's future in the long term lies in its ability to tap into resources that will go beyond hydrocarbons. Do you think that there's a role for EMGF in this vision, and how do you think, again, that a gas organization could be able to adapt to that necessity? Thank you.
I believe that the short answer is yes. And maybe to elaborate a little bit more in this regard is one of our objectives at the EMGF is how can we establish more collaboration among the different stakeholders in the region are how can we develop the resources in the region to the benefit of the people. To some extent, we have been successful in doing so in gas, and I believe EMGF has created a model, a successful model, at least this is what I believe, for collaboration in this regard. And I believe we can replicate this also in other areas of energy, like connectivities, like the projects that has been discussed over the previous sessions in the morning. And also I think one interesting element beyond gas is hydrogen, as well as carbon, CCS, carbon capture and storage. All of these things, I think the EMGF can play a significant role in their development and creating a successful collaboration model among the different stakeholders, so that we can first work in more diversification of the energy mix, more balanced energy mix, and at the same time as well, decarbonization and the energy transition.
Thank you. Mr. Banayidis, the same question. You described a vision as a future gas exporter and founding member of EMGF. How do you think that the organization could develop?
Okay, I have to defend my position. I believe that
nobody's attacking you.
I believe that EMGF is a foundation that needs to go forward. And moving forward means that we must deal not only with natural gas, but we have to deal with green energy too, as Minister Skylakakis said. So it's a challenge for Osama, the permanent secretary of EMGF. It's a challenge to move forward this organization from natural gas, who is here and is going to be here for a long time, to a greener energy that we have in our mixture, in our energy mixture, most of the founding countries. So Osama, the ball is in your field.
No surprise here, Mr. Skylakakis, the same question.
I would give the same answer.
The ball is in Mr.
Some of the ball is in your field.
Okay. All right. Well, have a lot of balls in your field right now, Your Excellency. I hope you've been a very good referee so far, going back to the initial negotiations for establishing the organization where we participated back in 2020. I think we have some time for a final comment or a concluding remark. Your Excellency, would you like to, is there anything else that you'd like to add, Your Excellencies?
No, I'm okay.
Right. Well, thank you very much. This concludes our panel. Before there's a change in panel, I'd like to ask for a group family photo of the EMGF. I'd like to ask Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Evaliotis, and Mrs. Janet Salom, if you'd like to join us, and also Deputy Minister Zdoukou, if she's here. Thank you.
Shall we start?
Well, and after this very interesting conversation about charting the energy mix, the ESMED, we are moving ahead with the next panel conversation. Navigating East Mediterranean energy dynamics, the challenges of energy security and energy transition. So, moderator is Mr. Kostas Andriusopoulos. Costa, where are you? Is Kostas around? Okay, I will ask first Ms. Zdoukou to come over and please. Mr. Aristofanis Stefatos is on the panel, Mr. Kostis Ifneos, Mrs. Maria Rita Galli, Mr. Tassos Vlasopoulos, Ms. Theodora Georgieva, Mrs. Janet Salom, and Mr. Christian Svensson. But we're still looking for Mr. Kostas Andriusopoulos. Oh, he's coming. Hello, Kostas. So you're taking over, right?
I'm taking over.
Okay. Please keep the time. Thank you.
So we're ready to start. Everybody is here. We have a long panel, so we'll try to be as efficient as we have been all day long with our discussions. We will be talking about navigating the East Mediterranean energy dynamics, the challenges on energy security and the energy transition. So we have to save time, we will start directly with the addressing to each speaker. We have the honor to have the Deputy Minister, Ms. Alexandra Zoukou, with us on this panel. I will start straight with the Minister in terms of the introductory remarks. And I will give the opportunity to everybody to say a few words first, launch with the introductory remarks, and then we will have some Q&A.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's good that you mentioned the title of this session so as not to be mistaken with so many different panels, discussions here and there. So navigating East Mediterranean energy dynamics. I'm quite sure that all of us in this panel very much believe in this effort. And I think that the importance of all these reserves in the area, first of all, if I can recall, Osama, correct me, this has been recognized when we signed this Memorandum of Understanding. It was on the side of EMGF back in 2022 in Egypt. When we signed, it was the President of European Commission, Ms. von der Leyen there, together with Egypt and Israel, where we set an MOU stressing the importance of using these reserves in order to secure energy security in Europe. So without any doubt, I very much believe that these reserves, obviously, they play a pivotal role in what the European Union pushes, which is the Repower EU strategy. Now, another point regarding the Egyptian LNG exports. Remember again, their expansion back in 2022, 2023, again, if we all recall, they had played at that time a significant role in helping us effectively disarm, let's say, the Russian energy weapon. And although now we are in 2024, let's recall what a shock it was back at that time in 2023. So at that time, Egyptian LNG exports proved to be also very important. Now, of course, the situation is quite different with Egypt. Okay, they currently have stopped all these LNG exports due to, understand, severe electricity and overall energy shortages in the country. But I strongly believe that this is, let's say, a short-term setback. And I'm pretty sure that this situation will likely drive more investment in the years to come. It might lead to new discoveries. And also, I think it's going to advance the development of export infrastructure, ultimately find a way to increase regions' export capacity. I also believe in Egypt's capacity as a major gas exporter. And this is not my belief. I think this is the European Union's belief, or international oil and gas players. And this is also, for me, became evident in 2024, actually, when the European Union and the IMF, they extended, let's say, a major support to the country in order to revive and strengthen Egypt's economy. And I'm sure that we, all of us, wish that you be in a position to promote more investments in this sector. And I'm closing, Kostas, by saying I think we have three milestones, let's say, currently, that are equally important. The first is, I guess, the Leviathan decision to increase the production capacity by 9 BCM, I think, annually, and in collaboration with the Israeli government, determine the export route. Because, and this in combination also with other smaller fields in Israel's exclusive economic zone developed by Energean, I think all of them in combination, they could significantly boost the region's net export capacity. The second milestone is the Aphrodite, the development of the Aphrodite field. We have from Cyprus. So, and other Cypriot discoveries. And I'm eager, Mr. Stefatos, for the third milestone, which is the Greek discoveries. So you will say more on that. But I think that if everything goes as planned, Kostas, I think the region's export potential to the European markets, this could, I don't know if I'm optimistic or not, but it could double the capacity to 10, maybe BCM annually of 4 point something that we are today.
Okay. We do know that, thank you, Minister, about the introduction. The East Mediterranean holds vast natural gas reserves, if, from what we at least know from the studies so far. And it's growing in importance to European energy security, as we have heard so far, even all day long. Mr. Stefatos, as CEO of Herema, what is the increasing focus, with the increasing focus on sustainable energy that we have, how does the exploration and production of hydrocarbons now fit into Greece's strategy, based on the, the view and the directions that you have from the company? And specifically, what measures are being taken to balance the development of this sector with the broader goals of environmental sustainability and the green energy transition that we are discussing these days?
Thank you, Kostas. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here, both for the AmCham and the EMGF events. I will try to answer, starting from the last question. I don't think there is a need, actually, to balance anything, because we operate in a country where it has an undisputable potential for renewable energy. So if we can reach 100%, I would be super happy. And this is actually what we occasionally do. It would be great if we can do it over a longer period of time sustainably. Now, the exploration and production of oil and gas is a need. We are not doing it out of choice, but we do it out of need. On the electricity, for example, we need it in order to stabilize the energy mix. It's the stabilizing factor. But it's not only energy. When we talk energy, we should never forget that there is also the transportation, it's the heating. There's a lot of other applications other than the electricity generation where we do not have yet solutions. And therefore, having access to domestic resources, it's a huge benefit. It's a benefit that I may call it an insurance policy. It's an insurance policy for when we have energy crisis when it regards to energy security. It's an insurance policy when we have to sponsor the energy transition. We need to have the money. We need to reduce the money we spend in order to import. So if we have resources that we can produce, that we can control, and even if we can export, it brings revenues into the state budget. And it's also an insurance policy for what we tend to see lately, to mitigate the climate effects. So hopefully we will reach the perfect situation where we have mitigated the climate challenges, but it will take a lot of decades, and we need to be pragmatic and realistic about it, and we need to focus on using everything we can, everything we have available, in order to do that properly. And this is the interesting part. We have a huge potential from what the data show. We do not know if it's there unless we drill. We're working in that direction. But if it is, and it has the sizes that we anticipate it has, then it becomes also a regional, European and a regional issue of material importance. So for me, it's something that fits very well, but it's not the primary goal. It's something that we need to have. It's the pragmatism and the realism behind designing a robust energy system.
Thank you, Mr. Stefatos. I will now pass to Mr. Vlasopoulos, CEO of Hellenic Energy Upstream Division. What challenges and opportunities arise from this regional cooperation that we are talking about and the support from the European Union for upstream development in the area, and how do you plan to leverage these opportunities as a group?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. Usually upstream doesn't really get a lot of support, in terms of financial support from the European Union. And historically, it's a segment of the oil and gas market that has had, high risks of course, but high returns as well. Now, if we look at this in the context of this particular area in the East Mediterranean, we have a number of countries that they are about to develop the industry. So Greece is actually in a frontier exploration area. We have about, Hellenic has got 6 licenses, together with Exxon on our own and also with Energean. So we have the whole, let's say, we understand the space across the whole Ionian Sea. But if we look to the northwest, where Italy is, Italy has got a moratorium on new licenses, and we have obviously the countries in the East Med, Israel, Egypt, that they are producers, and Cyprus that is aspiring to be soon a producer. So we have different countries in different kind of stages at this moment. So we hope, of course, that when our program matures, that we will have something to be successful. Now, how we can have collaboration in the context of the EU and beyond the EU, it can be in some ways around logistics, integrated supply chain, making sure that countries can, our contractors can use suppliers from different countries or infrastructure in different countries, okay, that they are nearby in potential, let's say, exploration, drilling, and of course in repurposing E&P assets. So if we want to pick up from what Osama Mubarak talked earlier on in the previous panel, using how can we repurpose E&P assets for CCS, for carbon capture. In that case, the EU can have a play in fostering this effort and actually funding it and harmonizing the ability of transporting CO2 from Southeast Europe to Africa, for instance, to Egypt, and of course to Italy. Also, yeah.
Thank you very much. I will now pass to Ms. Zanet Salom, Head of International Department of Israel Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure. In the midst of the geopolitical developments that we see in the broader area, we do see that hydrocarbons, natural gas, oil, they do play a significant role overall. And the significant gas reserves that Israel has at the moment, with their proven reservoirs, and we understand that they present a very large strategic opportunity to diversify Europe's energy supply through exports as well. Could you provide any insights that you may have into the latest developments and strategic plans that the government of Israel is pursuing to advance this initiative?
Okay, so thank you for the question and having me here. I think the issue of diversifying energy sources, by the way, whether by suppliers or actually the energy source, renewable or natural gas, is a crucial issue for everybody in our area and also in the EU. And I think our area and also the reservoirs we have in the area can be a part of the solution, as mentioned Alexandra at the beginning of the panel. I want to start with addressing how Israel sees natural gas for the next few years, because I think it's important. When we look at our strategic plans, we published the new one a few weeks ago of how to get to net zero. We can see that natural gas is going to be fundamental and crucial in the movement to clean energy. So it means we all need it. And we all need to work together to make sure that we create stability, that we create a beneficial relationship between the area, inside the Middle East and towards Europe. And I think also in the last few years, we saw the natural gas and energy as a bridge and a success story of connectivity in our area. And we have a good reason to look to Europe and to see how we expand that. But when we look on how to expand the connectivity and maybe export more gas, we should think about expanding the connectivity and our cooperation for new energy, because even though natural gas is fundamental and we all need it for the next few years and the next few decades, we do need to look forward and create connectivity on hydrogen, renewable energy. And when we do that, we have also to look at the Middle East toward the EU, because we must work together. I think for the final sentence of that the energy has proven to be a bridge, and we should work to create the new bridge of the future of energy.
Thank you very much. I will now pass to Ms. Maria Rita Galli, CEO of our natural gas TSO, DESFA. Maria Rita, how will the volatility in the natural gas market, especially now with the influx of cheaper Russian gas, as we have heard also from the ambassadors earlier, impact Greece's ability to secure long-term investments in critical infrastructure projects? And considering the fluctuations in these gas prices, what challenges and opportunities may arise from Greece in attracting and sustaining these kind of investments that are needed?
Thank you, Kostas, and first of all, thank you for having me in this panel, and let's say in particular to EMGF, to our long-standing collaboration. Well, let me first say that when we talk about infrastructure and energy, we cannot be influenced by circumstances that are, let's say, of such a temporary nature. Let's say we know that all natural gas infrastructure, not only the upstream, but all the midstream and even the consumption point, the power plants, take years to be built, and then they have a useful life that, as the minister was mentioning before, can be 50, 60 years. So no decision for this project can be taken based on, let's say, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year volatility in prices. The second consideration that we always have to keep in mind is that the abundance of cheap Russian gas was what has been a pillar of German energy strategy for a long while, just before we had the crisis of 2022. So the problem remains, let's say, if we just wanted to exploit a temporary situation, then we will have to pay the bill. And the bill will be then when someone decided to close the tap, the prices, and I'm not referring to the pipeline tap, the water tap, the gas one, the prices might skyrocket again. Having said that, Greece has not initial import infrastructures. So now we have certainly reached a maturity of our infrastructures with the projects that are ongoing. And so let's say it will be an issue of another couple of years of completing the larger project that we are implementing, but we will have we already have, and we will have a very robust system. Then I leave it to Kostis to comment about Alexandroupolis, but with the multiplicity of import points and let's say a well-functioning and interconnected grid, we will not have an issue of running a risk of not being able to import sources of different origin. But what is more important is to have a regional perspective. So what we are working hard to do, and we see a strong link between the EMGF, let's say, initiative and what we call the vertical corridor initiative. Let's say we need to create and make sure that, let's say, these corridors are available. And we are not talking about pharaonic project. When we talk about the vertical corridor, we are talking about really optimizing existing infrastructure, debottlenecking them, and find contractual, commercial, regulatory that make them easily available. So let's say I don't think that what we are experiencing now is stopping this process. We had a meeting yesterday and we were very positively impressed by the progress made by our neighboring country, in particular Bulgaria, with respect to the projects which are needed to
facilitate the vertical corridor. So let's say who works in the gas industry, in the oil and gas and energy industry since years know that, let's say, we need to look ahead and not to take decision based on, prices of a few months.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We understand that maybe not pharaonic projects, as you say, but indeed a lot of investment is required for all of these projects, and we need to plan having a more medium to long-term view of what we're discussing. So we should not be changing route, course, politically speaking, business-wise as well, in a very short period of time because of some events maybe taking place. Now I would like to pass to Mr. Christian Svensson, Regional Manager for Egypt and Cyprus for Chevron. Christian, what are the latest developments regarding the Aphrodite gas project offshore Cyprus, and what benefits will it bring to both Cyprus and Egypt according to your expectations and based on the plans of your company?
Yeah, let me get to that, but first let me just thank my good friend Mr. Osama Mubarak and the Eastern Med Gas Forum and the organizers for the opportunity to be on this panel and have this important discussion with my fellow panelists. Hopefully, when I come back to my second or third question, I can talk a bit more broadly about our presence in the region. But since you wanted to go straight to Aphrodite and Cyprus, let's go ahead and do that. So, of course, Chevron, we're very happy to be partnered with the Republic of Cyprus with our Block 12 and Aphrodite there. And I'm pleased that our subsidiary in Cyprus, I can confirm, we submitted a modified development plan for the Aphrodite project to the Ministry of Energy, Commerce and Industry on the 30th of August, so here just a few days ago. And that modified plan is based on the plan from 2019, but it's got some modifications and it's got some optimizations that we believe are going to make sense for all stakeholders. I think this plan is going to work. So as I look forward now, we're going to be working with our partners to ensure we put all the necessary arrangements in place to make sure we can progress that project. And we believe it's important that Aphrodite progresses expeditiously, not just for the benefit of the partners, but for Cyprus and for the Eastern Med region. And I'd like to talk more about that here a little bit later on. But I do want to say that to achieve a positive outcome for Aphrodite, and this is generally true for projects like these, like my colleagues here have talked about, we need everybody to work together. So for Aphrodite, we need the support of the Cypriot government, the continued support of the Cypriot government as we align on that modified plan and as we work on all of the different arrangements that need to come together to set the forward timelines and progress the project. And I want to maybe close based on my experience or my company's experience. When you do projects like Aphrodite, everybody needs to align around a common goal and a common desire of moving the project forward. And when everybody comes together, we heard it from the ambassadors earlier today, we heard it from earlier panels and ministers earlier today. When everybody comes together and aligns around common goals and common desires, that's how you make hard projects like Aphrodite succeed, and that's how you make them move forward. Let me finish there.
Okay, thank you. You have the opportunity to say more in the next round of discussion. Now we'll move to Mr. Kostis Sifneos, CEO of Gas Trade. Kosti, the FSRU is a reality now. We're almost a couple of weeks apart from the official operation start of operations. About 4 weeks' time for the project. You will tell us more in detail. So, what should we expect from now on from the terminal? What are the main benefits and challenges that it will face as it transforms the area into an energy hub? It diversifies energy sources and becomes a crucial entry point for the vertical corridor that we just discussed before.
Thank you, Kostas. This is now the 8th CEF conference that we attend. We started in Alexandroupolis in 2017 on the back of this project. So 7 years after and 14 years after we conceived that project, it becomes a reality. As you mentioned, and the minister mentioned, we overcame some technical issues that we had with the pipeline, which is connecting the FSRU to the grid, to DESFA system. We have fully completed all the commissioning tests successfully on the 11th by the 11th of August, and we are ready to start commercial operations on the 1st of October. According to our plan, we expect the first cargo to arrive on the 4th or the 5th of October. And that will be cargo from cargo which will be imported by Bulgargas. Let me also say that the project itself, there's no benefits. The project brings benefits to the market, and the main benefits that the project brings is actually it's a new entry to the southeastern and central European market. It brings more liquidity. It brings the access to new routes and new supply sources for the players in the region. Now, it can also bring more diversification, less dependency from Russian gas. But then I think when we come to the challenges, it's what you have. You have a project which now can diversify the supply of the region, but one of the things you want is you want to actually use it. So you want to have cargoes delivering to the project, and that's something that we need to work on, and I think we'll come back to it. But you've asked Maria about the situation in the market, so we need to make sure we have as much utilization for the project, and that's one thing. The other challenge is what we have now is this is a regional project, so it addresses currently Greece and Bulgaria, both as shareholders and commercially, so as users, but also North Macedonia, Romania, Serbia, who have reserved capacity at the terminal. I think one of the challenges that we have is to reach out further north and east to Moldova and Ukraine from one side, and on the other side to Hungary and Slovakia. And I think we're working with Theodora, Maria, and other colleagues to make this vertical corridor a real and useful tool, initiative to provide access to LNG from south to the entire region.
Thank you, Kostis. I will now pass to Ms. Theodora Georgieva. She's the Executive Officer and Board Member of the Interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria, ICGB. And as we have heard, is an important piece of this puzzle, let's say, of the vertical corridor. So what are the market prospects for ICGB pipeline operations, given the upcoming, first of all, FSRU in Alexandroupolis, on one hand, and the recent cheap Russian gas prices that we see on the other hand, so the flows that we tend to see from Russia? What is the role of ICGB in this realization of the vertical corridor and the future that it holds?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the organizers that invited me, and I do have also right to share my thoughts. So thank you for the question. So IGB has a crucial role because it is already a kind of smaller infrastructure, but being at the crossroad and connecting two corridors, Southern Corridor, the one which is connected with Trans-Adriatic Pipeline and enabling sources from Caspian Sea, and on the other hand, the vertical gas corridor that we are discussing. So we started cooperation in 2020, where it was really a crucial timing when invasion to Ukraine started. The importance and the strategic importance of IGB has been proven even 2 months later of starting cooperation, where in December we already has utilized 90% of our capacity, which currently is at the level of 3 BCM, mainly for the reason of supply to Moldova and Ukraine in a very difficult time. So even this type of, let's say, this type of actions, which happens not only for 1 month, has been proven that it was worth having this infrastructure, which kind of activated also for the first time the reverse flow from Trans-Balkan pipeline, which is ultimate reaching to our goal market, Moldova and Ukraine. Currently we are already functioning and doing our operative job, but together with my colleagues, we are kind of making a unique example for cooperation and regional integration in regards to vertical gas corridor, which together with FSRU Alexandroupolis, which is starting so soon, and we are expecting very much, it is a crucial synergy with IGB. I think that it's going to make a difference and to utilize fully the potential of IGB. And also, as Maria has also mentioned, we are, let's say, for almost a year, we are having a constant meeting, which are on, let's say, CEO and also technical levels, where we are kind of, it's not only initiative, it's also, we are kind of building trust and credibility towards the institutions. We do have challenges. And we are currently experiencing challenges given the not so nice result in the binding test, also the prices and let's say the prices which are mainly, okay, let's say dumping prices from Russian gas from Turkey versus the European hub. So it definitely plays a role, but I was very much impressed and would like to make a reference also to the speech of Mr. Jeffrey Payat, who said that this cannot somehow cannot stop the energy security and cannot stop initiatives like vertical gas corridor, which are of crucial importance, especially given the risk that now the contract for transmission from let's say Russia through Ukraine is there is a threat to be cancelled, and also markets like Austria and Slovakia are going to be reflected. Talking only about IGB, so we are not talking about, we are not having let's say huge investment here. So here I think that the main goal here is to find quickly, as quick, so vertical gas corridor for me would definitely happen, but to find solution as quick as possible, not to postpone it for future, because I think that what matters is really to happen as early as possible. So talking about generally vertical corridor, we're talking about not so much money for the first stage. We talking not more than 800 million euro, which could make a huge difference and increase from 5 to 10 BCM, let's say, the flow towards Ukraine. From IGB, it's even smaller challenge because we are talking about small investment, but with huge impact on capacity expansion from 3 to 5 BCM. So I think that with the support of shareholder and with the support also of USA partners who are always behind us and who has been during the implementation of IGB, where we experienced lots of hurdles on the way, we think that we can manage. We heard some initiatives and we are in talks with USA. So we are searching for a way this to be implemented and to really not to, I mean, to overcome all the bottlenecks on the way.
Thank you very much. Now I will pass on to Minister Zoku. We have heard a lot of the developments infrastructure-wise, also in terms of reserves, in terms of discoveries that we have in the broader region of East Med. And Greece is playing a pivotal role on that. It's at the heart of these developments. do you believe that it can act as a bridge for East-Med gas reserves to reach the EU markets?
As I was listening, actually, all previous speakers, I was thinking of somehow you are all protagonists on all these projects that started years ago with concepts, ideas, and now they are tangible, they're here. We are all feeling very proud, and this makes me feel confident that whatever we're having as a vision, despite the difficulties here, if we believe in something and if we have a clear roadmap on how to achieve it, then it is doable. Coming to your question, yes, I very much believe about Greece's role. If Greece is already a major transit hub for gas, let's not forget, via TAP, first of all. Greece is already a major LNG hub, thanks to Revithousa regasification. And we saw this strategic importance of these assets during the 2022 energy crisis, when Gazprom actually interrupted the exports, especially to Bulgaria. And, well, it's not, we are 2024, it was 2 years ago, 2022 and 23. We also witnessed the importance of LNG in Revithousa by regasifying all these quantities coming from US, Qatar, Algeria, and Egypt. And this, again, was very crucial, especially when I have to recall the solidarity that has been expressed, shown especially to Bulgaria, but also other countries further north. And all this makes us, of course, being more wiser. But another point that I would like to stress, and I think it's important to note, is that even during 2022, if we think more than 1/3 of the entire transit capacity of our natural gas transmission system was dedicated to exports. So looking at what is happening today at this moment, what we see first the European Union that accelerates its effort to reduce its reliance on Russian gas. And on the other hand, we see a lot of neighboring countries in southeastern Europe that remain heavily dependent on Gazprom. And actually, over the last year, I would say, or so, what we also witness is that a lot of Russian gas exports in the form of LNG, and this is actually expanding throughout the European Union. So what does this mean? This means that if we want to seriously achieve the goals of European Union, especially the Repower EU strategy, and avoid actually same pitfalls of the past, then we must find a way to eliminate our dependence on all its forms. And what I mean with that, I believe that we can do this, first of all, by securing long-term reliable supplies from, I don't know, from countries like Israel, Egypt, hopefully soon from Cyprus and Greece. And we must also establish long-term partnerships with transit states in order to ensure the non-Russian gas from the global LNG market reaches the areas. So I agree with you, Kostas, that Greece's pivotal role on that. It extends far beyond the Revithousa. We heard from our speakers here about the importance of a lot of other concepts and ideas and projects, the expansion of the IGB, expansion of North Macedonia. And I would also like to stick on the importance of the vertical corridor. I know that there is a great job that is being doing on a technical level so far. Despite the results from the market test, I truly believe that we will remain determined to develop this corridor because I think it directly challenges the vision of other partners in the neighboring areas of having a regional hub for Russian gas through other ways like Turk Stream, for example, in Turkey. So we must insist in these efforts all together, and I'm quite optimistic that if we continue the path with all the work that has been doing so far on Greece's level for hydrocarbons exploration, on other infrastructure projects, we can achieve our goals of having Greece as a regional player important for the broader region.
Thank you very much, Minister. Ms. Salom, taking from the Minister's words, what is the potential that we have coming from Israel to promote connectivity, and what regional energy projects can support this direction?
I think, as I said before, our area is a very good example for successful connectivity. Through natural gas in the last few years, we created physical infrastructure for connectivity, but also I think the EMGF is one of the greatest examples for connectivity, a platform that allows to speak energy, to promote together between the EU and the countries around us. And I think the next stage for us as government is to create the vision and the ecosystem and the certainty for companies and players to come to our area and build the ideas and the projects of infrastructure that take a long time and to support them in order to create connectivity. And it means supporting a project of regional connectivity, whether it's electrical project or hydrogen or natural gas, and also looking at greater project like the Great Sea Interconnector, like the EastMed, and trying to promote them or help promote them, help the companies that actually do the work at the end, promote them and create a network between the areas that we sit in and the EU that will help us stable the energy market and create energy security for the future.
Thank you very much. We do see that there is a lot of, the political will. It's important what you said, that you need also the companies to invest in it, believe in it, and the societies to also embrace what we are doing. I will move into more on the midstream sector because we are talking about all of these infrastructure projects. So I will pass to Ms. Maria Rita Galli again to, the start point of the vertical corridor is the DESFA infrastructure from Revithoussa and all the pipeline that we have from Greece moving to other neighboring countries. How does DESFA intend to position Greece now as a pivotal hub in the region, ensuring at the same time energy security and supply diversification, considering the current market dynamics that we have discussed before, between the battle between Russian gas, piped gas that is coming here, which is cheaper, and LNG that we might see flowing from the US and other areas of the world?
Well, more than what we plan to do is what we are already doing in concrete terms, in the sense that as a company now we have many projects which are on the ground. So construction projects that are going to be completed in the vast majority in the course of the next year, so by mid-2025. And these construction projects have the purpose of increasing the transit potential of Greece. So in a sense, maximizing the use of the pipelines, existing pipelines, with exception of the new interconnection with North Macedonia, of course, for which we plan to start the construction activity sometime early next year. But let's say what we have been doing is really strengthen the internal system in order to be able to accommodate the new entry points, including Alexandroupolis, but also bigger volumes imported from TAP or from Revithoussa. So these are projects that are already, let's say, ongoing. So this year we completed the first milestone with the increase of the capacity of Neamis Imvria. Of course, we will integrate and start the interconnection with Alexandroupolis and with ICGB in the course of the next month. And in 2025, we will complete the enhancement of our compressor capacity in Komotini, in Ambellia, that will help us, let's say, having the power to push more gas toward the north, plus the horizontal interconnection Carperi-Komotini that will avoid having two different corridors, but ensure the full interoperability. But what we instead are doing more is how to make sure that this role exists not only now, but will exist in the future. So we are already doing this through the existing project, in the sense that these projects are being designed and are being built, in particular all the pipelines, to be able to transport 100% hydrogen. So whatever we are spending now, as the Minister said before, is being financed also through RRF financing because it's hydrogen certified and because it will enable, when the moment will come, also hydrogen to be transported. We are promoting, of course, these are things which will take years, but as Ms. Duco said, this project takes years and, we need to consistently pursue them. The hydrogen backbone project, which is a project of common interest and will in the future be able to connect the north to south and export potentially hydrogen produced by Greek renewables through Bulgaria up to the German market. And we are also working on the other side in order to develop and promote a infrastructure system capable of gathering the CO2 from emitters and to liquefy it to be able to be exported where there is going to be sequestration capacity. So, of course, Prinos is going to be the first stage, but given the size of Prinos, we already know that, let's say, a long-term carbon capture and sequestration strategy requires, let's say, other storages. And again, in the context of EMGF, also this angle on how, and was mentioned before, let's say, a cooperation can exist also in the reutilization of the depleted field of East Mediterranean to capture and store the CO2. So what we are trying really to do on a daily basis is to make sure that we build a path of new projects, which doesn't mean we are building the pipeline yet, but all these requires time, require working with the institution for the legal and regulatory framework, with the European Commission, with the financing possibilities offered by the various EU tools. So this is what we are doing to ensure that, let's say, the role that Greece is building now is going to be here to stay and continue to use the potential of our infrastructures.
Continuing from that point that you just raised, I will go to Ms. Georgieva. I mean, the ICGB is a reality already. We understand the importance of a relatively small but very important piece of infrastructure. How feasible is the ICGB expansion then and the financing of the expansion now of ICGB given the possible need of larger volumes of natural gas that we may have from diversified sources and supplies, given that the FSRU in Alexandroupolis is also kicking off, as we said, in a couple of weeks?
Thank you very much for the question. As Maria has said, I would like to refer to one of her statements that 1st of October we are also going to start and activate IP DESFA because we are connected with Trans-Adriatic Pipeline, but we will be connected with DESFA, which enables also flow from FSRU Alexandroupolis. So as Alexandroupolis, we are always aware that there is quite synergy, and it is, let's say, by activating this project and having constant long-term partnership, what I meant is also constant cargos, as Kostis has mentioned, we can really, we utilize fully IGB and utilize even the targets for expansion. So in other words, expansion is even much, let's say, a year before we started thinking about and building strategy for expansion. We will do it definitely. The question here is to do it as early as possible, and there is a feasibility because it matters, because of energy security, as have said, and also mostly to refer to the minister's statement before that. I mean, this partnership which we are having, Greek, Bulgaria, is also a good example how our company is functioning, because it has helped to overcome all the hurdles, and I'm sure that it could play a substantial role for not only for expansion but also for further development in view of hydrogen and upgrading the infrastructure in the future. So partners matters, and partners like Greeks has been proven that together with us, together with Bulgarians, we are really moving. In some cases, not with so huge steps, but more constantly, persistently, and in the proper direction. So that's something which worth mentioning. And also coming back for the long-term partnership, what I heard and has been mentioned here is that yes, IGP is a good example for energy security and independence from Russian gas. Before, Bulgaria was 90% fully dependent on Russian gas, and now contracts like 20 years contracts that we do have, Bulgaria with Azerbaijan, she has been shown that we are talking about reliable partners, and it is something that worth mentioning. So reliability is also important and a kind of backbone for energy security. So in this case, I would like also once again to reiterate that support from USA and other providers which are enabling diversification on a long-term basis, taken into consideration. The recent opening of Alexandroupolis will help a lot the whole vertical corridor to, let's say, to be smoother and quicker in its implementation. So I don't have doubts that it's going to happen, because I mean it's something that's worth having, and it is putting a great platform for another Europe, more independent.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sifneos, we do see that there is a strong political direction from the EU to diversify away from Russian gas sources. Due to the recent market developments with cheap prices that are coming from Russia, how do you think that this will affect the operations of the FSRU?
Is it? Is it a strong political will from Europe to diversify from Russia? In words, it is. I'm not sure if it's in acts. So policymakers in Brussels, and in a way, in different way, also on the other side of the Atlantic, they need to think about that. I think, what we see here affects terminals, dumping of Russian gas in the region at very low prices obviously affects LNG imports. The more vulnerable in let's say, opportunistic supply and spot terminal is, the more vulnerable is, and the more will be impacted by this. I mean, if we look at the Greek market, domestic demand on the first 6 months, 24 versus 23, it's 30% up. But imports of LNG cargoes is 50% down. So what we see is a larger and larger share of Russian gas imported in Greece, and that applies for the entire region. So what do we do about that? Alexandroupolis, in a way, it's, at least theoretically, much more protected, because 75 to 80% of its capacity, it's reserved on a long-term basis. But we have to think about the utilization of the terminals, as I said before. So the vertical corridor is and should be and powerful and realistic initiative, and we need to move fast. We need to secure that the investments that need to be done for debottlenecking all this corridor are there, and there quickly. I wouldn't put too much emphasis on the market test. With the current volatility in the market, we were not expecting spectacular results. So that doesn't mean much, but we need to put emphasis on the vertical corridor, and we need to improve the competitiveness of the vertical corridor. I would insist on that point, although that it's not necessarily what everybody shares, but I think it's important to create a competitive route to what could be coming from Turkish, coming into the area from Russian gas coming in through Turkey. But on the other hand, I'll be a bit more bold here and say that this is also a geopolitical issue. It's not a simple commercial issue. It's also a geopolitical issue. So if you think about it, Ambassador Tunis was talking about millions of dollars that were poured into Moldova to subsidize electricity prices. So does it really make sense if that's the case to have, gas supplies from Russia in these markets? So what we indirectly subsidizing the Russian economy in that way? And even going one step further, if you want really to apply policies, here we are looking at, subsidies from coming into gas prices into the market. So how do you fight back this? This could be a commercial issue, could be a commercial war. I mean, look at measures that have been taken, for example, by Canada as opposed to Chinese imports. So there are things you can do.
There are measures, yes.
Yeah, there are things that you can do if you want to do them.
That was a clear message, I think, Mr. Sifneos. Now, we will move into the upstream sector again and try to close the discussion this way. Mr. Stefanos, considering that possibly in the long term, if we may say, given that we understand that there are many years ahead of us when we are talking about actually bringing the production into commercial operation, if we have more natural gas production at the end of the day, given that the reserves that seems to be identified, than the domestic demand, and we have some that they will obviously have some regional and European significance. What are the next steps that Greece should take in terms of exploration first, and in terms of partnerships that will help lead the way in the future? And what are the challenges that you anticipate in this process?
Yes, thank you again. By nature, I'm optimistic, so I like to always turn the challenges into opportunities. I think Mr. Sifneos' made a very good point. Are we really believing in this diversification? Well, if we really believe, then we need to do everything we can to drill as soon as possible to answer the question, do we have the domestic reserves in Greece, but also in Egypt, west of Nile, Cyprus? There are hot spots there. Israel has done a lot of work. As a professional from the sector, whenever I see the number of wells that have been drilled, the success rate and the volumes, I'm amazed. It's a very prolific region in terms of gas. So, if we believe it, let's act. And by that, we are also addressing some of the regional turmoil, right? We are having problems in regional cooperation. Well, if we are addressing a big problem and we all have something to share and benefit, then it's an opportunity to cooperate and create and stabilize the region. Mrs. Galli also made an excellent point about the timing it takes. We need to understand that we live at the times where everything happens too fast. It was said earlier, last year we said one thing, this year things have changed. But then again, when we talk about energy projects, we're talking about 20, 30 years lifetime projects. So it doesn't fit this quick shift in decisions you also pointed out. So we need to move away from the political cycles, which last 3 to 4 years, to the energy cycles, which last 20 to 30 years, And a way to do that is also by accepting reality that in the long run, diversification of projects doesn't work. Subsidization, not diversification. Subsidization of projects does not work. It's a very simple reality. So how do you address that? Again, here's an opportunity. If you are in a region where you have a diversity of energy sources, then maybe the energy producers should become as diversified, as integrated as possible. And rather than seeking for subsidies, they should balance their portfolios because the different sources of energy have different strengths and weaknesses. Another opportunity for those who oppose and say, well, these are going to be stranded assets. Well, actually, currently, if we're realistic about it, green molecules, it's been pointed out, hydrogen, the best way, the cheapest way, 5 times cheaper, is to produce it from gas. If we're going to follow a very interesting principle that it seems sometimes we forget, of recycling of the assets we have, then we need to use the infrastructure. We need to use whatever we have in the best possible way, while at the same time we reduce the carbon footprint. And this is the synthetic fuels. And so another synergy, which is very, very interesting, and we have not exploited to the level we should, and infrastructure. Among other things, my company is responsible to develop the national program for the offshore wind. Well, the infrastructure for offshore exploration projects, the port facilities, the things we're going to need is more or less similar. And if you have more of them, then it makes much easier. The economics work out, the economy of scale works out, and it justifies the investments we need to take in order to have such facilities that can facilitate these endeavors. So from my point of view, I see a lot of opportunities in the challenges that we face. And to answer your first question, I think back in 2022, we had the pleasure of having the Prime Minister of Greece visiting us. He announced that it is a matter of national priority and importance to answer the question, do we have gas reserves in Greece? It's about time to act upon it. And I think since then, I'm very happy with the developments. We have, what's the right word? We have restructured in a way the group of companies, the assets we have. We have been focusing on the big targets, and we have collected more seismic data than ever before. We have all the 2D and the 3D data we need. The data show very promising things. We will not be able to answer that. I have to make it clear. It's promising, but nothing will be answered until we drill. But I'm very confident in the companies we have, the steady progress, the patience, the dedication, and of course, the money invested is a proof that we are doing the right things. I hope that soon we will be able to announce drilling decisions, and I'm looking forward to the results, because that could be a truly changing element in the way our economy works, in the way the region develops. And again, as I said earlier, without at any point in time stopping the effort to transform our energy mix into a green, renewable-based, as much as possible, energy mix. Because these things all work together. There's no silver bullet in the energy dilemma, in the energy problem that we are facing, and we need to come to terms with that and others.
Thank you, Aris. Mr. Vlasopoulou, how do you foresee the role of natural gas now evolving in the energy transition, and especially balancing our shift towards renewable energy that was mentioned a lot in the discussion, but at the same time ensuring energy security, which is important?
I think this is what we've been discussing in the last 3 hours, actually. When we look at what we have in the mix, we have fossils and we have renewables. And as coal and lignite and oil have actually departed from the power generation value chain, what is left is actually gas, potentially nuclear for those ones who have it, and in Greece we don't have nuclear. Okay, and then you have the renewables. So gas provides, all the energy security is also can be base load and flexible, so it can actually operate at any time, of the day or the 24 hours basis. So yes, we need gas. Even in the most aggressive climate mitigation scenario, we have a need for hydrocarbons. It's not me that says that, it's, the academics and the analysts that produce it. And that's the business case for those ones who invest in E&P. Otherwise, we wouldn't be investing in this stuff. So yes, we need that. And the key thing is obviously if you are in a country where you had the benefit of many years of investment, as in the North Sea, you have different kind of needs versus what you have here in Greece. You have infrastructure there, probably there you don't have enough infrastructure. So the size of the find actually will define how fast things will move. And obviously this means we need to have, the collaboration of the state, which we have, in getting fast permits and, permits for ports and etc. So we need it, it's there. The economics depends on the find.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And now we'll move to a closing remark from Mr. Svensson. Aphrodite is an example, but we discussed a little bit about it in terms of the sizing and how commercially viable can something be in terms of being developed relatively fast or not. In EastMed, we have seen that it's crucial in terms of the broader gas diversification strategy that we have identified for many countries around. And what are the plans of the company now in terms of the concession areas that you have won and you are working on?
Yeah, so for sure the Eastern Med region, we have a large position here. It's important to us and it's very much a part of our future. And just reflecting on Deputy Minister Sudokus' comments earlier, we've got some challenging projects. They're coming to the points where they're about to move forward. And Aristophanes, I am also an optimist. And so as I think about our region, our producing fields in this region, they started their lives as hard projects that people didn't really believe in. And today, our producing fields in this region supply most of the energy Israel needs for its power generation, allowed Israel to switch away from other energy sources. It supplies most of Jordan's need for energy, and we supply about 10% of Egypt's need from energy from these fields. And these fields have carbon intensities of 2.5 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per barrel. It's amongst the lowest in our portfolio, and it's amongst the lowest in our industry. So the Eastern Med region for sure has potential and can be an important source of energy, not just for this region, but beyond this region. So as I think forward-looking a little bit, I think about our portfolio. We have a discovery on our Nargis block in Egypt. We have 5 exploration blocks in Egypt, 3 of them as operator. We have wells we're about to drill. And we have our, let's just finish again on Aphrodite. We have our Aphrodite project. I talked about the plans for that here in a little bit. And companies like mine, we are the right partners to be here. We have expertise that we bring from our operations and our knowledge all over the world. We have done these type of cross-border projects in the past, and we can come with a mindset of collaboration, like we've talked about, to find the solutions that works really, really well for everybody. So, I talked about our producing assets. I talked about the opportunities we have. I think, from my perspective, from all of our perspectives, the opportunities are great and the future is bright, and I'm sure we'll all be prosperous in this region.
There couldn't be a better way to end a long panel like this one that we had with these notes of positivity from you. So thank you very much. Thank you all for your remarks. We do have, I understand that Ms. Gali and also the Minister have to go now to an important inauguration event that you have in Mesembria. So thank you all very much for your participation here and for your great remarks. Thank you.
Short 15 minutes break and we'll be back. The panel, Greek energy transition from fossil fuels to renewables and the challenges for a new electricity ecosystem. Mr. Spiros Papaefthimiou, she's in charge of this panel, the president of HAE. So Spiros, you will introduce. By the way, the rest of the panels, they should come to the panel. Mr. Athanasios Giagoumas. Mr. Mavros is not with us today. And Mr. Andreas Borgeas, please, both of you, join us. Okay, Spiro, you're in charge.
Gentlemen, it's a pleasure. Good to see you again. How are you? Of course,
Please, let's all sit here.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to be part of this panel. I don't think that's going to take half an hour. We had the last time notice from Mr. Mavros. He will not be able to join us, even though he was with us in the morning, but something happened and he cannot be with us. So just the three of us for the panel. It gives us some more time for the discussion. So I will start directly with some questions about, the topic is very interesting. It talks about movement from fossil fuels to renewables, the so-called transition, and also talking about challenges in the new ecosystem. It's called electricity ecosystem. We talked a lot today about gas and renewable gases and green molecules, whatever, but if we want to move from fossil fuels to renewables, electrification is mandatory. Okay. So let me start with Professor Giagoumas. I keep the academic role first. So Thanasis, given the rising costs in both the wholesale electricity market and for the end consumers, what are the key challenges that the current Greek energy system is facing? What strategies could be implemented to address and mitigate these challenges?
Thank you, Spiros, for the introduction and for inviting me for this important event. As you know, as the regulator, we're very sensitive on competition issues, so we follow very strictly all the developments in wholesale and retail markets because by the end, the energy cost is the most important in the energy transition. It's very important to mention that over the last years within Greece, we had a tremendous progress in the penetration of renewables in the green transition. So this is already depicted in the wholesale and retail prices. But it's also clear that the operation of the market creates price signals for investments, especially for storage assets in the peak hours. So the main challenges that remain for our system is following the fast penetration of renewables, the penetration of needed assets like storage and interconnections that will implement our system to be an enabler of energy exporting in the region and also elimination of the power prices in the medium term.
Okay. It's an interesting approach, and I think it's quite challenging for the authority overall. Mr. Borgeas, you're coming from United States. You have a huge background in California, which is a very interesting state, maybe one state that you know everything about electricity and renewables has started. So, based on your experience as a former California senator, are there any key commonalities between Greece and California, or overall United States maybe, in terms of energy and also in terms of water policy? Because it's something that we also know in Greece. The regulatory authority now is about also energy and water. So do you think that we have any commonalities that could be useful for policymakers here in Greece?
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the Chamber of Commerce and, of course, the financial sponsors of this event for hosting this forum. By way of background, I spent 15 years in elected office in the U.S., most recently as a California state senator, and then had the honor of joining the Eunice Energy Group after public life as the CEO of the Greece Africa Power Electrical Interconnection Project and more recently as a board member of Eunice Green Energy. So you ask a very interesting question. Are there commonalities between California or the US and Greece in the energy space and the water space? California is known, I think everyone could agree, it's known for innovation. It's known for a number of startups and as a leader in green energy technology and policy. But I'm going to twist this coin a little bit. Yes, there's a lot to learn about energy in the way California does things. I think there's a lot more to learn from California's failures. And what I mean by that is that we have tried certain things and we've done them sometimes okay, oftentimes not so good. And it kind of falls into a theme. And the theme of California's failures, in my opinion, and I was the chairman of the Senate Agriculture Committee when I was in office, so we dealt with these things regularly. But there was a famous saying by an American author named Mark Twain. And Mark Twain said that whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting. That tells you a lot about how California has dealt with water-related issues. But our failures, I think, are at the nexus points of policy in terms of, so between policy and industry within the context of market realities. So to answer your question, Governor Newsom, the current governor of California, said that California is going to electrify in 10 years. That is just simply not going to happen. We have not made the investments in the infrastructure needed for this. We've been living off our grandparents' infrastructure investments in California. And so when you put out a statement masquerading as policy that you're going to electrify California in 10 years, that's just simply not realistic. And we've seen it in the marketplace, where you have folks that would normally be buying electric vehicles are slowing down their purchasing patterns and instead going back to hybrids because there's not enough reliable charging stations in California. So once again, you have industry and policymakers not integrating and accommodating market realities. Let me get to water. Water, I think, is a perfect example of one of California's failures, is because we have a centralized water system, and we have experienced drought for decades and having to deal with the drought-related matters. So one of the things that we have been experimenting with is how do we decentralize our water dynamic? So instead of having a complete reliance on the delivery system that currently exists, we have shown that that is not something that is sustainable, because we lose about 40% of our water by virtue of subsidence and leakage. So if the infrastructure is failing, then the system fails. So what about desalination efforts on the coast? That, I think, is one of the things that we have been working with, and it's not unlike some of the dynamics that you have here in Greece. We know that water is problematic, and we see it especially in the islands, the Cycladics, where you have to bring in water by boat. And Eunice Energy Group, I think, has a very practical approach to this water issue, the decentralization of water. And that could be very easily remedied through the installation of moderately sized wind turbines supporting a desalination program that can service the needs of the Cycladics. Now, Eunice happens to be one of the only developers and manufacturers of small and mid-size turbines here in Greece. That, to me, is a perfect example of how to learn from California's mistakes, allowing for the regionalization of water usage so that when the boat does come with water, it's supplementing the needs of the community and the tourist base, not becoming the only source that's available to them. So these are the two examples, and I'll conclude here, is that California's failures are when the policymakers are not integrating with industry and they're not reflective of market realities. That, I think, Greece can learn from California's mistakes on.
To be honest, the water energy nexus is one of maybe panels that we should have added. It's a crucial issue for Greece, but also for the region overall. As you mentioned, islands are very, prone to water, so it's a very important aspect. And of course, another major issue for our conference today is that it can completely be linked to energy. It's a completely identical idea of handling a source. It can be electrons or water, more or less the same. So talking about networks again, and coming back to Professor Dragouma, so we're talking about integration of renewables. It's like something that everybody's talking about, and of course the question that comes afterwards is the stability of the electricity system, and how do you see as an authority the measures that are necessary to ensure the stability of our grid and the reliability of our grid, and keeping in parallel the increase of investments in grid?
Because we learned from California, I have to tell as a professor that one of the well-known figures from the California ISO, Independent System Operator, the CAISO, is the duck hair. That's why we issue now, as a regulator, and we plan to present these new services for monitoring the wholesale markets. We'll do it in the events that we have here in Thessaloniki in 2 days. So we'll have real time in our website the energy mix for day-ahead market, the intraday market, and the ISP, the integration system operation, where we can see the evolution of the renewables. The duck curve, we show the duck curve and exactly the remaining net load and the need of assets, storage assets in the peak time. It's very clear in the real-time graphs. And we also show the energy surplus and the renewables curtailment, and we made an effort to make a split between them, which comes from the system and which comes from the market operation. So all of them are real-time in our website from the first day of the target models of almost 4 years data. You just choose one day, you choose a period, you choose aggregate the whole period or a specific time, and you have a clear picture. Transparency is one of the elements. So based on that, we see that because of the vast penetration, as I mentioned before, of renewables, we don't see the risk elements as in the negative side. We see it as an energy plus, as a possibility to use this surplus for specific investments. So clear for us is that it creates a role for one is batteries or pumping. So one is storage. The second is for electrification of transportation, electric vehicles and electric ports, electrifying ports. The third one has to do with a new demand, for example, like a demand from data centers that are being implemented in Greece and very consuming. And the fourth one is to electrify for green hydrogen. So these 4 pillars are potential benefits from this cheap energy that exists in our area. So in that sense, all these assets with a very close cooperation between DSO and DSO, the TSO-DSO coordination is a major issue, will enhance both using the advantage we have in the area and enhancing stability in the system.
To continue with that, it's something that is declared. It's a policy declaration for Greece that we expand our grid. So, Mr. Bourguias, electricity infrastructure, okay, we can call it like that technically. So, any of Unisys projects that are related to this goal, to this politically already set goal to enhance our renewables on the one hand, and also keep our grid stable. So do you have any projects that you are planning apart from what you mentioned about small renewables or whatever that can fit in many other aspects? Any projects that are related directly to the grid expand?
I think we have had a number of speakers today highlight the fact that there are limitations in Greece's national grid. And I think we have to work within those realities and find ways where supplements can be contributed that are beneficial to Greece's agenda. Obviously, the divestment from Russia and the carbon neutrality goals of the EU and the US. The problem with the grid is not going to be easily solved. But the overarching question is, can you contribute into the grid system and to end users in a way that can be satisfactory for the needs of the country? And frankly, the best way to do that right now, of course, is storage. And Eunice Energy Group believes in this strongly. And that is why they applied for support from the European Union on a project called the Ptolemaida storage system. And that went through the normal PCI process out of Brussels, and through the support of the Ministry of Energy and others within the Mitsotakis administration, Eunice was able to submit a package, and Brussels responded favorably. In fact, the results were we were ranked second in storage projects within our regional classification. So we achieved that ranking. And what this storage system will do, and it's located in northwest Greece, is that at full build-out, it will be approximately 250 megawatts, which is about 1,000 megawatt hours. And what this can do is help stabilize the grid system, contribute as necessary, but always have a backup supply. And we're going to need to have projects like this throughout Greece, whether it's west or in Crete. But I think this particular project is one that we can be proud of because the Eunice Energy Group has taken the lead, and it took the lead early in this. And naturally, we have seen the markets respond. We're expecting that this will be about a $250 million project, both public and private funds, and completed around 2026. So it's not just on the horizon, it's coming up fast. But this is an example where industry has worked with policymakers in Athens, but is clearly reflective of market realities as well as infrastructure realities to achieve a desired result. So this, I think, is a hallmark that shows Eunice is at the vanguard of being an industry player with Greece.
It was mentioned before also by Minister Zdoukou that she was very happy to say that we, in COP28, we proved that we have a direct collaboration between companies that want to invest and made real things, and also with the policymakers that really try to make regulation to help in any way this green energy transition. Mr. Dagoumas, the discussion about converting Greece transforming Greece to a local energy hub or a regional energy hub is ongoing. We have been discussing this in this forum for almost 8 years now. But the idea is, can we continue using the business as usual approach that we have been using up to now, or do we need to move to structural changes, or maybe to talk about wildcards in the technologies? So what do you think about that?
Be careful, that's a loaded question.
As I mentioned before, we made tremendous progress in specific technologies, and it is the role of each institution, so for example of the ministry through the National Climate and Energy Plan, to identify the priorities of the energy policy. And this is now under discussion and will soon be submitted. Once this is clarified, all of us, the regulator, the system operators, and the companies implement this strategy to be clear in specific deadlines and specific time. So what is clear and the structure we should follow. We don't see that there is an issue of radical changes in the policy, in the model formation or whatever. It's an issue of have a clear vision and step-by-step concrete steps to move on. And as you know, the regulator plays a crucial role based on its professionality that also all institutions should follow and follow.
Okay. It has been mentioned a lot today, Mr. Bourgues, the term collaboration between neighboring countries. And okay, the forum is about Southeast Europe, but of course this includes the Northern Africa part. So I would like you to conclude with telling us if Eunice has any plans about interconnections and interconnection of large scale, meaning connecting countries and in this way making corridors. We heard about the corridor of gas. Now we're also talking a lot about corridors of moving electricity among countries, among continents. So What's your stake on that?
Well, as the CEO of Greece Africa Power, for those that may not know, Greece Africa Power is a proposed project whereby electricity would be generated, solar electricity would be generated in Egypt, and it would be transmitted underwater to southeastern Crete. It's over a long distance with extraordinary depths, but it has a promising relationship, not just between Greece and Egypt, but of course allowing Greece to emerge as an energy leader within southeastern Europe and helping Europe as a whole. So this project has gone through some evolutions, and I think that is a good thing because what we've realized is that the grid limitations have to be adjusted around, and that is why the evolution of the gap is going to orient mostly into the hydrogen offtake opportunities, and it could be phased in and built out over time. But the southeastern Crete has emerged as an extraordinary location point by folks in Brussels and beyond. For example, the European Union and other partners designated 9 areas within Europe as hydrogen valleys. Well, coincidentally, one of those areas is in Crete with our significant offtake opportunities over there. And Eunice Energy also was a recipient of 2 grants, European Union pilot programs, for the development of hydrogen in this area. Now, these are extraordinary developments. Where we face challenges is being first sometimes means you have to do even more work, especially in allowing for the legislation to be created and the regulation and land acquisition, et cetera. But once it's implemented, the partnerships between Egypt and Greece will allow for an entire new sector of industry to be developed in this particular area, and that offtake could be helpful in agriculture, shipping, and let's not forget, Suda Bay is right on the island, and a lot of the watercraft, be it American or others, will be looking at hydrogen as consumers. So there's a natural development and compatibility for that region to serve as a hydrogen hub, and the gap will be servicing that electricity need without impacting the grid. And that's why I think we earned the support of the Ministry of Energy. We have a letter of support from them that will allow us to submit for the PCI in the hybrid category next year. And we're hopeful that we will be competitive because the demands are real and we have a solution.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both for the discussion. Thank you all for watching us.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Just 1 minute break because we have some change on the panel. All right. So we continue with the next panel. It's a fire chat conversation between Mr. Margaris from the Independent Power Transmission Operation. Mr. Manouchakis couldn't be able, to join us in a conversation with Mr. Alexandros Kostopoulos, General Secretary of our chamber. Alexandros, you.
So the good thing is that we are, I think, either the last or one of the last. So we won't keep you that long. The better thing is that we have with us a gentleman representing a company which is in the front of our headlines currently, not only with regard to what we read in the newspapers during that period, but regarding the overall expansion and development that we see during the past years. So welcome to the
Thank
AID
you.
Forum. It's great having you with us. And without further ado, obviously our audience is very interested in finding more about any developments that you have with this very important project, or at least what we consider as very important project. I would like, if you agree, to give us a small update, but in my opinion, if you can share with us how these projects that have a rather broader geopolitical interest can also be financially sustainable.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you once more for inviting IPTO here. We are in, let's say, very interesting and challenging period regarding the plan of the international interconnections, not only for Greece, but also in general for Europe. And this is also all, consequence of the current geopolitical situation in Europe, taking into account the Russian war in Ukraine. As you know, and as it's already known, IPTO has a 10-year plan of investment for making it possible for Greece to become an exporter of green energy. And this comes from the data that we currently have in Greece, the fact that we have a lot of renewables power already in operation, many more in development, under development, and the investment interest doesn't stop. Take into account that the Greek consumption and the Greek market is relatively small compared to the potential of production, and I mean production not only onshore but also offshore, which is a new, let's say, business opportunity for renewable investors in Greece. We have been trying to plan how we can make Greece a hub for imports and exports. And that also is not only for Greece to export to the north, but also for countries from the south, like Saudi Arabia, Egypt, which are also very, very much looking corridors to reach to the consumption centers of Europe in order to exploit their renewable overproduction in the south. So we have already developed several interconnection plans, including Italy, which is a new project for 1 gigawatt between Greece and Italy, and we are currently trying to finalize the details of the implementation with our colleagues from Terna, from Italy, which is a project that has already been included in our 10-year plans, and let's say the next step would be actually to start the project in terms of execution. Of course, we have many projects for enhancing our existing interconnections on land with Albania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, and Turkey. We recently, last year, increased the capacity with Bulgaria, and this plan goes within the European target for integrating the regional market, because in order to have prices that are similar, you need infrastructure, which is the bottleneck right now in Europe. Of course, we have the big project, Great Sea, with Cyprus and Israel. We have Egypt, which is a project currently promoted by Gregi, Kopelouza's group, and we are part of the team to let's say, mature this project. And we are now starting the feasibility study for a new interconnection with Saudi Arabia, in which we are going to study how an interconnection between Saudi Arabia and Greece could move. As you said, these projects are first, and of course we have the big project with Germany, least but not last, which is a project that we are going to discuss also in the next days within the MEFED conference and with our colleagues from Germany who are coming. The project with Germany is, let's say, the lighthouse in which the idea of making Greece an exporter of green energy becomes a reality. And it's not a Greek, let's say, dream, it's rather a European dream. Probably you know there were many, many plans in the past for large interconnectors, but didn't move up to a point due to technology constraints and also regulatory framework constraints. Now Europe, after Russia seems, and this is a true information we get from the European Commission when we discuss with them about funding possibilities for such big projects, that for Europe, in order to achieve the energy transition, you don't have many weapons in your hand. You have, of course, renewable energy, which is available. You have, or you try to have storage. You have, and you try to have hydrogen. But if you don't have the corridors to balance the power consumption and production, if you don't have the option of, let's say, making the best use of your resources in each location, your energy transition project will be always marginalized and will have a specific, let's say, limit. So for Greece, Germany, we have been trying, and we have recently managed to get a very, let's say, good cooperation framework with TenneT, which is the German TSO, but also within all the other TSOs in the route. Our project will go through the Adriatic Sea, land in, we'll see, Slovenia, Croatia, go through Austria and land in Germany. So to get to your question, of course, the geopolitical environment is a very crucial factor, and it's a prerequisite for such projects to move. This is why these projects, for us, are considered European projects, and this is always why we always try to have a European framework for their implementation, for their funding, and we have been working with European institutions all these years, not only for international interconnection, but also for our internal interconnections, and Europe is a big supporter of such a strategy. Now, our neighborhood, of course, is in a bit of a difficult period in the Middle East. However, with all our partners in the area, in the Southeast Mediterranean and Israel, we have a very, let's say, solid understanding of the fact that the geopolitical crisis, of course, depends on other parameters, but such infrastructures and such investments that stakeholders from many countries that include industrial partners from around the world are one good way to help navigate through the geopolitical crisis in a, let's say, peaceful way and in a constructive way. Funding is always an issue, but until now we've not, let's say, faced this as the absolute barrier. I could say that the biggest barrier is most probably the permitting in every location, in every country. Germany has, suffered from permitting infrastructure projects within Germany. We have suffered in Greece for permitting new lines, new interconnections. And of course, the regulatory framework is another challenge that has to do not with the funding, but it's let's say, a way of how to deal with the fact that in order to do the energy transition, you need to invest in the infrastructure. And in order to invest in the infrastructure, you need to have the consumers by your side who will understand the project and the plan and will support it in order to take rid of, the fossil area.
We had, since early in the morning when we started the forum, we had indicatively, I mentioned Secretary Pyatt from Washington, we had Mr. Milonas from MBG, we have Mr. Stasis from PPC, we had Mrs. Duku. More or less everyone was stressing the fact that what we need from every stakeholder's point of view is a sense of stability. Given your remarks, it comes to my mind, how can you plan those long-term projects when stability is so rare, if not available at all, especially with the volatility that we see, not only with regard to the geopolitical issues, but also with the fact that you're mentioning countries that have, in certain aspects, different business and political culture. So how do you balance all these things?
Yeah, there's no final answer to this question, because it's not only because of differences, let's say, in the environment of these countries. It's a challenge that all the TSOs face right now globally, but mostly in Europe, let's say. Planning in these conditions, which are, yes, conditions of, let's say, constant crisis, permanent crisis, it doesn't look like the planning that we were used to as organizations 10 and 20 years ago. But the reason for this perma-crisis is not only the geopolitical or the different countries. Climate change by itself is a parameter that cannot guarantee the stability you need in order to plan infrastructures long-term and so on. For example, we plan a new overhead line, and the climate conditions are changing so rapidly during the last 10, 20 years that when you actually reach the point to start the execution of the line, the conditions are completely different and you have to change, let's say, your technical specifications. But what we're trying to do is to work more closely with the community of the partners that are necessary for such infrastructures, for example, the vendors, the contractors, the companies, because the industry is in a bottleneck. There are so many projects in Europe that the current capacity of the vendors is not able to fulfill the need for new projects. So, for example, in the past, we would design a project by ourselves and call the industry to deliver. This is not going to work now. You have to start from day one, work together with the community of industrial partners, and not only industrial partners. You need the permitting authorities, you need local communities, you need local authorities in order to support. And at the same time, you have to be agile during the execution, that yes, something might change on the way, and you need to be able to adjust. On the other hand, in order for this long-term infrastructure to be successful, you need a framework that can be stable and long-term. And this means, again, regulatory, permitting, and financial. And these have to be sustainable, yes, in an alignment. They have to be stable for sure, because otherwise no investor, not only us, but no other investor will ever join this journey. Europe has this plan, and you know, when we discuss in Europe what are the challenges, we all say the same. It's human resources. We don't have the human capacity in Europe to so that everyone makes their project successfully. We don't have the supply chain capacity for sure. And the permitting and framework in general needs to be more efficient and more rapid and so on. But until now, you know, we've been successful in the sense of that we've managed in Europe to develop interconnections during the last years that if somebody asked you 20 years ago, you would find impossible. For example, in the North Sea, the offshore wind has produced a tremendous infrastructure, but also in our neighborhood. And the interconnections that we have managed to develop in our country, but also other Mediterranean countries, were not given 10 years ago. So it's a learning curve. The institutions are learning, the organizations are learning, the investors are becoming more easy to discuss with, given the parameters that are not given, and you know. So everybody somehow starts to live in this perma-crisis, but makes it, you know, work in the end.
One of the things that is very interesting to us is that at AmCham, whether we are here or whether we meet with members or investors in the States, we always get the feeling that the appetite is way larger than the available grid. And somehow, I'm not sure whether it's totally correct, everyone blames IPTO.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
So, is there a way somehow to enlarge the available grid so to
who says that, first of all?
Accommodate.
Who blames
I will
IPTO?
give you the names and the telephone numbers.
No,
but
of course,
the point
it's
is,
a valid discussion.
the point is how, since the appetite, the investor appetite is significant, and since we know that especially in North America, both in the United States and Canada, there is this tendency to look towards our country with a quite unique way. Can we find a way to accommodate more investments if they are solid and available as they seem to are?
I'm joking because, you know, this is the discussion during the last 3-4 years. Do we have the grid in Greece for the renewables that we want to do, and there is no grid, enough grid, and so on? You know,
Which it ends up being sort of like the egg and the chicken in a way.
yes, but the actual situation is like this. As I said before, every country has a national energy plan. Okay, everybody needs a plan, as we said before, in order to know where we're going. You know, Greece as a country, based on the European targets, we have plans, targets for 2030, 2050. And these targets include renewables, hydro, traditional power production, energy efficiency, storage, recently, so on. What we've been trying to communicate with the market in order so that all the investors in the community really understand where we are is that the current grid capacity in Greece is more or less able to host around 20 gigawatt, 20 gigawatt. Right now, we have more or less 13 gigawatt of renewables in operation. So what does that mean? It means that for the next 3 to 4 years, if we take into account the speed of including new renewables in the grid, there is no grid issue, serious issue. I'm not talking now locally. Yeah. And what we are doing is, of course, expanding every year the grid with the speed of around, right now, our investment capex reaches 500 million euros per year. So this is actually grid. When you hear the IPTOS investment results in the capex of the year, this is grid, 95%. So the speed of increasing the grid in Greece, you know, is tremendous, taking into account the historical data, but also if we also go in other European countries. And the target is to be able, in 2030, to be able to host around 28 to 30 gigawatt of renewables. And based on our speed, we will be able to host this capacity for sure. The discussion in the market is the opposite, is that, let's say, we have 100 gigawatt of renewables that could be developed. Can we connect 100 gigawatt renewables today? The answer is no. But even if you have an infinite grid, as we say, and you said, okay, whoever wants to build a renewable plant, build it and connect it to the infinite grid. This energy would not have where to go. Because as we said before, you need corridors to send the energy somewhere, because your consumption as a country, as a consumer, is not high enough. So what you can do there? Storage,
Your
interconnections, and hydrogen. So storage is now in the very first steps, and we are very eager to see how the first storage projects will operate and how they will behave in the market and what will be the benefits that we can take from storage. Because yes, there is part of the solution there. This is why we're trying with Italy and all our north neighbors to accelerate the increase in the interconnections. This is why we try to bypass the Balkan region and go directly to the center of Europe, because the Balkan region is a highly congested area where the grids are not that strong so that we can send them all the power flows that we could have based on these plans. And this is why, although the market is, keeps on asking for grid access, we have to answer to the other end of the equation, which is the consumption and the usage of this energy. It's not that we need only a line from Athens to Thessaloniki, because if we send it here, but it cannot go anywhere, it will be, let's say, abandoned here. And then the discussion about the curtailment starts and what is going on in the market. But very crucial, what is happening now in the renewable energy market in Greece regarding curtailment doesn't have to do with the grid. The renewables power right now, and for the next 2, 3, 4 years, are being curtailed not for grid issues, but because there is not enough consumption. So during the day, when all the solar PV start producing, and if you have or not wind, of course you need some reserve units, thermal units, in order to be able to balance the sudden changes. Then there is a point where your production is much more than the consumption. The trade programs in the interconnections might even give you power at that moment, although you don't need it because of the prices. And then at some point you said, okay, I don't need this energy in order to keep the stability. So we don't face any grid issue at the moment. What we have to do is make sure that we will not have a serious grid issue in the next 5 years. And this is why we are working with the government in order to change the framework for permitting, in order to change the framework for human resources, as we said, in order to attract people, engineers from Europe. And of course, regarding supply chain, we have been trying with our suppliers to have long-term contracts so that we have them there, sure for us, waiting for us, and when we need a new cable, that we can have it and not wait 5 or 10 years.
All those amazing development plans that you outlined with the interconnections, with the storage, all these issues, do you see space for American companies to participate, invest, be suppliers, be vendors, be whatever you want to call them?
Yes.
Or do you feel like in other cases that the US companies are a little bit more difficult to work either with regard to cost and availability?
No, I would say the opposite, that we would be much more eager to work with US companies than we currently do. But what we've seen is that there is also a very rapid demand increase in the US market for equipment and projects that it might be not that easy for them to join. We've been trying to increase our supply chain constantly because, as I said before, the capacity is not there, especially for cables and converter stations and high voltage DC technology. But there are strong US companies that are in this supply chain process, and we are working with them fine. But the appetite worldwide is so big that it might be not easy for them to invest in projects in Greece, because right now it's the opposite. What we see is that the European companies are moving to US to build power plants there, to host manufacturing capacity there, because they have to fulfill that demand. It's an open call for all the US companies, because the capacity of the contractors might be, as we discussed, the definite parameter that defines the timeline of the projects. It's not the financing, it's not the regulatory, as we said before. It might be not the permitting, but for sure it's the capacity of the industry to deliver the projects on time, especially in high voltage equipment that is very, let's say, technology specific and high tense.
And accurate. Yeah.
Exactly.
Although we're almost through, we have discussed with Mr. Manouchakis about a question which I will gladly raise it to you, given that I think you are a bit younger than myself. 8 years ago, when we started this forum at AmCham, many of the things that we see today, we couldn't even imagine them. Given that I'm with the AmCham more than 15 years, I can tell you that even before this forum, we were listening to that narrative about Greece becoming the energy hub and all these things that most of the times the politicians are saying them with eager. Do you think that we are currently in a position that actually these things can happen? I mean, we see amazing things from companies like you, like BBC, from private companies, from your private companies as well, but with other companies as well. We see developments and investments and things that happen that create a multiplier effect for the broader economy to actually change our economic and production model. Do you see that? Do you feel that we are in a sort of a perfect alignment of things that we can actually become all that we can become?
I would like to ask you the same question and hear your feedback.
Well,
no, but what I can say.
My answer is yes. I feel that, although I'm personally pessimist, but I feel that Greece lies in a unique momentum.
Yeah.
However, I see it as an institutional leader, not as a as a key private company that actually makes that thing happen. So this is why I'm interested about your view.
Yeah, I would say that when we landed in IPTO in 2017 as a management team, and at that time, it was the first time, for example, that we came in first contact with projects like Greece Cyprus Israel and the old project that was called Ilios, I think, project between Greece and Germany, if you remember, a very old discussion during the 2010.
Well,
as
as an American company, we tend to overlook things with Germany.
Yes, correct. So as an engineer, we, not me personally, but also in general, the engineering community, we were very, very reluctant when we were, listening to this kind of projects. And I remember we were going at some meetings in New York to discuss about the global grid, and there are organizations around the world that are trying to, since 20, 30 years, to push the global grid idea where you have not only the internet, but also the electricity grid in place and so on. What changed during the last 10, 15 years is there are some factors that make me feel confident and agree with you that yes, Greece is in a momentum where things can actually happen. Technology progress has been amazing because of the many projects that took place during the last years. So the industry itself and the TSOs and the engineering community and the standardization community have made significant progress. So we feel much more safe to invest in projects that 10 years ago we would be very reluctant. And this is by example, not by theory. So, for example, we laid a cable between Crete and Peloponnese, AC cable in 1,000 meters depth. Before doing that, everybody was a bit skeptic, what is the risk, blah, blah. 5 years ago, the cable companies didn't have tests for cables above 1,000 meters depth. Now they do up to 2,000 to 5,500 meters depth. The high voltage technology, DC especially technology, which is the basic technology for large interconnectors, now we are in the step where multi-terminal links have already been in place around the world, and there is a lot of knowledge built on that. So this is a very crucial factor that projects that until now were considered political have become now actual projects between actual companies that want to invest and want to work on these projects, and we have to live, I think.
Actually, because most of the things that you're just discussing, it's similar to what the next panel is. We have an idea, okay? Why don't they join you here and having more conversation about these topics, okay?
Yes,
so
of course.
We welcome.
However, we will charge you the double.
Mr. Diakakis, I think it would be more, let's say, constructive conversation.
Of course.
Please join us.
So we'll consolidate the two panels, but it would be a nice conversation. Interconnecting the two panels. Yes, exactly.
Καλησπέρα. Καλώς ήρθατε. So the question stands for you as well. Do you feel that we are in such an alignment that all these things that a few years ago or many years ago we were considered them just political announcements or political goodwill thoughts are actually in a position that can actually happen? And can Greece play that role?
First of all, allow me to introduce our speaker. His name is Giorgo Hadjimarkakis. He's the CEO of the organization Hydrogen Europe, which is probably the the organization that is fighting the most at the moment to promote hydrogen in Europe.
And with an extensive European experience.
Yeah, I was about to leave out his political career. Maybe he wants to elaborate, but yes, he does have experience. To rephrase a little bit your question, because the topic of our session would have been green shipping. There is a concern at the moment about how ready the hydrogen infrastructure, which in a large extent is related to the transmission capacity, how soon can you see this market being able to satisfy the necessity for a bunkering fuel of hydrogen? So obviously I will start with Mr. Hatzimarkakis, but I would be happy to hear the view of the transmission operator.
Well, many thanks for the invitation, and indeed the question you just raised, Ilios, was highly political. We all remember, and I was exposed myself as a German, Greek-German into this supposedly German-Greek fight, which was not a fight between two countries. It was an attack on the euro, but unfortunately Europeans need this human thing. There is a fight between the two. I was fighting that time for the European idea and to understand we need to defend ourselves. But Ilios was also driven by a lot of technology ignorance. And today, I mean, we are here at DEF, we are here at a place where Germany is the partner country this year. Why don't we take their experience? Because I think it's quite interesting to look into their experience. Vice Chancellor and Energy Minister Habeck is here in that building today. And he has set up a broad and strong hydrogen agenda. Although he comes from a party, Green Party, that was clearly against hydrogen in mobility in many fields, because they are focused on electrons, no molecules. But he is. Why? I'll give you one number. Germany last year had in their power production 40% of renewables. It's cool. It's good. For a highly industrial country, it's good. This year we see no growth because the energy prices are high. Why are they so high? You talked about curtailment. The curtailment and grid management costs in Germany have risen to 11 billion euro last year. So within 23, Germany has, I mean, you could say, spent money for nothing because it's grid congestion, curtailment. And that's way too high. The prediction for this year is 18 billion. So, to say one political thing, whoever says electrons more efficient, energy efficient than molecules, energy efficiency, yes. But we have to talk about costs. You saw the election results in Germany last week. You saw that for the first time since World War II, or say since 32, right extremists are very, very close to power. Why is it so? Because people don't want this anymore. Your colleagues in Germany say, stop renewables, because the price goes up and we cannot build the grid that fast as we need it in order to include, to digest the renewable energy we need. One number, one comparison, and then I come to shipping immediately, because Greece should not go the wrong way Germany went. Greece still has the chance to go the right way. If we would ramp up the grid in Germany to digest, to take 100% of renewables without grid congestion, the lowest number is 320 billion, 320 billion of euro. Other numbers say 450, but let's say 320. Mr. Habeck, the guy who is here in the building, the Vice Chancellor and the Energy Minister, he is the first one to set up a so-called core grid for hydrogen. The cost for the core grid to transport nearly the same amount of renewable energy in molecules, 20 billion. It's a small difference, a 300 billion difference. And here you see what we are just saying, and I say this clearly to Mr. Skylakakis, whom I know very well, who says, oh, whoa, hydrogen, very expensive. Look at the figures. Do the maths. It's simple. You cannot transport the amount of electrons that you want to transport with the grids we have. If you want to ramp up the grids, you need investments. Who has publicly this kind of money? Nobody. And that is why we need to balance out the costs, we say very simply, 2 infrastructures cheaper than 1. And that applies for many, many things. So why is Greece in a very, very privileged position? Because of the shipping. Because the first way to use these molecules will be, of course, to transport them via ammonia, via methanol. There are several ways, because we also need to build up these pipelines and so on. And Greece is number 1 in Europe, and very possibly also number 1 in the world. So if we would go ahead and say, okay, we see, I'm traveling next week to India, high-level hydrogen conference, 3 days. We will see the establishment of the biggest hydrogen company, green hydrogen company in Saudi Arabia, not very well known so far. NEOM is very well known. This comes 29th of October, 9 o'clock in the morning. Mohammed bin Salman present. It's 5 times NEOM. It's 10 gigawatt of electrolysis, 40 gigawatt of renewables within the next 5 years. This is happening. And Greece is, so to say, in the midst of all this and has no hydrogen strategy. Greece has not a hydrogen strategy. I cannot understand that. And this is why I'm here. And this is why I would like to say the hydrogen basically aspect could be easily played in countries like Greece if you take this and go. And Mrs. von der Leyen would be happy to see her friend Kyriakos Mitsotakis to take the lead.
Does the IPTO have a hydrogen strategy?
Well, we've been trying during the last 2-3 years to really assess what is going on in the hydrogen world, because we are not directly, let's say, in the hydrogen world, and we've been trying with partners from the industry to understand their understanding of the maturity and of the scale that hydrogen could be exploitable in the next, let's say, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And we are still in this, let's say, assessment of trying to see how much should we count on hydrogen for the next 5 to 10 years. Very recently, we've been starting to think how we, as TSO of Greece, could think the option of getting more active in the hydrogen development in terms of infrastructure, rather than that having only hydrogen as another asset that could be connected to us or not, but trying to be, let's say, more in this. However, and I will be very honest, because we are really not experts in hydrogen, I don't have a firm answer of how much should we count on for hydrogen in the next 5 years, 10 years, in terms of what is the scale. We've seen many risks being discussed. We've seen many risks being discussed in the community regarding the equipment, the vendors, and the whole discussion about West and East options of technology and how that will play. And of course, are there gonna be specific markets for hydrogen on the local level, or are we discussing of large-scale, projects that could be in place, in operation in 5 or 10 years? When we plan grids, we are doomed. We have to plan 10 years ahead at least. All these interconnections, we start now in order to deliver them in 10 years. I would be happy as engineer, but also as a European, if hydrogen would come faster than expected, and even if it would have to disrupt our business model. But I don't have the data right now to feel safe and plan as TSO, because we are responsible for the energy security. So when we plan, we have to promise to the society that you will have the electricity you need at any moment, 24/7, 365 days. If somebody gives me an estimation of hydrogen for 2030, I would have to take some, let's say, backup plan. And this is my, let's say, at the moment, assessment of the maturity. And this is, I'm not saying that batteries are more, let's say, necessarily the way for the next 50 years. We also have doubts about the battery technology, and again, the materials and where these materials are coming from, and what will happen with the raw materials that you need to build all the battery capacity that you need for your electricity system, and we also don't have an answer in that. So hydrogen for us is, let's say, the good thing that we hope it will come, and at the same time, we're also trying to get into more in depth and see how we, based on our technology, let's say, knowledge and capacity, how we can help the infrastructure develop. And I'm really honest and open.
Absolutely understood. Hope is good, but not enough. We have some numbers. We would like to share all these numbers. And by the way, you always have in new markets chicken and egg dilemmata, right? So, of course, you can ask, where are the markets? Maybe you have seen Volvo has yesterday announced no pure battery anymore, like Ford did 3 weeks ago. Huh? At the same time, Toyota and BMW yesterday announced a hydrogen car. Very, very small, numbers, but doesn't matter. You see the tendency goes battery, doubts, hydrogen, hope. You put it quite right. We have the numbers. We can support you with the numbers, but we also need, I'm very clear here, political leadership. Kyriakos Mitsotakis is open. Huh? So in talks, he's very open, but he has these bunch of people around him, also in Greece, telling no. I could tell you names. I mentioned already the name of the minister. And this is difficult, because if you delay, then the projects will go elsewhere. The projects will come. I remember Mohammed bin Salman being here at Mr. Prime Minister's office, press conference, saying, we, Saudi Arabia, want to make you, Greece, the hub of green hydrogen. I think Greece was quite surprised at that time. Why us? Because geographically, no country is benefiting from the situation like Greece would be, and all these investments will take place. So it's not too late, and I'm happy to discuss, but bits and pieces will do the job in the end. So one clear strategy is needed, but also bits and pieces. Ipovricha, the submarine, hydrogen. Huh? So it's one small, but it's a clear client. You will see, they skipped yesterday, this week, they skipped in Germany, this catenary trucks, they skipped it. So it's catenary, electricity, because it would be yet another burden for the grid. That's something we could do, we could look into, trucks. And of course, shipping. That's the expertise here. Minas has the expertise. Shipping is Greece.
Just to supplement your comment, one of the reasons that Greece could play a role is the fact that it has the technology know-how on how to transport gas. A large number of ship owners have experience in transporting liquefied natural gas. And most probably at the beginning, hydrogen, probably produced in Saudi Arabia. I know you cannot elaborate at the moment, but you promised that soon we will hear some big news. Most of the hydrogen produced in the Middle East area will have to be transported. By definition, Greece is the entry point in Europe for distance reasons. So, yes, the fifth corridor, we have to say that the European Union has identified 5 corridors. So the fifth corridor, or the first one, could be Greece. Nevertheless, it's not my role to talk here, it's Mr. Chatzimarkakis, so I would like to make a second question. Technologically or politically, we can identify what has to be done. But at the end of the day, there is a necessity to finance those projects. And recently, the Hydrogen Bank was announced. I believe the initial amount was around 3 billion euros. So I would like you to inform us about what such a bank focusing on hydrogen investments that could possibly assist the transmission system and the shipping and the port infrastructure could be utilized in a country like Greece with such a dependency on shipping routes.
I would like to shift this into 3 different sources, Hydrogen Bank. So the Hydrogen Bank has already started.
One more angle. Consider us ignorant.
Okay. Hydrogen Bank has been announced by Ursula von der Leyen as a personal proposal. Not many people knew about that. And you know how it is. If the boss says something and the others don't know, they need to come up with a proposal. So what they did quite fast, they came up with the first tender, 800 million. Just today, the cabinet is preparing the second tender, because the first one led to too many Chinese electrolyzers. I say it openly, too many Chinese electrolyzers. And now the second tender will be a little bit more local content, safety, and so on. That's why what we discussed with the Commission. However, this 3 billion will be reserved for production capacity, mainly electrolyzers in Europe. But we need to help the TSOs. We need to ramp up the grid. This is yet another possibility. We need to create a crowding in mechanism for private money. We cannot find enough public funds to also build up the power grids. So what the European Commission is doing at the moment, and hydrogen is a good example, is to set up funds that a billionaire who would be taxed by this G20 initiative will not be taxed if he invests into that fund. He will get more than he would be taxed in any case if it's not risky. If it's risky, he might win, he might lose. But we are setting up this, and Global Gateway, you might have heard that, the European answer to the Silk Street of the Chinese, is a global instrument to do this, including ports, because the grids, power, but also molecule grids are one thing, but the ports globally will be a very, very important basis for the global hydrogen trade. And this is exactly where the new European Commission, with our help, we are trying to support, is building up that funding mechanism to support global infrastructure, but to crowd in private money. The third thing is the production abroad. So what if the Saudi Arabian green hydrogen production wants to come into Europe? There we have, as a third layer, national schemes. The most well-known is H2 Global, the German scheme. Mr. Habeck is basically the godfather of this. It's 4.3 billion earmarked money for hydrogen imports from Chile, from South Africa, or from Saudi Arabia outside Europe. And these are the three different elements of a hydrogen bank. So you see, 3 billion will not be enough.
I believe the target is to produce 10 million tons per year in Europe, and that concerns obviously the transmission system operators, but import another 10 million. So I guess this is why ports are considered.
For which you also need the IPTO. Or the...
It would, if I may answer this question, I think it will increase the capacity. The fact that hydrogen will be imported will increase the renewable electricity production. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I have to be very honest about these targets. The targets were basically elaborated 2020 when we were before the Ukrainian issue, and everything was normal. I think we have to adjust these 10 million tons produced in Europe and the 10 million tons imported. I think the imports will work, given the big and deep pockets that I just mentioned. The local production will have a problem because we have delays due to inflation caused by the Ukrainian war. So what I want to say is we shouldn't stick too eagerly on the 10 million tons. What we see is the contribution that hydrogen will play to balancing out the energy transition. I mentioned the German figures. The figures are too high. We cannot afford to pay all this. So when we now in the next round look at ACER, ACER is the mechanism that looks about you. I had the honor to be the rapporteur in the European Parliament of ACER. I'm the political godfather of ACER. But if I look at what they do and what they talk, it's mainly electricity. It's mainly electricity. They don't talk about how to connect the two grids. But that's exactly where we have to be very innovative in order to bring down the cost. We call it system integration. How to integrate the systems. And here we need to be more cooperative. I've seen that the electron world knows about the big money they need, and they say, oh, hydrogen is a competitor. We're not a competitor. We are an enabler, bringing the cost down. And yeah, many people smile at us, and many people say, how could they be so successful over the last 5 years? Because more and more people understand that enabling is important. And now we need to enable this discussion to come to an end.
Okay. But before it comes to an end, you got something like 30 seconds. Going back to what we've heard throughout the day, we have climate crisis, we have the grid systems, we have the regulatory authorities and bureaucracy and the different mindset that exist. We have political leadership or the lack of political leadership. What would you consider the biggest challenge that we have to overcome? 30 seconds, otherwise they will throw us out.
You want me to start?
No, it's I'm working. Like, what I'm thinking is that the biggest challenge is that for me it's the European capacity of making decisions that will last for years and having a long-term strategy. And when I say European strategy, I mean that all the institutions, like local governments, regulators, DSOs, banks, institutions, funding institutions, but also supply chain vendors, can have a real, concrete strategy which also gives the means to implement this strategy. Because if you have only targets, but you don't ensure that you have the actual material instruments to do that, we are going to lose time. And if we lose time, then of course cost will be higher and the risks will be higher and we will delay and the energy transition will never take place and the consequences will be much, much bigger. So I think that the Russian crisis is an opportunity for Europe to really enter the new game at much more concrete and fact-based, as Mr. Speaker said.
Well, it's a European-American setting, so if I would say make Europe great again, it would be misunderstood. But what I think is we need European patriotism, and the European Green Deal, which was quite successful in words and in legislation, needs to be turned into a green and clean industrial deal. We need to see that this doesn't lead only to climate ideas, but to jobs and to competitiveness, and to combine both, and to be proud as Europeans to protect our own electrolyzer or whatsoever fuel cell production. This is what needs to be done with clear leadership. I fully agree. We are up for it.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Ortin.
And we have the last panel.
Sorry. So, just be patient just for 10 minutes. This is the last conversation we will have. And with us is Ms. Ivana Juzul. She's Executive Director of Europe from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Hello, Ivana. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
It's a pleasure to be with you again.
Okay, we are running the show because we're expecting the Prime Minister, to come to the room here. So I have a few questions for you, and thank you, by the way, for being with us today. And thank you, by the way, for the support of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Also, once more, for our forum today that went pretty well. So, first question is, last year we discussed energy policies at the Southeast Europe Energy Forum. Since then, what significant changes have occurred in the U.S. energy policies that have impacted businesses and consumers?
Thank you so much for that question. And again, thank you so much for the invitation. We're really delighted to take part in this event, and it's a tremendous and really critical forum that you managed to put on year after year. So my biggest congratulations to you and to your team for the continued success. I think the biggest thing that we have seen that has the potential to impact the transatlantic energy relationship since last year has been the decision of the Biden administration to hit pause on review of LNG export licenses to countries that do not have a free trade agreement with the United States. They are doing this nominally while the Department of Energy works to update the economic and environmental analysis that took place this year. But this is one of the most sort of controversial and intensely watched energy debates of 2024 here. The Chamber believes that it is driven by election year special interests, specifically in response to certain NGOs that have tried to make LNG exports kind of a political litmus test, not unlike was done with the Keystone XL pipeline. And the Chamber and U.S. energy industry broadly have reacted very strongly in opposition to the pause on economic, on environmental, on energy security grounds. We're not the only ones. We have worked with Eurogas and Business Europe to raise strong concerns both in Europe and here in the United States. And we know that many European states are privately expressing their concerns, whether to Congress or to the administration, over the long-term energy supply implications. By the way, we're concerned that the pause could actually be permanent, de facto ban after the elections, depending on which way the elections go. So we're really looking and emphasizing the importance of supportive signals regarding the need for long-term LNG from the United States, the fact that that need could become even greater in the coming months, particularly as Europe actually eyes eliminating Russian gas imports as early as 2027. So I would say that's probably been the biggest change and the biggest focus of the work of the Chamber since last year, not an entirely positive development, but one that we hope will move towards resolution following the elections.
Well, thank you. I think you tossed the ball for another question here, which is very related. With the upcoming presidential elections in the U.S. next November, what do you foresee their outcomes? How, actually, do you foresee their outcomes will influence the domestic and global energy policies?
It's a little bit tough of a question to answer because, I think we currently in the United States have two candidates that have diametrically opposed views, certainly on domestic energy policy, and really different views in terms of where climate considerations should play and how they should play into energy and energy security policy. So domestically, I think that there's a very wide gap between the candidates, and we'll see different energy policy depending on the outcome of the November elections. When it comes to the US-EU relationship, I think regardless of the outcome, there will continue to be a conversation about the US-EU energy partnership. I think this is an area where there's tremendously broad support from Republicans, Democrats, and industry. I think both sides of the political aisle here in the United States want to see the EU move away from Russian pipeline gas and increasingly Russian LNG. And so the question is, can we push for policies on both sides of the Atlantic to make that happen? And I think here we sometimes have a little bit of dissonance between the stated objective and some of the steps that are taken that really undercut that stated objective. So I mentioned on the US side, the issue of the LNG pause. I would say on the European side, we've recently seen the finalized methane regulation. The details are highly complex, and I certainly don't want to get into them now. But the rule, which has very laudable goals of cutting down methane emissions, requires detailed tracking of molecules and emissions throughout the supply chain. It's simply not possible in a diversified US system. So we've joined a number of groups with similar concerns in a letter to the Commission that we recently shared that is looking for dialogue and ultimately a workable solution. If the stated objective between both sides is to increase and broaden and deepen this economic security partnership, we certainly think that regulation that is created for a particular context and for a particular outcome shouldn't have undue impacts on again deepening that relationship. So the Commission will be holding actually a public workshop on these rules in October. If any of the companies in the room are potentially affected, we'd certainly welcome the opportunity to discuss further and do reach out to us.
Well, thank you. During the day, we heard so many things about, different, let's say, forms of energy, from hydrogen to LNG to renewables. I want to ask you a question about the small modular reactors. The nuclear energy. What is the U.S. Chamber's view on the nuclear energy, and particularly the potential for advancements like small modular reactors? Do you foresee significant changes in this field in the coming years?
I think that we do foresee significant changes in this field in the coming years, and a real uptick of the technology in the coming years, driven simply by the reality of growing energy demand. I mean, we expect to see energy and electricity demand growing in the United States and in Europe and globally, particularly as we move further and further towards the use of AI systems. And so a wide range of technologies, whether it's LNG, whether it's nuclear, whether it's hydrogen, whether renewables, those will all be necessary components of effective energy security, industrial transition strategies, particularly for industry and hard-to-abate sectors. So I think, to the extent that we are seeing developments in the uptake and use of nuclear technology, something that the Chamber would certainly encourage, both domestically and in Europe. I understand that in Europe, it is certainly not a settled question. I think it's one where there's a number of different voices, whether from individual countries or from individual groups around that countries. But I think the basic reality is that we will require nuclear energy to be a critical component of both the energy security piece and the energy and climate transition piece in Europe and in the United States.
Well, a final question. You have only 1 minute to wrap up. Sorry about this, but the Prime Minister is coming to you.
That's quite all right, I understand.
What do you consider the top priority for U.S. energy policy over the next 4 years? And what do you see as the greatest threats to achieving these goals?
I think the greatest threats will be geopolitical and security. I mean, we continue to see the war in Ukraine escalating. There are a number of other global issues that have had a very negative impact on energy movements across the globe, and that could have an even worse impact. So I think the principal challenges will really be geostrategic or geopolitical. I think in terms of where the priorities are, the cooperation between the United States and the EU, I think, will have to underpin energy security and energy tradition, both within our own territories and globally. We will simply not see the level of investment, uptake of technology, trade in knowledge and innovation if we sort of siphon off our two economies. So I certainly hope that we will see a growing transatlantic trade on energy innovation. And I think, frankly, it's the only path forward.
Well, Ivana, thank you very much, for being with us
you.
once again. And we look forward to see you in October when we visit DC, okay, for the AUSA.
We look forward to hosting you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Elvis.
much. Thank you very
Take
much.
care.
And folks, that's all was for today. The conference is over. So we're looking forward, for the next year. I think we had an excellent program, excellent, exceptional lineup of speakers. Thank you all for your patience, and let's go up and drink some wine at the roof, okay? Bye-bye.